The magic ends here. Sorcery claims me.
Your god has arrived.
No sorcery shall claim me. Even in death, I am not thine.
You brought me back.
Welcome back, everybody, to another day of the We Play Academy League. Day 5, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, as always, the same formula, Scrawny, Launders, and 5 best of ones to get you guys through the meat of this season. Now, we've already learned a few things. We've got more to learn today, Launders. But first, I have to ask, did you dream about anything yesterday?
I dreamed about Navi Jr. winning a map.
Okay, yeah, I think they're
Yeah.
dreaming about it too.
But it was just a dream. I don't know. I could tell right away. I actually woke up. I was like, this is definitely a dream because right now it doesn't seem like they could buy a win.
Yeah, tough spot to be in. Currently 0-2. But even though they're 0-2, they actually still have head trick in the top 5 highest rated players of the season so far. So one man army trying to drag some, let's call them real young blood over the finish line for once. Ultimately, I think that we'll get into the schedule, but obviously this first opening game between them and Apex, if they can't win this one, then I think it's clear to say that this Navi restructuring is going to take a bit more time.
Yeah, this should be their easiest game. I mean, it's there maybe should have there are matches that they would have won with their previous lineup already. That's that much we know. But they played against Big and Fury Academy. They probably should have got they only got 6 rounds versus Fury Academy. That is a sore spot, and we'll see Fury Academy play later today. But right now, here are the standings. Mouse NXT, of course, they're in the lead. I mean, I say, of course, they could have been 2-1. It could have been Fnatic Rising 4-1. They definitely had a giant lead that they blew. Fnatic Rising still played really well overall. And the 2 new players on Fnatic Rising are insanely impressive. I mean, yesterday I tweeted that Volt is one of my favorite players coming out of the league this season. He's been great. And that's the top of the board. Over in Group B, we've got Big Omen Academy leading the way. They are getting ostensibly better and better by the match. Astralis Academy or Astralis Talent are still untouched, but they've only played 2 games.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're going to be waiting to see if Astralis Talent can overcome Big Omen Academy on the standings once they've played a bit more, because the promise is absolutely there. Definitely looking like a continuation of Season 3, where they exceeded all expectations. Today's schedule, Navi Jr. versus Apex Rebels. Navi looking for their first win. Still got to lift that curse. Mouse NXT. We only talk about their opponents. We only say their names out loud if they can get 10 rounds. So that second one, still expected to be a lopsided affair. Now, Young Gods versus Eternal Fire Academy. That's an interesting match because EFA is still looking for their first win. We saw them lose on Dust 2 to the likes of OG Academy. And Young Gods, we've seen great promise. A hell of a comeback yesterday. Within Fnatic Rising and 0-0 prospects towards the end of the day, I think that's, a case for Fnatic Rising to just prove again that while they may not be able to close versus the likes of Mouse, that they are still going to keep their head above the rest of the pack by defeating prospects who, may I add, looked good last night. Solid CT side to close Mirage, to close out the day, and to finally, start this tale that they are here to compete and that all of the experience they have outside of the We Play Academy League is meant to lead them to victories here. It was rocky at the start, but it looks like they're now starting to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday they did have a really big challenge. It felt like it just feels like the individual level of OG Academy is just so much higher than most of the teams in the league right now that it's no small feat to be able to beat them. And they did show that they could match up. And I mean, ADEX as an offer was probably just more consistent throughout the game. And, sound was the best part about OG Academy. It had an amazing match overall, but they, as a team, just slowly edged them out, survived all those eco losses, and survived the amazing deagles and crazy heroic AKs and stuff like that. That was hell that they were going through at the beginning, and they really stood up to the challenge.
Of course, first match of today. We start to think about that one a little bit. It's going to be Navi Jr., 0-2, so also haven't played too many games, versus Apex Rebels, a team that we saw versus NIP on Overpass kind of show an unfortunate hint of lack of tactical depth. And then yesterday as well, I believe they played on Mirage. Hold on. My memory escapes me.
Oops.
Versus Big Academy. Yeah, a tough loss after that one. Yes, it was Mirage, in fact. They had a CT side that so first it was the T side struggles versus Young Ninjas, and then a CT side struggle versus Big Academy as they got smoked 16-5 by that one. So Apex Rebels, we're kind of still waiting for them to show us that, they're not going to be towards the bottom of the pack.
Yeah, they haven't got, clearly they're actually not very good. I think that they beat Fury Academy, which is something interesting. In that game, it still looked like they were a little stiff, but they pulled it out. but it feels like they're improvising a little bit. They're coming away with these
Yeah, well
rounds
put.
almost on the fly, but they don't look like they're super well prepared and comfortable. And their map pool still it looks like can be really, it's either really small. I mean, really don't even know what map they're looking for, honestly, because I can't say it's Vertigo after watching that game versus Fury Academy. So I'm not sure where their comfort zone is.
Well, maybe we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out. Of course, for them to beat Navi Junior, I think that would be in previous seasons a shock. And if they can get through the likes of Head Trick, then I think maybe there's a chance here because we still have just no success out of the Navi camp. But it's going to be Apex Rebels banning first, so they do get rid of Mirage, where they took that L yesterday, and they're going to leave this one in the control of Navi. We've still got Ancient and Inferno.
No, Inferno's still in. Or Inferno's out.
Oh, excuse
sorry.
me, it's out. Ancient and Overpass. I know. It always
Vertigo.
happens. Vertigo. That's the 7th map.
Yeah, fine. Remember what the 7th map is. It's so hard sometimes. Okay, Vertigo.
And that's where we're going.
Oh, this is going to be
You
awesome.
just brought it up. Apex Rebels on Vertigo?
Yeah, an interesting choice for Navi Junior. Of course, they're taking Apex Rebels on the only map they've won. But for a recap, for the played against Fury Academy, they played their T side waiting for pushes for a lot of the rounds, to the point that it was clear they were trying to game plan against Fury Academy. I'm excited to see how their game plan changes now versus Navi Junior. Clearly, they can win the map, but Navi Junior, this was always a great map for them. The thing is that, Monacy has evolved into one of the best Vertigo players just in the game because of the way he can control A ramp. I mean, he hit some of his most absurd flicks on the A ramp. He has such a confident opera there. He was destroying Jame, at the bottom of ramp, one of the most careful players with an op himself. I mean, and they just don't have him anymore. And in fact, Hedrick is offing, which he's doing great. I mean, Hedrick is the best player on the team at the moment, and also the next closest to actually getting up onto the main lineup. But I think you limit yourself a little bit when you throw him on the op, and now you lose an excellent rifler. And so I think Navi Junior, they're favored in this matchup. They're favored on this map, but they are taking a risk by playing Apex Rebels in the only place they've seen success.
All right, well, let's get into it, folks. Pistol number 1, day 5, map 1, Berserk. He's got himself 2 kills already, but Fear. Okay. All right, listen, we're going to talk about Head Trick. We've got to talk about Fear as well. He is that other person that we could expect to just step up above everybody else. He was here when Navi Junior were competing at the higher level of the league. He was here when Monacy was on the team.
Yeah.
And now he's come back to join Head Trick, and this two-prong assault from Navi Junior, we'll see if Apex Rebels can even hang on, because those 2 taps, that's telling me he's ready to start the day hot.
And I'll just repeat it for the people who don't know. Frozik and Demon are 13 and 14 years old, respectively. And they're the 2 youngest players in the Academy Leagues, at least from what I've seen so far. I don't think any team has either, even maybe a 15-year-old in Snowzin, I think, is the other youngest that is in the league. I'm not exactly certain about that, but definitely one of the few, if anything. So, yeah, and they've shown some ability. I mean, Demon's shown some really good entry work, I think, which has been pretty impressive. But these are players that are here to be developed. That is the whole idea. Maybe Navi Junior playing the long con is the best strategy. As they approach the B site, and looks like they'll definitely score a plant.
All right, so the retake's on. There's a smoke and a kit here for Tapeware. Flash. Thrown over top. CT's going to go 2 over construction and 1 on the CT peak. Fear thinking about maybe the flank. They've got a player pressed close to green in Nipple, and Demon inside of the bomb site is waiting for the contact. But Fear actually comes out into the open, and then those headshots start to connect. Glock fires off, and it's only 1 from the green hold, therefore 2 survive for the defuse. Apex Rebels pick up round 1.
Hey, not always easy to win the retake, but they do it with confidence with the kit and together, most importantly. So that's well done. Another pistol security here for Apex Rebels. A strong start. I think we've got someone dropped out of the server, so we just have to get them back in as soon as possible.
We can wait.
We can.
That's great flow, gotta say.
Yeah.
Great flow here.
It's reminding me of Frozen, getting Frozen vibes.
Yeah, getting a... Clearly,
that's another player who actually, he was getting Reddit posts about him when he was 13 years old. Frozen.
Damn.
Yeah. He was kind of the first super, like, ultra young player that people were talking about.
Well, if he, keeps up this, then maybe he'll be able to play on Mao's Academy one day.
Yeah, I'm sure they would love to. I mean, they've done a good job with selling players. They have done a good job on that front. But Mo's NXT are, I think they're pretty happy, actually. Ooh, I want to peel the that would be great.
No.
If Hedrick, hopefully, if they win this season, maybe he'll peel it off on stream.
He has to.
That'd be
One
great.
does not simply leave the plastic on the monitor.
Yeah, it's totally possible. He doesn't even know. You know what I mean? It's
sometimes you don't
on
realize.
the monitor.
But if that's his levels of awareness, then Navi Jr. they've got problems.
I guess.
All right. Tech issue solved. We're right back to the action. So, Apex Rebels, 3 MP9s, M4, FAMAS. Scout double AK here for Navi Jr. Let's see if the force buy and the A contact can work out for them. They saw a little contact there. They saw Tapeware. His helmet quickly passing by. And the util trickles downwards as well from Rebels. Now we saw, like you said, right? Passiveness versus Furia, hoping that they would play into their hands. I'm curious to see if Rebels give us a different look today.
I think in this position, okay, maybe re-smoke, but you maybe not stick around here. Just show them that you're forcing them to delay. They're starting to cheat back over. Navi Jr. aren't working on any other space. They're actually just looking to wait out the ramp, which is actually perfectly viable because it's not that common for CTs to go for the full flank. So as long as you hold it, it can be all right. I think it would be, ideal to have a bit more map control going on. But after these two smokes come up, Navi Jr. starts to walk out, and Apex Rebels haven't scared them as much as they think they have, maybe. Uh-oh.
Berserk still hanging on to the frag grenade. Flash comes through from ramp. There's nothing behind it. There's no peek. There's no pry. Flank from the B site. 2 players looking to get behind Navi Jr. And now they're looking to sink their teeth into the A site with the smoke grenade thrown forward, hoping to block off the vision. But it is very much 2 CTs close short.
Yeah.
And the flank's now about to hit. Starts to come up from the ramp. Brave gets that first one. Everybody now has to run forward. Desperation, seen, fear turns his attention over Hedrick. He gets one with the scout, but the frag is destined for him. Not enough to finish him off, but Tapeware sure is. 3 kills from Tapeware up close. Headshots in abundance as Rebels hang on.
That's well done. We saw some nice shots being hit from Navi Jr., and it could have been a lot worse, especially considering they let 2 players come in on the flank. If you think about it, there's just a lot of free stuff you could have done here. If Navi Jr. on this default, they could have been, more actively holding the B push. They could have been playing inside of mid with 1 player, and it wouldn't have affected them walking up towards A. And even if they held one all the way back to wait for the flanks, that was 2 kills they might have had for free and been able to go back to the B site, or even just had an easier time pushing forward. And for Apex Rebels, they throw a lot of empty utility. There's a few bluffs in there. They tried to delay for time. But, using 2 smokes when you're over a minute up doesn't do that much. Navi still almost put it together.
They're going to try to charge this one down. Full force. Swoop. Into the B site. Bomb will get dropped here. Brave he regains vision. 3 rounds deep. We'll get there. Berserk holds mid. That's a cone, my friend.
I hate those 2.
The menacing cones, Hedrick, just 1 kill on this one, so the half buy doesn't work out for Navi Jr. either. It's Apex Rebels to just hold on to that heat inside the B site.
And we know on the CT sides, Apex Rebels show a lot of individual level. You can see why these players are playing together. They definitely can aim super well. I think there's that. I like Berserk on the op. He's on the reliable side, I feel like. But as a team, sometimes, they don't do enough together to get anything convincing. And they get exposed sometimes when you switch over. So we'll see about that T side in the second half. I have a feeling it'll actually be a little bit easier than your Academy. So, if there was one place in the veto that this could have gone, that Navi probably should have avoided, you think it might be Vertigo.
Come back to haunt them.
We'll see.
21-year-old Fear. to make that mid play happen, but Brave eats a bit of Tapeware's flash and gets instantly shut down by Frozik. It's going to call Berserk over, trying to get the op in position, but there's no real follow-up here from Na'Vi Jr. Just take a 5v4 and walk away. Why not?
Yeah, that's sound. And seen before, they've got an affinity for crawling up A whenever they can. VHW spotting. Doesn't see a shoulder just yet. Okay, now he will. Nate comes in off to the left. Yeah, and he tags a few of them, actually. That's potential
Valuable
for
frag.
one-shot kills here with the M4s, yeah.
He was about to be flashed by VHW. He was about to be flashed into this, but now he's just sitting here dry.
This obviously smoke is huge.
Flash for short instead.
Oh, he goes really wide. Doesn't clear out the side of sandbags where players might walk up.
Berserk now at the helm. Nipel is watching this. Ooh, jumps across. That's going to be a missed shot from Berserk, but he's got Tapeware still here to help him, who already put up a nice 3K versus the previous round. Fear answers back, still short will be a problem. Berserk at least alleviates pressure from his right side, and then Sense comes out from Elevator. Bomb plant is there for Na'Vi Jr., but Berserk, he was just locking that in, buying time, drawing them towards him, and as his teammate comes through from Elevator, it's a fourth straight to the Norwegian Apex Rebels.
Yeah, they're letting Tapeware frag, and he's doing really well. And I mean, they can win these exchanges, but here's a position where Na'Vi are not trying to molly the offer, which is just very standard in the default. And if their one player dies trying to take short control to the op, I mean, there is no way to plant safely at all. The entire site is exposed from both, CT Heaven and the short area. So there's a lot on, I think, Nipple there to clear out Berserk, and not much else behind that. So kind of disappointing to not see the amount of nades they could have used just be skipped at the attempt to scale faster. No, Na'Vi Jr. are more capable than that, especially if they're going to, again, leave it to Vertigo. The smoke is just excellent and causes a lot of problems to the T side. We haven't seen any really good counters even at the tier 1 level just yet.
Another opener for VHW. Holding on to shelf in back-to-back rounds. Flash is continuous. Pressure nearby. And Na'Vi Jr. just wait out that util. Now here comes the Molotov. VHW in a pressured spot, and Frozik finds his head. Man advantage still for Apex Rebels. Health advantage as well over the likes of Fear. And a stagnant Na'Vi Jr. just sitting on the ramp and hoping to see what comes at them.
Wait, did it land?
He just passed that smoke. Yeah, he passed the smoke through the hole.
That's awesome. I thought it got stuck in the
Very
window.
cool. Yeah, imagine just gets stuck on the bottom.
Okay, so here's the thing. They threw the molly and they push in front of it. So in this situation, they can't assume the molly just worked. They have to clear it out. If they clear it out, they've got 2 close fights. But instead, they just throw the molly. I think they're expecting the CTs to respect it, and they're in kind of a good spot to defend A. Look at this. All 4 CTs are everywhere.
Yep, keeps the terrorists back. Fear, making
Fear
sure they
watching
can't
it at
extend
least.
out. But they don't have to, really. They could just turn their attention back to the bomb site. Headtrick's going to find one. Brave, quick trade. Frozik comes through, and Fear even kills that short player. So it is just a quick crescendo of kills for Na'Vi Jr. Going to push Berserk into the clutch 1v2. Planters on site still. Creeping around those boxes, and Berserk, wow, he survives it. Hits the shot onto Frozik, and now it's just about piecing together the last one. He's already up ramp, catches him off, and Fear with the headshot puts Na'Vi Jr. on the board. The positioning was there from Apex Rebels, but the kills go the way of Na'Vi.
Yeah, they didn't realize it, but those smokes were about to come up, and Na'Vi were not moving with the appropriate tempo. They couldn't re-smoke the wall in the back of the site, so if Apex had sat there and waited with short control and just waited for Fear to push them, then it would have still been really hard to plant. One molly in that situation, HEs, that would have been something that would have absolutely crumbled Na'Vi Jr., but for whatever reason, Apex Rebels were the ones who played kind of like they were losing the round, if you will. They had 4 on A. It couldn't have been a better situation for them. So a bit more composure in that spot, and they'll put more pressure on Na'Vi Jr. They still could have won, but Fear, he really did all the work there, getting the short kill, and then coming back with 9 HP to win the 1v1.
Nice and proactive, too, right? Sliding out at the top
Yeah,
of ramp while
he plays
while
that
we saw Berserk
standard.
switch
He's
guns.
Screwed, yeah.
So Fear showing a little bit of experience. takes to the top. 7 kills for him already. And, of course, Navi's first round with it. Buyback from Apex Rebels has limitations. This could be Navi Jr. puncturing through. Just got to convert back to back, and they'll go back to A ramp yet again. Different positioning here from Rebels. We've seen them with an affinity for the shelf. Head Trick watches the gap and almost finds VHW. He's not the only person there, though. Tapeware is tucked down beneath it. And then there's also the peek, perhaps, from Berserk. It gets by Head Trick. The scope doesn't find him, and he not only gets the kill, but escapes.
Yeah. He's looking a little bit heavy on that op. Not able to move around the way he needs to. Head Trick could have definitely refragged in that spot. We've got the double setup here on short. This position from Tapeware is a bit gimmicky. If the opper clears it properly, they can actually just see him, and he can't shoot back. But they have to assume he's here. And Head Trick is watching this. Oh, they'll get 1 kill, and Head Trick will eventually take him out.
Damn, the fact that both those players get a kill. I mean, the MP9's at quite a distance. The FAMAS just stuck in that spot. Headshot angle, and he hits the 1 bullet that comes out of the gun. Quick scope from Head Trick. Misses the mark, but Demon into the clutch. 14 years old. First season. Gets 2. Prepared for that 3rd one. Sense gets out silently. And Demon just holds.
Ooh. Interesting. There's enough time to actually cause doubt that the rotation go back to the B side, but Sense is just looking to make a rotate over towards Heaven or peek from CT. I'm not sure if he's going to walk towards jump up. Demon waiting, and eventually he's going to have to walk onto the site. Probably should start making that move now, yeah, before he has to run. And time is now becoming an issue. He actually will not be able to get this plant. Oh, I don't know. This one's close.
Oh my.
Okay. Okay.
Wow, that's down to the wire.
Yeah, you get
Holy hell.
Out in the open. Yeah.
He almost just died while planting to the deep CT angle. But,
yeah.
All right, at least he gets the plant. At least he gets 2 kills. But that one comes down to the details. Demons in the details. Nice second kill as well, but just kind of gets lost in the timing. And Apex Rebels with the retake. 5-1. Op saved. See if they can recover and keep that early CT momentum going.
Yeah, it's well done there by Sense. Just play it patiently. And there was an opportunity for Navi Jr., even though they had only won 1 round. Apex's money was low. But they still themselves will be able to buy again. Even if there's a couple goals in the mix. It's really, I don't know. I'm really not sure about Head Trick opping, just because he can still continue to get better as a rifler too. Like now, knowing he's going to be on the rifle this round, it's like solid. You know, he's amazing with the rifle. So, it's just when you see him play just now, you're like, hey, now he's got to learn all the maps as an opper. But is he really going to try to be the opper of the team, or, you know, for the future of his career? I'm kind of thinking, you know, is that something that he really wants to pick up, or is that just for the sake of trying to win right now? Because that kind of feels opposed to what Navi Jr. are trying to do with this roster and build up Frozik and Demon, who are so young, and really take a kind of a long bet on the whole team.
See what he can do with the Galil.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is his side passion. He wants to make his main career.
Yeah, maybe he always wanted to be an opper, but with Monacy on the team, he really couldn't justify it.
He's waiting for this chance. He's waiting for something. Yeah.
Now he's starting to realize how damn hard it is.
Right.
Maybe we'll see him fall back. Berserk waits for the second peek. Will not land his shot. So a little bit of mid-presence. And Brave with the MP9 is just going to play behind that box. See if Berserk can draw them into him. He's jiggling it. Fire on construction. Berserk tries to throw his frag. MP9 comes out of the corner. 2 kills. Brave, nicely done, but Head Trick right back. And that is why we talk about his rifle. Demon entry off of ramp. Tapeware, though, unknown. And the flick from Nipple just snaps it 90 degrees. It looked like a 2K guaranteed, and instead it's a second round. Unless VHW's retake comes through. Smoke flash kit, no teammates. And a fired up Head Trick and Nipple. Both of them just receding into their cover, giving a little bit of space for VHW to get into this site. He's now beyond green. Smoke onto the bomb. Pete comes through, and that's going to cost him. Head Trick with the 3 kills. Double entry mid. And that trade at top ramp, my God.
Yeah, man, both the last kill that Headtrick got inside of mid where he took out Berserk opping and then Nipple at the exact same time. I mean, the way that Tapeware positions himself is perfect, right? Like, he comes out, they don't know he's there. He's the second man in. They thought they killed the one anchor. It has to be right away.
He goes right first. He looked right and then left, and first bullet headshot.
Crazy.
Oh, my God. I want to see that one in the demo. I want to see that from his POV.
I'm on
okay. All right. With it, they break through that economy. We already saw it wobbly after the first win from Navi Jr. Now it's in shambles. Double MP9. Damn.
Fear calling the bluff here. Get nice and tucked in. They made so much progress. Now, here's where I really don't want to see Navi Jr. skipping their anti-eco grenades just because they've made space. This is a position where the CTs are not in a good spot to hold if the mollies come in the right spots, and they'll have to push. So this is super solid so far. And yeah, they're throwing them now. It's great.
Apeware one deagle in. Sense just stuck between two spots, and the short player doesn't peek him so that the sight guys can. Brave on the flank gets into the base of ramp, but that is a third for Navi Jr.
Some good stuff out of Fear in all of these different spots. He's not making mistakes. Yeah, and they'll leverage a third one. This is the cleanest one so far. This is also the kind of easiest round. We had the 1v1. Real crazy last round. Brave continues to put out impact with his MP9. That one gets kind of pricey.
Clear it. Yeah, he wanted to clear it, and then Fear kind of takes a step in front of him. Okay, watch this again. Watch this again.
The bullet, I think, his Famas bullet also goes into the AK. Oh, man, yeah. Buys him a little extra time.
Oh no! God. What is this?
He's like looking behind him, too. That's so crazy.
Wow. Counter-Strike, man. I love this game. I love it so much.
Yeah.
Oh, down to the nitty-gritty. And into the measly pistols as Apex Rebels. Unfortunate one here for them. They're going to get chewed up by this MAC-10. That is money for Fear and a double from Demon. One round the difference now. Apex Rebels buy back in the next and try to hold on to this lead.
Well, suddenly they're very much back into the game. Now, 5 alive round. That's a new milestone. So Buy-Up will come in again. Berserk, I mean, he's got 9 kills, but he has missed a few easier shots so far this map. I did a few comments about the Academy League with Dust2 US yesterday to talk about some players that I felt like were really good coming out of the league. And Berserk was kind of last of 2 that I mentioned in terms of offers, along with Regali and Berserk, and I can't remember who the other one was. But things change by the day. And Berserk looks a touch off right now.
Hold up with the A4s. Ready for this peak, exactly. Good trade from Fear, at least. Considering the Galil's right there. And head trick, patience pays off into the 3v3. They lose that man advantage. And we're going to see the B presence shown. A little bit of a walk-up. And nobody home to stop this.
Yeah, they're going to let this happen. No up on the cross. CTs get the memo. Start to meander over. But just a touch too slow. Get another position where, they can toss utility to make sure the plant can't get stopped. The walking causes a CT to walk out, and now it's a 3v2.
Zerk's not going to get any opening unless Demon makes a mistake and steps into that gap. And without the opening, you'd think the save call's made. Tie game.
Ooh. It's kind of nuts because Tapeware is actually in the best spot possible to be that close, but yeah, up on the other side and smoked out with this deep CT position, so they'll run away. And Navi Jr. tie up.
5-all.
Well, yeah. It kind of felt like Apex were maybe going to start walking away with this, but
now Navi are running alongside him.
Yeah, these Navi entries.
course, it is still Fear, top of the board, 12 kills. Headtrick second with 8. The 2 remaining pieces prior to the Navi Jr. rehaul. .135 ADR for Fear. 10 rounds into the game after a 4-0 start. So Apex Rebels muster together another buy. It's going to be light on nades for 3. But they actually have done a really good job. VHW as well. Like, I mean, he's -5 in the spread, but at the same time, we've seen this MP9 on short be problematic.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be trying to use that one again. Tapeware supports him from short. Navi Jr. back to the ramp crawls.
Oof. Not a real excellent connection between the MP9 here, so it'll kind of just have to activate when it feels fitting. And that, there it is, at least for
Always
1 kill.
one. Incendiary deep short. They're anticipating another peek, but it's not going to come through. Tapeware a bit more passive, trying to play alongside Brave in the lane. Nipples at the helm. 3 CTs about to start peeking into it. Looks like Apex Rebels want to take the fight to Navi. And while the dink comes through for the CTs, that's now 2 players on the T side down to 9, but Headtrick's AWP makes the difference. That's Sense taken out, and a second with the op. There's 2 players close to death, but Berserk, he's already been pushed back, smoked off the site into elevator, and with that bomb plant being outnumbered like this, you can't help but feel like the save is inbound, and Navi Jr. fight back to now take away the lead.
Yeah, they get the turn the corner on the A ramp. And the way the Apex Rebels fight is kind of the worst way to fight versus the A ramp. I mean, they don't do it with a flash. They try to stand back, but it's even worse than if they flash and push all the way out. Either way, their full body's exposed. But in this specific circumstance, all the Navi players are only showing their head, right? I mean, they have the best fight possible right there. You're demanding the best aim out of Apex Rebels, plus they only have M4s. And meanwhile, you've got these floating heads with AKs that can just one bullet you. And they're just sliding in and out. So you can see Apex Rebels, they don't feel comfortable letting the site get taken over. We've seen when they feel insecure, they start pushing back. But I think they're picking a couple of the wrong situations to push forward. And that's why you see sometimes CT teams take over short control. But in this spot, I think they should probably try to use sandbags more to their advantage. Try to be opping on the left side by short. Try to be using boosts if they feel very uncomfortable about that push coming up that way. And also as kind of a last worst case situation, have retake utility available to play the long con on the site, try to delay the plant, get a kill here or there. We saw them win a retake as well.
I think you're dead on with the boosts. We've actually seen like they're happy to go side by side on the lane, but never on top of one another. So that could be another layer. Would be welcomed, but won't be welcomed in this round. It's looking like a half buy around the AWP from Rebels. Navi Jr. hunting that first win of the season. Headtrick catching up to Fear as well with that double op play last round. And you saw the Riflers getting dinked, trading damage. It was Headtrick who then steps to the top of that ramp and just ends the fight. Makes sure Navi get into the A site. 1 M4 actually added here next to the AWP, so a bit more of an investment. Deagles as well with armor. We'll see if those weapons trade hands. We'll see if anything can open up, but for now it's Berserk at the front of it. But not deep. Just hoping for them to jump up, which is already welcoming them forward. And
Right. You can see where he's searching. Yet. It's already just so far back. It's already very kind of worrisome. But at the same time, there's not a lot here behind the op. There's no nades for him, so he does have to just act of his own volition. He'll finally get to the sandbags area.
Oh, nice push. Flash was there. Timing could have given Tapeware something, but just way too many AKs. He just gets mauled by them.
Right there, how Headtrick is clearing that angle. That is a checkmate to anybody camp in the corner. They can be spotted. They can't shoot back. Eagle up close. Works well.
Oh. Falls all the way through. No guns picked up off of this, but it is still at least one more player from Navi Jr. dead, and Fear's low, of course. Little bank molly. Berserk at the front end of it. He's got support right behind him. T-side flash bounces back into Frozik's own eyes. Head trick, quick scope. Down goes Berserk. The op changes hands into VHW. And Braves Desert Eagle finds nothing. VHW, 1 kill, but he doesn't have enough time to get that op back on cycle or tuck into the cover. And so it will be Sense in the 1v3 with Frozik on site. Bomb planting.
I'll respect it. Okay. No util here to take it over, and Navi Jr. score back another round. What a confidence play there by Head Trick for the clear after the flash misses. I like that. So sometimes you're opping the Molly lads behind you, and you're pushed up forward. It's actually not that bad. As a good opper in that spot, like, you've just got to be ready to dodge a flash, and then you still have a pretty good fight. When they come to fight you on the short side, it's not that hard. It's really a psychological thing. Like, how scared are you knowing that you can't fall back, that you have to hit the shot, is pretty much what determines whether or not you're going to be able to stand there or not. But not a bad place to be. However, even though their flash misses completely, Hedrick just says, okay, I'm swinging on this, and wins his duel versus Berserk. Brute forcing their way into the site.
Yeah. Muscles.
Yeah, we got more muscles right now than Apex. More muscles than Norwegians. Wow.
The Mountain Men.
The Mountain Men.
2-round lead and quite a little spree of round wins as well with this. Apex Rebels still looking for the answer.
I think they can keep doing their sandbag smoke as much as they want. It seems like their best look on the A-ramp is when they have that. Maybe they feel like it's tired a bit, like that there's going to be a response to it, but I don't know. We haven't seen much counters coming out of Navi for it, so I say why not? Go for it again.
Open for the wall bangs. Not too far off the mark, but also not there for it.
Only Berserk was taller. Maybe in the regular league, but not in the Academy League. If Rain was standing there, it would have been a headshot.
Yeah. Man.
Mm-hmm.
Starting to look back at the scores, 5 rounds for Apex Rebels, 4 of those 5 by way of retake. Navi Jr. were always knocking on the door of success, and that is clean as hell.
I wonder from Berserk's perspective, what did he see? What did he see?
Run boost.
He might have been looking for the next player to swing.
Gave him a chance to go down, and sure enough, he will. So they're going to have to lean on the M4s and VHW on the crane. A little bit desperate. Blind and smokes behind means CTs can't help him. He was left on an island, and he ran out of resources, starved to death on the front side of the A site. Now, we do already have the ramp flank coming through, so Tapeware could strike them down if they're not looking, and sure enough, now he will get one. Head trick quickly there to answer. Smokes fade, and Frozik exits, leaving Fear on the other side of the fence, and leaving fear in the hearts of Apex. They will leave, saving 2 M4s in this and giving Navi Jr. an 8th on the T-half.
Wow, great tactic. Once they suss out the A-ramp, figuring out what Apex might want to do in this situation, getting right over the scope of Berserk, peeking right back into it. And Head Trick, man, he's been doing great. 14 and 7, and yeah, leading the team and the stats for the whole league, and as an opper as well. And Fear is also not going to get caught off by the players who are close crane, walking out. He's been really careful. Called for a flash on that, and that crane spot is done with.
We saw it even when the MP9 in the corner saving bottom A site got that 2K. He was trying to clear corners. It was Head Trick that ran in front of him. Yeah. So he's never getting caught off. Round start to round finish.
They could be delaying a lot more if they wanted to play with sandbags. I'm surprised they're not using it more often. Like, yeah, sandbags get mollied, but if they smoke sandbags, it's still a huge problem for the T side, especially if they're using too much utility early. They don't have HEs left.
We still haven't seen those boosts that you called for.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the thing is about the boost is like, when your gun's looking over, if a team is careful enough, they will just eventually kill you. But yeah, just like the sandbags, doesn't mean that you shouldn't throw it in at least once or twice a half. Like that kind of variety, I think, is important.
B flanks have also cooled off a little bit. We saw those from Apex Rebels. They attacked last round with 1, but there was a time where they were going 2 guys down there every round almost.
Yeah, considering the amount of times the rounds have ended today, that is an opportunity.
Berserk flashed around the corners of top mid, but it's this 5-man cohort from Navi Jr. to just start flexing up the A ramp. Again and again they go A. No forward presence once more. And remember, it is just 2 M4s. Apex Rebels putting their bodies onto the lane. Nipple comes around the corner. It's him in fear. He's going to go ahead, shoot one down, sees the player stuck on box, and that's Brave to at least give us something. 2 kills from Brave. He's still fighting and finally falls. Frozik doubles down, though. VHW with that MP9, a liability again. 9-5 as Navi Jr. have their way with this T-side.
They really have. They really have. After a slow start, they figured out Apex Rebels. You know, they're making them look really uncomfortable, and they're keeping it simple, and they're really being effective. I mean, the ops from Head Trick are just winning out versus almost everyone he peaks. Their crawls at the A ramp are good. Fear in front is super solid because he's being incredibly careful about the way that he approaches it, almost never dying here. And yeah, like you're alluding to, there are a number of answers besides just pushing into the A ramp for ways to reinforce A. But it's basically about Apex Rebels not willing to explore them. They're just pushing at different times, standing, waiting for that fight to eventually come to them. But all of these are losing positions. And I feel that if you're watching any Tier 1 CS, which they definitely are, these are losing fights. But when you don't have the ideas and you haven't talked about what to do when organized it, you do fall into going back to that, just kind of walking up to the ramp, looking for the engagement. Maybe you've had experiences where, worse players just died of that because you're so good, but not Navi Jr.
Final round of the half. Try to get something more, Rebels. It's been a long time running without a round win. VHW again just gets behind Henny. Looking for that gap. Head trick.
Uh-oh.
Oh! So close. So close. Little minute changes. Millimeters off the mark. Of course, with the op shot, Berserk's now hunting. He hits it. Even though he gets tagged down to 22, he wins the op fight, and now they're facing. Now they're fighting. Taking that deep angle into the A ramp and taking the kills with it. Apex Rebels looking to find that late 6th round win. 5v2 to close. One of the easier situations they've been in so far this half. And Berserk's going to confirm that there are more bodies down there.
Well, that was pretty one-sided. 3 getting that fight down.
Over the smoke. Poor Demon never sees it coming. And now frozen in the 1v5 clutch 30 seconds. So a 6th round from Apex Rebels. Going to finish this half on a positive note after that spree of victories from Navi. 8 straight. And again, it just kind of recalls to mind that at the start of this game, despite those round wins going the way of Apex, it was with defuses. It was still little bits of success from Navi Jr. They almost had their foot in the door, and then once they did, they swung it off its hinges. Some nice moments from Berserk, but outclassed by Navi Jr., of course. Head Trick and Fear showing their experience in the league.
Definitely, and at least we could say for Tapeware, individually speaking, I mean, he had a lot to do with that early round streak, some really good multi-frags out of him. And this was a very, I want to say, unlucky round, the unbelievable shot here from Nipple, whatever you want to call it. But it was those kinds of situations that got Navi back into it, like kind of individual plays, and then they just showed that they were the better team later on, which is kind of interesting.
I think that was literally the first round win, was when Nipple just flicks him.
Yeah, it was the second, I think.
Oh.
It was the Fear 1v1. Crawl out on the A ramp, which was the first. Yeah.
Okay. Well, spiritually, that kill from Nipple, if he only has 7, is worth 5. Okay, because
like
that
it.
guy, they ran off the back of that. Saved by the fallen AK. Game of millimeters and milliseconds. 3-round difference. Apex Rebels to take to the T side. So, Navi Jr., they decided to bring us to Vertigo. And now their second half could maybe prove why.
Expect to see Apex free up a little bit more with how they're playing the T side. Oh, they found an opening, man. Demon, I don't know.
They did.
The other time. Oh my
Oh,
god.
God.
Waterfall into the site. Oh, nice shot from Demon. Okay.
2,
Oh
3.
my god. What the hell?
Oh, let's go,
a man
Demon. He
possessed,
stops the
yeah.
bomb. And while Brave gets to the top of the ramp, Demon on his own, his teammates are calling the floodgates are open as all those players streamline over top of construction. You have to think
Jesus.
he was not meant for this world, but they weren't meant for his. He drags them down with him. 3 kills on a solo B-hold as they jumped and paraded all around him. Awesome pistol round victory here off of the back of Demon.
Yeah, what a display of mechanical ability right here. The first shot, I mean, the third shot's just like ridiculous. It's so damn fast. I just thought he was going to ace at that point. So it's all in the name, huh? What a demon.
Navi Jr. back to winning ways. Apex going to offer us nothing in this other than a decoy. It's not even a flashbang. It's a decoy. Trying to sell it with tapeware, but poor guy gets naded. Tries to sell a fake and just dies to a frag, and instantly Navi Jr. are going to call this bluff, start pushing down to the bottom of ramp. Apex Rebels with no tools left, barring 4 Glocks.
Oof. They get hunted down fast. Fear is in fact running. He just knows he can just line up some free kills, and eventually he'll go down. They give up a FAMAS.
Yeah, see if VHW can get another one, but there's more where that first one came from. More dinks done by the Glock. Not half bad, but he tucks into the side, and Frozik gives good cover. So 5-round lead here for Navi Jr. And the buy comes through from Apex.
See if Apex can bandage up. No op and play this one. All but full grenades. And yeah, when they played the last time against Fury Academy, of course, 16-13 win for Apex Rebels. They played a style on T side that seemed tailored to the Brazilians, the way that they played their CT. But that's what makes this so interesting, to see if they really do change it up, or if they will play just as patiently as they did then. So this look at this A ramp control here. This looks a lot better already. First of all, Nipple in this position, these nades, but also all of this behind the A ramp smoke. Oh, and they even layer it with a deep smoke. So this was like the last round that Apex Rebels won, where Berserk got tagged with one his op shot, and then they had 3 peeking. That was good, but the utility right here is so much better than even that round that Apex won, and a good example of what they could have done better. They should have been trying to apply pressure with the deep ramp smoke and having someone push down short, have the player high and low above the sandbags and on the ramp, and then spamming down and getting the T's out of these close positions. Now, it's up to you if you want to stick around here. It can work. This position can get cleared out, hard cleared, but still a good angle.
It will be.
Yeah, and that's why people do this less often. Doesn't mean it won't work, but it's a top of the box is something you can clear without exposing yourself to anything else. So I think that's the one thing about that position that makes it hard to want to play all the time.
Now it's all about converting off the back of it. So they win the fight at the bottom of the ramp. Leaves the door ajar. CT still smoked off. 20 seconds left over. Brave, an eventuality through middle. Berserk gets hit. Dink down to 10 HP. That could open up a retake, but if they start to leave towards middle, then maybe Brave can knock them down, make this costly. 2 kills from Brave, hunting the third. He'll nail it, and that is a great round from Apex Rebels. The awareness to clear top box, the follow through into the bomb site, and then leaving Brave as the X factor to make sure that they sweep away all of Navi Jr.
Huge. Huge. With 4 alive, yeah. Coming down to 21 HP. No small feat. Even though they're kind of exit frags, they just wipes the board of all the CTs that would use those guns in the next round. There's no even way for Navi to buy back into rifles, and no real incentive as they know they can buy next round. So they'll upgrade a few pistols here. Good chance for Apex Rebel to get back in the game. Tapeware is on the hunt.
Hot by Sense, so making sure that they're aware of any flanks, but they actually don't have the bomb right now. They'll have to go back and get that eventually. CTs haven't found it either, of course, because it's deep in that T-spawn. See them convert it cleanly. This is where you want to watch Rebels just rack up kills with no deaths. USP peak will get the better of VHW. Looked like they wanted to go split that A site, but Sense instead, since he's the bomb carrier, gets to make the ultimatum, and they will go B. So an AK save perhaps for Frozen. All the while, 8 rounds to the scoreboard for Apex Rebels. T-side's got some mobility to it. You know, we get some back and forth. The fact they go late into that A ramp clear. That's what you like to see on Vertigo.
Yeah, that's why it's all fine. It is a weird game you play on Vertigo where you want to put pressure down the ramp, but if T's waited out, there's just not enough utility for the entire clock for the CTs to keep throwing stuff down. Oh, clear in the sandbags. That's one gun save. And you try to get your kill or do damage or just stop the early pressure as soon as possible. And then from there, you can kind of delay as the T's re-aggress. And now with the buy coming in again, of course, I think we'll see something similar here, but Headtrick will be opping this time around. And there will be no head-to-head as Berserk does only have an AK. They did still have a losing T-side versus Furia, so they'll have to break some ground here to get back into this. Oh, Headtrick exposes himself. His gun's sticking out. As they run quickly up the ramp.
Yeah, not wasting any time whatsoever. Follow-up utility comes through as well, trying to make that lane uncomfortable. CT's chuck frags back. VHW gets hit by that one. And he's waiting for the boosts. Waiting for the boosts that they themselves never used.
Yeah, they need to... CT should be just constantly applying pressure here if they're taking fast ramp control, if they're not going to commit to getting up into the site. But now that they haven't done this, I think they're literally agreeing to save in this spot.
The wait and the wait and the wait.
Yeah, the only thing is if they wait too long, with Demon and Frozik both have smokes. So if they got in a position to throw that like crane smoke like they just did, or something towards the site later on, then it will get tricky for Apex Rebels. So they probably want to move with some tempo, attempt to draw out a little bit more utility before they execute again, something like this. Now the smoke starts to drop.
Back up a little bit more, throw the fire to the feet of the default plants.
25 seconds. Still
CTs are
some
coming
util.
back. There's a guy with frag grenades as well.
Yeah,
that one
lands
banks right
perfectly.
on top of Tapeware. Oh, 5 HP is all that he keeps up with. Nice flashbang. Double kill. Fear and Nipple in with the answers. VHW able to respond. Shaves one off. 3 versus 3 is where we're left. It's even. T-side, no nades left. They throw that one fire onto the short side. Demon, he's going to find a dink through that smoke, just trying to get kills. But VHW, he instead is the one to connect. And Demon's still waiting for the re-peek. He sees that head. He knows he's there. Instead, he'll take down Brave. But VHW, he's the guy that's been the problem. Kit picked back up by Demon. Sense ready to fire off from short. Coverage, but the defuse still stopped in its tracks. This one comes down to the wire, and it's still Apex Rebels in the end.
That was really good. A really good try on the retake. Overall, the round is so nice from Apex Rebel. Fast ramp control, not responded to accordingly, but Navi Jr. hold their grenades. they actually sign up for the retake and almost get everything off accordingly. They have an additional smoke later on. The only thing they could have done maybe a bit better there is Demon, after throwing his smoke down on the plant, instead of taking that fight for so long, getting this kill, jumping on the bomb right away would have been priority. And yeah, Navi Jr. making an attempt, but Apex, they got the opening kill, they pushed him back. And they had enough time. They had 35 seconds. They start to move in. That was really solid.
Side starts to claw things back. Fear the solo M4. Demon headhunting. Want to see more from him ever since that pistol. But it's been a bit more quiet. Fear almost strikes one down with that M4. At the very least, he takes deep ramp control, puffs his chest, throws the smoke, and immediately leaves. They're going to try to stack this B site instead, hoping that that util forces them over, and it very well could by the looks of things.
Yeah, they got them to go where they want to. I actually thought that Apex were going to just wait it out and go back to A like they have been in the past, but the 1M4 also doubts himself. Fear will stay over on A.
Molly on quad. Demon pushes out, survives all that. They're coming at him. He lines up a little bit of damage. USP, of course, not going to be enough versus these armored rifles. And because the M4 is not nearby, you'd think there's very little hope. However, it does rotate back in. Still a little bit of timing, but there's also this mid lurk from Tapeware as he gets closer and closer to construction. The M4 starts to fight the site. Tapeware guns him down, and all the corners get cleared. So Apex Rebels, meticulous in decisions, and it works. Yeah, sure enough, comfy. They follow through. They were corralled towards that B site, but like you said, right? It's funny. It ends up being the M4. It ends up being Fear who's most uncertain. He tried to get exactly what he wanted, and he was getting it, but then he second guesses it.
To be honest, I would have second guessed myself as well, because as soon as he threw that smoke, he just ran away, and it's like, yeah, okay, only a fool would fall for this. So he says, okay, I'm going to come back to A in case they do lurk up. But he's the guy who can win the round, and he picks the site that he's going to try to hold. So I think he had to kind of go all in. Maybe walking out at first would have been the best course of action. But that comes with the fact that Apex Rebels have proven that they're willing to go slowly. That, you know, that's the reason that Fear doubts himself. So, we're going to try to phase this. I don't know. Dodge the flash. They come through it. Oh, my God. He doesn't realize the flash was specific for that position. And another 5v4 here, one early for Apex Rebels.
Looking to tie this game 11-all.
No, this would be a real test of the CT team. We've seen some better nades out of Navi Jr., but how do they fare when it's 5v4 and they feel uncomfortable with losing ramp? Oh, but more than that, look at the opportunity at hand. Apex Rebels keeping options open.
Susses out this open B site.
They're really hoping it was going to be B.
Really deep, and as they do, Sense connects to the head, so...
Ooh, do we have an upset brewing? This is...
I can feel it.
Yeah,
I can feel it.
Doing well.
VHW, late little lurk out from the A ramp. And I mean, you mentioned it off of the veto, right? This is where we saw the most amount of promise from Apex Rebels.
Yeah.
It's where if there was any kind of a hope, right? Because our biggest question was, what is the map pool, if any?
There is some kind of interesting rock, paper, scissors, because both of them have played Navi Jr., but both of them have played Fury Academy. But Navi Jr. got 16-5'd by Fury Academy, and Apex Rebels beat them 16-13.
Ooh, head trick. That's another weapon denied. They were hoping for the two-man save. Now it's in question if even Fear can keep his. He goes out to the open. Trade frags there from Sense. And while they sweep away all of the counter-terrorists, they tie the game at the exact same time.
Ooh, got to be more careful in the saves. No money here for Navi Jr. Apex Rebels might take a lead. But more than that, they are really showing some power here on T side.
5 straight.
Yeah.
You know, we said that we liked Berserk's opping. Hasn't really had to be the all-in on Vertigo. It's brave. 20 kills. Tapeware right with him. Those lurks have paid off in frags. And now it's just 2 MP9s for Navi Jr. because they weren't able to save those guns. Rebels looking for a lead. Looking to keep Navi Jr. without wins so far this season. Frozik headshot angle gets flashed. Has to just wait a second. And as he regains vision, VHW is already deep inside his bomb site. Tapeware presence in mid, cuts off that rotate, so one of the MP9s goes down already, empty-handed. And even though there's damage here, VHW, Tapeware, both in the teens. It's these MP9s that maybe just get saved. I don't know. This is it. Apex Rebels leading on the offense.
Yeah. And they're starting to loosen up a little bit. And I immediately when they went the slow A after all those nades and the first rifle for Navi Jr. came down, they slowed it down, re-aggressed, that was good. Then immediately the next round just go really fast. And I totally caught Navi off guard. No response there. And since then, they've been very varied. I mean, they've come through with the mid lurks, they try to B hit. Done actually 2. So there are tons of questions and not many answers here for Navi Jr. I think there is still a lot that they have to show. But at this point, I would find it hard to guess exactly what Apex Rebels are going to do next round.
Would you say more varied on this T side than the CT side? Because that was kind of the question that we put in place with their A holds. Felt like there was less variance. But now we're getting, like you're saying, all these tempo changes and directions.
I mean, their CT side was really poor. They didn't have any answers. There was one-tone aggression on the A ramp. I mean, yeah, they were missing a ton in the playbook. T side actually looks very good.
Oh, what?
Wow. Okay. Through the smoke, through wall in the head.
Man just got head tricked.
The triple icon.
You can see the bullet hole in the top of the cement. Just caught him on the jump up. Nice spray from Nipple. Nice. That's the lineup. So an easy trade frag back. At the very least, it is the 4v4 that they've been able to find. Frozik waits in mid.
Oh, interesting idea. Turning the pack into mid control after Brave makes some noise to try to draw, too much attention. It could feel like Brave is actually trying to leave after he shoots in that spot, but Navi Jr. are waiting for it.
Good angle. He's locked in. 2 kills, 3 frags. Frozik gonna give Navi Jr. a little bit of life.
Jesus.
Round 24. And he gets himself the multi-kill they absolutely need. Finally, an answer here from Navi Jr. It's been an absent half since the start. And all it
glad
takes
to see them
is
get a
one
smoke
position.
kill on the. Yeah, glad to see them get that smoke kill on the A ramp. They've been trying so hard to look for. Okay.
Ambitious.
Yeah. He wanted that 4K for Frozik.
There you go.
13 years old. Look at that. Yeah, nicely done from the sandbags. And, as that kill looks kind of random, that is what this map is about. It is about finding these timing spams. There will be Ts that are waiting for smokes to phase on the ramp. You have to go through with those spams. And eventually you will be rewarded. It's a part of winning the map. It really is. So glad they get that one. And then it's really good awareness to be like, all right, actually mid might be under question. So Fear comes back to support Frozik with the flash. Make sure his eyes are peeled.
Like grapes.
Yep.
Oh, he's done it again. Wins another fight towards mid.
That's the early lurk down.
Solo lurk as well. 3 players weren't enough to kill him last time. You think one's going to get the job done? Frozik starting to connect. Looking to throw himself right there alongside Headtrick, alongside Fear, alongside the known entities of Navi Jr. The 2 players who are meant to bring up the others. Frozik's trying to close that gap. Jump up on the right side of the stairs.
Yeah.
Demon behind orange boxes. Catches it. Nice kill. Slides it into Sense's head. 5 versus 3. Frozik comes back to support his young teammate.
Oh, the smoke is good.
I said young teammate like Frozik wasn't even younger. VHW headhunting inside of the A site, hoping maybe the CTs give him some kind of a peek, and the Opera is right there on elevator, but head trick, yeah, his patience. He holds the perfect angle to cancel this out, and that's just going to be another frag the way of Navi Jr. So they stalled at 11, but now it is back-to-back round wins. Unless...
No time now.
No. Came off of that first plant. Will get it down, but obviously they're all so close to him that Fear will strike them both out of the post plant, keeping 3 alive for Navi Jr. and putting them back into the lead by 1 round at least.
At least they got something. But here, mid lurk gets shut down. Opening kill is a big stat, I think, moving forward. It does feel like Navi Jr., I mean, they slow starts to halves and they start to learn and get a little bit better. They look a little bit more comfortable. And now is the point where I think they're a little bit less scared of B. They trust in Demon. I think he's been doing a good job over there. When the site's been open, Apex Rebels have found timings to get in. But I think I feel like now Apex will probably start to think about going back to A.
Last tack pause called here in round 26.
Yeah, I mean a full A or a full B, but I don't know if their default. I don't know if they're going to be comfortable trying to go for their default again. I feel like they will be risking a lot to some very strong individual players who are now pretty prepared for the styles of attack. But hey, who knows? They have a lot. They have a lot to work with. You know, they lost that last round. Subberser get one really nasty kill from the A ramp on the responding op. Yeah, going through the fast A presence again, skipping some of the protocols. And what we saw last time actually was Navi Jr. in this spot. They should be punishing them for taking fast A by trying to nade them in all these regular positions. And oops. A mistake there from Safecore, but yeah, but it is also important for Apex to continuously spam back, put a lot of pressure. This should be a loud part of the round, basically, from both sides.
Feeling like it. Brave. It's in the name. Jumps up at the front of this hit, and Frozik. Oh, we saw what he could do on a hold, but how about a flank? He's being held right now by Sense, connects to the head, and he doesn't have to do anything more than that. He takes one off and instantly leaves. 13-year-old Frozik back into the shadows. Another player goes down as Fear holds short side, not joining with the push up ramp. That was an attack that comes in a bit early. Fear then finds Brave. 2 players left, and one by one, they fall, they fumble, they die, and Navi Jr. take 14.
That's good. You kind of feel it coming. That was a super good round the last time that Apex tried this, and they get away with a lot here, but this nade catches on a great, does damage, like just a good amount of damage to 2 of his teammates. And the flank, we talked about that with Apex. So like in situations where Navi were coming up fast, sometimes they didn't want to push. And Navi Jr. haven't thrown it in too often. So it's kind of hard to expect. And it was a very nice angle clear from Froz. Like they were watching it. But you could see he was really prepared for that fight. Wow, it feels like Apex were this close, but now Navi Jr. knocking on the door of match points.
Dinks. Frozik in from the corner, 2 kills. Easy versus Pistols. Another mid-round multi-kill from him. Shut down is that avenue. Desert Eagles on the ramp. All that's left here for Apex Rebels to deny that 15th to Navi. Demon peeled between the 2, but doing a good job of isolating the fights, and then Frozik runs over, says, mine, 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 gobbles him up. Can't finish them all off. Demon right there for the final 15-12, 3 match points. And sure enough, we now have Frozik up into the mid-20s, trying to take over that top frag spot from Fear. Pad the stats, bud. You've earned them. Because ever since that 4K mowdown behind those sandbags, it's been Navi Jr. back to winning ways.
Yeah, they're looking well-oiled at this point. Very comfortable position. They've won versus almost every single one of the rounds that Apex won versus them on their streak. Answered each of these individual issues. But like there was potential for... Oh, well, this run boost. Whoa, Nibble, I don't know if you saw anything there. They'll immediately fall back off of it. And again, a fast round, but Fear all through the smoke. And see the nades start to come down here. The punishment for taking all this space fast. This is what it's all about.
Wait and they wait. There's nothing yet. Fear just going to keep trying to pump those bullets through the walls. VHW has managed to get behind the sandbags, but what can he do from here? They've got 2 Molotovs, 2 flashbangs, not a single smoke. It's going to be gunfights that wait for them, and in this pause, in this temporary hold, Fear decides to take the things into his own hand, taps away 2. Beauty of a double kill, but that activates VHW, who has to do everything here, or else Navi Jr. have finally taken a map win in Season 4. A slow start, surely, and a chance for Apex Rebels to have robbed this one away. They had a good start at the first half. They were racking up rounds on this CT side. VHW comes back out for more, and Demon's gonna end it. A big grin on Frozik's face as he knows he put his name into that kill feed to get Navi Jr. rolling and to get them to close this match at a 16-12. This project starts to find success.
Yes, and Apex, even though they might be, one of the bottom teams, they did show good stuff here on Vertigo. They clearly showed a very strong T side at first. This demanded Navi Jr. to adapt in both halves after starting slow. So it's, there's a lot of reasons to be convivial. It wasn't an easy fight, and it looked like it could have very easily tipped in favor of Apex Rebels. But lots of clutch individual plays from Demon on this pistol round to Frozik and Mid from the sandbags play. All of the kills that Fear got and all of the op kills that Headtrick got to stages to come back in the first half. It was a real fight from beginning to end.
That's what you like to see, I think, is like these glimpses of the potential from the likes of Demon and the pistol, from this spray down here. The multi-kills were there for Navi Jr. They're starting to get it together. They're starting to maybe find a little comfort. And if they're able to get that ball rolling as the season goes on, then by all means, right? This is the beauty of the regular season when it comes to WePlay. Everybody barring one team is going to get to be in the play-in. Anybody can run it from the quarterfinals of that into the actual playoffs. So these aren't the most important games, but these are the ones where they're going to start to find their footing. Congrats to Navi Jr. 4 rounds the difference to take the victory over Apex Rebels. And Frozik, it's nice to see him throw his name up there with Headtrick and Fear, because those are the 2 guys we know will deliver, who have been delivering, and who have not been able to get wins on their own. Frozik, 3rd man there. Suddenly, we've got Navi Jr. lifting that curse 3 rounds or 3 matches into the season.
Yeah, enormous game from Fear. She's the one who showed the most composure, made the fewest mistakes, and really took charge in a situation where they needed it. And man, this is definitely a game that Apex Rebels could have won, and they showed a lot of good stuff for sure. So I'd say, even though they beat Fury Academy on that Vertigo game, this one did show improvements, I think, from their last Vertigo showing. So at least they're getting better too, and they're new to the league as well. So we'll see Apex Rebels try to continue to improve as the Norwegian representation of the WePlay Academy League Season 4. But that's it for now.
For now, we will be back, of course. Quick little break, and we'll bounce back with the triple champions of Mouse NXT looking to consume their next opponents in Spirit Academy. See you guys there for the second match of the day. Welcome back, everybody. We've got another match lined up, and of course, this match features Mao's NXT. Not the one, not the two, but the 3-time We Play Academy League champions who have absolutely shredded every opposition, barring Fnatic Rising. They almost lost that game yesterday, but Fnatic Rising have a hard time closing matches, and that was on full display. Mao's capitalized on that hesitancy, got themselves another win, 3-0 record coming in versus Spirit Academy, who have struggled so far this season.
Yeah, and to Mouse's credit, even though we definitely should characterize that as a choke, they had to perform an enormous comeback just to get to overtime off of really quality rounds. So really well done there, and their hardest win versus Mouse NXT. And the important thing for them is they continue to be undefeated, and this will be a very, very tough game for Spirit Academy. Probably the most lopsided game of the day on paper, considering Spirit Academy don't have any wins. They got close to taking down 0-0 prospects, but that's just about it. Of course, this is the Mouse NXT League as far as everyone's concerned at this point, and they are surviving roster moves. MHL has been doing amazing as a replacement opper for Torzi, who got the call up to the main lineup, and Maze has also been an excellent replacement for JDC. He's been super impressive playing on this roster. I don't have any questions about the new guys. So, sorry, not Maze. Maze is on. Maze is on Fnatic Rising. The replacement of Jim Pat. Yes, Jim Pat. Yes, they've all been good. Yes,
MHL. I believe still. I'm gonna double check real quick, but the top rated player of the season, because they've just been absolutely mauling everyone. Yeah, he's 1.46 rating over 3 maps now. So, going into yesterday with the stats, it was like a little skewed, but now with the close game versus Fnatic Rising, he's still keeping himself up there. And, he's got Regali nipping at his heels at 1.40. So the veto comes through, and we get to watch Nuke. We watched Spirit Academy play Nuke versus Fnatic Rising. They got owned.
They got owned, and I don't even think Fnatic Rising really wanted to play it. They've been banning Nuke ever since.
They did not.
But the thing is, they did look excellent on it, which is the scary part. So I think in the best of threes, I would assume Fnatic Rising will probably leave it in. It might be a decider map for them. It can't be a map they don't play. They were just too good on it. Yeah. I don't believe it. So that's an interesting choice. I think Spirit Academy. You're telling me why they're gonna tell me why this is going to double digits.
It's not.
Okay.
It's simply not. I'm gonna keep the expectations as real as we possibly can. Again, this is the agreement. If you don't get double digits, we can't really talk about you. And yes. I don't think we're gonna have much to talk about today. Mouse NXT, they've already shown us that they themselves can play.
Your boy Art Frost, he got a scout ace on Nuke.
Yeah, listen, Art Frost is pretty sick. Okay, Art Frost is sick. I'll give him that. He'll be playing Garage outside. That's what I'm looking forward to. Maybe he can give us another individual level, but I think Spirit Academy are one of those teams that as a team aren't yet able to compete. And Eternal Fire Academy got wrecked by Mouse on this very map. We got bombs, baby, about to be dropped on top of Spirit Academy. Now listen, I'll paint the picture as lopsided as I have to. If they can go ahead and exceed expectations, then we will recognize that. But for now, everybody walking in, let's be honest with one another. Mouse NXT should have another easy victim.
He said it, not me.
Honesty is the best policy. Zontix thinks headshots are the best policy. And he's not wrong. 5 versus 3 inside of the A site. Another kill comes through. Hassanator going to end the man in heaven. And with that, we could watch Pistol slip. Now I'm going to bring everybody's minds back to the first game of the season for Mouse NXT. They lost Pistol and the 3 rounds at the start of the first half in their first map of the season. Okay? They lost 3. We watched Mouse NXT go 0-3. They finished that game 16-5. Pistols don't mean jack.
Not versus this squad. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Well, one step closer to double digits here, our Spirit Academy. Try to pull off the conversion. I think the most worrying sign for Spirit Academy that we saw was when they played against Young Gods, they had that team locked up. They had Art Frost with the best start you could possibly ask for. He was like 14-2 at one point in that game, and then they just started dying way too much in rounds that they had won. And then when they finally lost a round, their economy was screwed. So they're not tight enough in the mid-round situations. They're pretty good at finding opening kills, which was huge. But staying together, I think, is where Mouse NXT will definitely supersede their abilities. And maybe they've learned a lesson from that. Hopefully they have, and at least maybe they can show us incremental improvements in that regard. Exertion's going to hear him crossing into lower. Shui's here waiting on the steps. A lot of good control here taken by Spirit Academy, but the CTs are in place.
Pat Deagle comes up. Missed shots. Shuhei also going to give him a little bit of wiggle room.
Oh, well, they let
bunch of
Jimpack get
bodies.
away, actually. Wow, he got up there fast.
Climbs quick. They're still coming all around him, and Donk will get the kill. So there were chances here, but Exertion will also be caught on the flank. Art Frost dies to Shuhei up close. Shane looking to come down with his Deagle as well, but it is the Rifles to prevail. Shane removed from Decon, 2-0 start from Spirit Academy. For the record, I think still my favorite logo of the league.
Oh, yeah, so creative to work off of the main logo and stick the A in. Got to appreciate that, for sure.
You know,
Expect nothing less from the major semifinalists, the TI winners.
Finding the silver linings.
Yep, they're thin, but visible. I guess the other thing on an individual level, at least, Art Frost really shone through. I saw some good rounds out of Donk. We had a 31 kill game out of Quail. So, individually speaking, you can see why they picked these players to represent the org. Uh-oh.
Okay, the door's open. Donk's like, why are you shooting at me?
Yeah.
Zontix saves the day there. USPs all around. Can I bring up something that's not We Play Academy related for a second, just because it's pistols?
No.
I'm going to do it anyways. Are you ready? Okay. Boomich was just removed from Navi's active roster.
Oh, fuck. Wait, really?
HLTV confirmed.
Holy. Wait, Yakinder's joining Navi.
Oh my god. I couldn't not bring that up, man. Like, how am I supposed to read that headline and not say anything?
Oh.
I can't pretend. I can't pretend. Navi making roster moves.
Ooh, I think we will be the first to cast them because they're not playing in Dallas, so they'll be playing at the at Blast Lisbon. But they only have 4 players, so I think they're gonna get Yakinder.
More to come.
I don't think they need an IGL if they get Yakinder.
IGL's overrated.
I really don't think they need an IGL if they get Yakinder. Wow, that's insane, man. Wow, what the hell? Okay. Well, we heard rumors, but it's just one of those things you never really can't be really prepared for when you hear it. Okay.
Shuhei tucked.
Yep.
Shane's dead. Shuhei's got an
Shane
answer.
dead. Oh, lurk here. Ooh, gets through,
nice
but
play.
Exertion stays alive and stays vigilant. Look at him flicking back and forth.
Gets
Enough
into the
space for
cover.
his teammates to rotate in, and oh, they've got all this covered. Oh, it's a little bit disjointed. They had to turn
Art
from that
Frost.
flash.
Yeah, poor. There was a chance there. There really was. I like the split that came through Mini. We see Shuhei go down, but Exertion getting that additional kill and then falling back into the vent opened up a timing for the Heaven player to drop off, and suddenly Mao's NXT just swarmed the site.
And the most important part, the late squeaky smoke. They just didn't have an answer for that. They would have had 3 points of attack, but instead, Hut came out. Squeaky was not comfortable doing so, and the Mini could have joined up with Squeaky, but that's squeaky smoke. Spoiled everything.
Mao's on the board. And once they're on the board, that's when they start powering up. Ooh, damage not too far off the mark, but Hassinator dodges all the shots. Art Frost very quickly already starting to challenge around red. Who's outdoors to stop him? It'll be MHL in heaven. Looking for it. T's flashing outer as well, so showing a bit of presence, but nothing gets seen. The attention is drawn, and then everybody from Spirit just doubles back, barring Zontix. So he's going to be left outside instead.
Comfy waiting for this. Perfect flash. In a second, just for good measure. Oh, but then they just... Oh, they don't post up on it right away. And MHL is fine too. Oh, that's a bit disappointing. That was really, really strong right there. I mean, they got MHL off his angle twice, but they didn't take the space back right when they had it.
30 seconds left, and they really don't have any indoor footing. Coil starting to clear downstairs. Getting close to the double doors. That's where Shuhei sits. If he can get an opening, then maybe Donk brings that bomb. 18 seconds, and bomb is on secret stairs. This round's just going to fizzle out, isn't it? They're simply just going to lose to the time.
Wow. Yep.
They just hit a brick wall, a mental barrier.
Wow, yeah, there's no space, and they're not even saving in really comfy spots, but... Yeah, that's not great. Our Frost thinking about it.
Well, that's
yeah.
That's striking fear in the hearts of your enemies.
It really is. It really is. Not much to say about that one, is there? You gotta have a plan, even if you lose an opening frag. I mean,
all right. Well, at least it doesn't cost them all their guns, so they'll have the tools they need to come into this next one. Miss smoke from Jimpat could serve as an invitation. You know, it's one thing you miss that smoke and there's nobody there. It's another thing when the entire team of Spirit Academy is ready to try and push that. Jimpat about to be challenged. Flash comes through. He decides to dodge down. That's going to draw Shuhei into the action. They still don't know about the numbers. One confirmed dead, and Shuhei takes back to the heavens. Zontix trying to pressure with that MAC-10 does cross. MHL will have to hit the flick or hold the deep angle and strike down the Opper. But Donk, oh, he just walks right into the Opper.
yeah, Zontix really isn't watching that. Our Frost will take him out. Shuhei off the greener pastures. Oh, perfect headshot. I mean, damn. No chance to get back. At least they've got ramp.
Art Frost has shown us some pretty crazy clips so far this season. 20-year-old Opper. But a 1v4, I don't know about that. At the very least, he can plant on this side of the silo, and that'll be safe. He actually exposes himself to double doors, and he still comes off the bomb. So hanging on for now. Flashbang falls in front of him. CT's going to swarm all around. That's 2 from ramp, 1 on double, and an additional decon. Those are the kinds of shots I'm talking about. But, of course, he's stuck back boxes. The numbers are there. And Mao's NXT tie 3 rounds each.
Locked up. Very nice to get a bomb plant in a situation like that. At least for the money. But even with that, it's not enough to buy again. So, yeah. It's tough. Don't want to harp too much on the calling. I mean, that it's obviously clear that they're struggling a little bit when things go wrong. Maos are so good that, of course, it's just really hard to get a read on their setup sometimes. They're the team in the Academy League that make it feel like they have 2 times the utility of everyone else. The amount that they spread it out and all the mix-ups that they have. So it's no surprise that a team will run out of time once in a while versus them. Spirit can always remedy that by trying to go faster and do something together if they'd like to. We saw that ramp hit come through, but
then it kind of spread out a bit.
Then they spread out a bit, and also when they press up, they take ramp. Then they need to understand what everyone's watching. Like Zontix was inside a turnpike. Yeah, if he got pushed, he had that kill. But if MHL held that regular angle into ramp, they just walked into it backward, not aware of what Zontix was watching.
See if they can keep it simpler. Shane, nothing more simple than that. 3-player lockdown on the hut. No exit guaranteed. Shuhei in from heaven. And it's that tethering from Mao's NXT, right? Where there's one, there's two. That's how it always is. Good pack mentality. Now just this P250 in the hands of Zontix. An eventual door peek shut down by the one shot of MHL. Mao's NXT, 1-round lead. The CT side gets going.
It was really nice from Shane using the silo itself to dodge flashes and also open up an angle that's perfect for the entry pathing, crossing the site to take down the opposite vent player, whoever's in mini or in front of Squeaky. And it's just really nice timing by him. It all comes down to if you can dodge that flash or not. Like I always talk about Perfecto playing the back of the site is like the best flash dodger in the game because that's his one job as the anchor. He has very nice angles for the fights, but the flashes can really instantly ruin your sight hold. And yeah, all the difference between you doing your job well and not is simply can you dodge that sky flash.
We got players in front of the smoke, players back behind it. MHL looking for him, but nothing there. Ooh, Hut player, good for one. Exertion on a silver platter. Donk drops him. Shane backside, stuck inside of the smokes. He's trying to come out, but Donk's going to find him just on the edge of it. In that case, unfortunate spot for Shane where he thinks he's covered. Shuhei, double kill as he comes up from the vents. Galil fires back, but Shuhei knows what he wants, and he takes what he wants. Jumps out of that vent into the action and guns them down for Maus's fifth.
How can you not be impressed by Shuhei? I mean, first of all, best caller in the league, 4 seasons in a row, but also such an individual. I mean, he's been like top fragging in some of the games that they played so far, and yeah, he's on the vent rotation. I mean, he knows he's gonna have to aim like crazy as soon as he gets up the ladder if they let him out, and he puts together the sequence. So that's a huge streak here, won by Mao's NXT. Single AK here on Donk, who did a good job with the trade spacing in that last round to get his team into upper. That's about all they got.
All right, Donk, let's see it. Hero AK, maybe his round, his chance. I just like watching Shuhei. I'm not gonna lie, we look at this league and like, sometimes oppers get plucked to the main roster, sometimes it's the stars. It's not always the IGLs. And I do truly believe like it's gotta be just a matter of time before Shuhei gets tier 1. Or
I think
a chance
Shuhei
on...
is going to be far in the future, wherever. I don't know how those will organize, but with the amount of Polish players coming up all at the same time, I think he'll be the the caller of that Polish team, that 5-man Polish team. If that's what he wants. Who knows? I think these guys are all great friends, and they've already been kind of split up, but they'll manage to put together another squad. But
you're also 19 years old and farming the We Play Academy League, getting a bunch of practice while you settle in.
Yeah.
It's a formula. It's working for him. Also individually too, right? We talk about his in-game leadership. I think Shuhei's got sick rifle play, so it's nice to see him top fragging too.
Yeah, when we talk about like individuals in NA, for example, like JTO, he's a great caller, but individually maybe he can't keep up as much. Shuhei, you wouldn't even be able to tell he was like on the team to be a caller, which is like a compliment in and of itself. Well, it's kind of cool actually. The top 10 players in the Academy League are, I think if I see this right, all from different teams. Except for, I guess, Altex and Fessor. Yeah, they're all on different rosters. I think.
Maxter, Process. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Except for Altex and Fessor. Yeah. Ah, fun, man. A little mixed bag. And that's why every day of the We Play Academy League, when the narratives change, so do the individuals. There's someone to watch everywhere. You know? Yeah, okay, the teams aren't always the very best, but there's always somebody to keep an eye on. It's supposed to be Art Frost. It has been in the previous games from Spirit Academy, but he's not quite being able to find that footing. Instead, it's Donk. Hascinator right there with him. We got a couple openings, but we also have a couple answers. And Exertion downstairs has been waiting for his chance to be tested. Lines up good damage on the side of the smoke, and they're going to come right through that. Oh, but he does get Zontix right before.
He gets him to turn,
play.
too. Yeah.
Oh, he gets nailed through the box, though. Donk a little preoccupied with that. Shuhei comes down with the cover. 2 kills from the ramp rotate. And that's what I mean. Like, Shuhei just throws himself at things. We see him come flying up vent onto the A site, 2 kills. And in this case, here to help Exertion in an instant.
So good. Exertion.
And like Shuhei.
He's still in the show. Why'd you doom them, man? Since the pistol, they haven't won.
Just, you know, I'm here to spread the truth, and nothing but the truth. And the truth is, Mauser sick. Oh. Exertion 2 kills as those flashes hit him halfway. Jimpat comes through with the ramp hold. Zontix's Deagle will get something towards door. He doubles back and also hits Jimpat, but it's not in the head. And like a zombie, you gotta break the brain.
Yeah, do you think that's going to be true when there is a zombie attack?
I think it just makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Scientifically. As scientifically as you can get when it comes to reanimated corpses.
Right. They are still made of humans.
Yeah. No, and we need our brains. Most of us.
Yeah. There was a moment where the Sky Flashes catch Shane, but then they've got Exertion as the second. Oh, the second plan of attack. Arfrost's been good shooting off the back of those mollies, but can't see through this one well enough. Always sucks to lose that duel in Squeaky, especially to a CT rifler.
Who's next up? Smoke's come over, maybe giving a bit of room to Zontix, but he's already scoped on. And MHL doesn't miss the sitters. He is one of those operas that I think, you know, sometimes we criticize, like...
Everyone except for Regalia and MHL.
Yeah, it's really those two that deliver the consistencies.
It's the hardest and most important part of offense. I mean, they have a very powerful weapon, you know. They have to miss less than everyone else. Shuhei on the hunt.
Being held, though. Quail, good kill, but both spotted. Art Frost tagged to 62. Stuck between 2 CTs. Misses his quick scope onto MHL. The Desert Eagle works out. And of course, Maus keep going.
It's fun to get yourself hyped up on your nuke, but reality sinks in. And it's not so fun anymore. Not a fun map to get stomped on. I think Inferno is very unfun to get stomped on. Nuke's pretty unfun to get stomped on. Some other maps, it feels like there is always still a chance. And Mirage, who knows? Dust 2, who knows? Nuke, you know. Now I'm being the doomer.
But we're also both being real.
Yes. God, we are so real.
We're so real, man. We're no phonies. We gotta say it how it is.
Yes.
You can win pistol. You can win the follow-ups, but then it is a world of hurt that you find yourself in. And I'm just trying to really sympathize with Spirit Academy because I hope they feel the same way. All right? They're not a team that's looking to win the season.
Yeah.
They're not. But they are a team that's looking to compete with the rest of the middle of the pack. Or just get off of the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
improve. You know what I mean? Like, especially if you're not. Some of these guys are at the age where you're only going to get maybe 1 or 2 more replay seasons. If you show enough promise to just earn your position for a year or 2, 3 years, then suddenly you're like Shuhei, where by the time you're 19, and in this case, that's like 3-4 years for some of these players, you could be the Shuhei of 2024, 2025. Replay's not going anywhere, but Maus will eventually. And, you know,
We used to have the calm listenings.
We did.
Yeah, we did. They were good. I mean, it was useful. Some teams, of course, don't common English, so you know, I've got an NA brain. Like I can only understand English. But the great part was listening to Maus calming in English because they're an international roster, and hearing just how good Shuhei was. A very clear voice on the team.
Maybe we should learn to speak more languages, and then we'll get those comms back.
It's totally true. We learned baka baka. I think it means
see you later.
bye. Yeah.
Yeah,
see you later.
yeah. Baka baka. That's true. Oh my god, man. Now you got me missing. Oh man.
Yep.
Shout out
Learned that
WePlay
on LAN
family.
at WePlay. Yes.
Yeah, shout out the family. Flashbang. Not sure, man. It's been a little while. I already speak French, you know, so I've got 2 languages.
Me too.
Ball's in your court.
I am French, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I always forget. My bad.
I don't know why, but.
MHL waits on ramp. 2 players about to walk right in, and he misses a shot. That's a door.
He's not
swinging
scared,
wide,
though.
slowly, and yeah, he's not going to go back. They don't follow up with enough pressure to force him away. Exertion will be cleared off of the hut, as he has been, but Shuhei is always nearby. Where somebody dies, Shuhei thrives. Shane comes through with 1 kill. Jimpat up from vent. He's going to get sent packing, sent the way he came. Artfrost finally gets one in from Spirit Academy. We're sat here asleep at the wheel, but he pieces together a 3K, doubles his frags, lines up those 2 players inside sight. That's what happens when Jimpat tries to climb up ladders. Artfrost turns it upside down.
Yeah, they've done it a couple of times. It's not really something you're supposed to do, right? But it has worked for them. So they try it again. And I guess Shuhei's right behind Shane. So close together, these 2. And Artfrost hits the nice spray. 20 HP in the clutch. A 4th round on the board for Spirit Academy. Looking to end on a high note.
Get a 5th. Nuke is CT sided. But Maus, they are everywhere. Shuhei comes out from heaven again. He just throws himself at this.
Yeah, he just
the confidence.
Wow, he's so
because
confident.
he knows. He simply knows he is one of the best in this
better.
league. 20-7 so far this half.
Yeah, I mean, look how wide he goes. In the textbook, it didn't say he'd go that wide. You know, they weren't ready for that. Another kill? Surely not. Okay.
Artfrost. Replaced, of course, is Jimpat into Shuhei. We look at this scoreboard and we think, hot damn. Bomb plants. Only 1 retake needed in round number 6. The tidbits of success towards the end off of the Artfrost 3K. Shuhei ends this half 133 ADR. Holy moly.
Monster map. I mean, he literally played with so much confidence. I mean, what were you going to do? Unfortunately, there'd either be too much to analyze or not enough, depending on how you look at it, because there's just there's so many levels in between these 2 teams, like all their defaults. And then on top of that, the confidence comes into play. Like, you know, Shuhei is not swinging that wide versus Fnatic Rising, but he's happy to do it and should do it for Spirit Academy because that's how you streak. Yep. And yeah, they couldn't even get through. There was a couple of good things. His donks, sometimes his refrags or his entries were solid, but that's about it. He's the only player even close to positive on the team right now.
I feel like they know when they have a challenge at hand, and then they know how to adapt and change that when they have just an easier win ahead of them. You know, like you said, Shuhei knows how to streak. Evident in the calling, evident in the individual play, the decision-making, the rifle work. It's just there.
Yeah.
He knows he's the best. He plays like he's the best, and that is why they are the best. Three-peat We Play Academy League champions. It's no fluke. It's no one-off. I see Berettas on Hassanator. See if they get those going. A little bit of util here for Mouse NXT. Blow the door off of the hinges. Fire for Hut. Oh, but the Berettas, they strike. Yes. Hassanator, he's not set on fire fast enough. So when the Molotov does come down, sure enough, he gets pushed down into Shane. Long range P250 from Exertion. One HP,
health.
all he needs. Him and Shane, 2 versus 3. Maybe Spirit can pick up both pistols.
Oh.
Looking likely now.
Now we're gaming.
Exertion, 1 health, 1v3. Needed to be God mode. And so he'll fall. And with it, we have a Spirit Academy.
Very
Offer us a
nicely
little bit
done.
more. Which is
Nicely
good. Get
done,
them onto
Claire.
the guns. Get them into the rifles. Give them a damn chance to show us what they got.
Yeah. T side was not amazing, but the CT side. Ooh, who doesn't look forward to CT side? Nothing better than a nice CT side to get the mood back. Get the mood right. And they're going full confidence here, knowing that there's no plants. Did they fully invest? Yeah, Mouse fully invested. So, 3 MP9s, a scout. It's a little risky for a Spirit Academy, but they need to make some money to make sure they can survive like a comeback like this. And Art Frost's scout was so good out here on that other anti-eco. But it is a little risky. It is a full investment here for Mouse. Well, they're starting to push Art Frost back. He hasn't got a tag off just yet. Uh-oh.
Oh, Zontix. Luckily, he's got Art Frost here to help. Scout connects to the head of Shane.
They might be pushing Art Frost from outside, right? Yeah.
Yep. Being wrapped by Heaven. He may not know this. Desert Eagle guns him down.
They just followed him.
Oh, and Donk is making a lot of sound on the chase. MHL gets the reload in, finds
Uh-oh.
the kill. Donk thinks that maybe he could just rush right through, and now Exertion
my
has the
God.
next back of Hassanator turned, and all of these rambunctious players all across the map just give the kills back to Mouse NXT. The pistol means nothing by the looks of things.
Yeah. I think Art Frost makes the mistake there of thinking his job was done when he took those shots, but they just slowly followed him after he spotted them, and then they went towards ramp to support ramp, which was fine, but then didn't realize how far they could have gotten. And he was when you're rotating into turnpike, I mean, you're responsible for the hell timing. If anyone gets up the ladder, jumps up on top of the thing, so most of your time needs to be inside of hell, watching the CT lurk, spotting big garage, trusting your ramp guy to be fine. Of course, it looked like the ramp guy did need support, but everything really collapsed there. And that was a big risk by Spirit Academy to not buy into better guns. So they kind of asked for it. I can understand wanting to get their economy back and stable.
First test passed. Pistol tries to push in. And again, with the calls of Shuhei, I feel like once you lose pistol, it's one thing. Once you win the force buy, they're going to play this appropriately. We saw the streakiness in their decisions, and the confidence of the wide swings, but now it's just a matter of waiting. Forcing Spirit Academy to make their move first. Deagle from Art Frost up close is good for 1. But it is just Zontix, and again, patience from MHL. More pieces start to move forward, but there's always that one player keeping eyes up. It's all very aware. You know, aware when they have the lead, aware when they can take those risks, and aware when they just need to sit back, relax, and collect more round wins. 3 away from victory on Nuke.
Yeah, their lobby anti-ecos are actually pretty predictable, but they're just optimal. They don't put too many people in there. They put a little pressure outside, and then suddenly the pistols. If they didn't stack outside, that's the only place they can start to turn towards is inside of the hut. So anti-ecos are just, they're not about pushing too far. They're just about putting enough pressure on and then not giving up space where you need to. And that's where Spirit went wrong in the round previous. Now, no guns here, just USPs. So, you have to take a seat here.
I like this. This is interesting.
Okay.
I'm down. Double boost on both sides of rafters.
Wow, I didn't even get to see over that.
Look at this. Yeah,
right.
let's go. Let's
They
go.
can't find him. Let's go,
Yeah.
dog. They still don't know where this is coming from. Uh-oh.
They're going to take down the bottom man. Zontic's not able to follow up, but there is still a 2-man boost. Exertion comes around from heaven and ends it, but that's what you love to see.
That's
you know,
sweet.
you're getting stomped on Nuke. So be it. Throw something out.
Never do this, but maybe you should try it on a rifle. That would be insane. I mean, you could cover both Mini and Squeaky. They wouldn't know you were there. Once you get spotted, you're done for. You're going to look really stupid. But I honestly, that might be something you try once.
It's a
This is
fun
why we
little
need
X
building.
factor.
You build one ramp.
No, we don't need building.
Yes, we need it.
What are you talking about?
We're playing zero build Counter-Strike. You realize that. It's a
Yeah.
stripped down version. Not even the best possible version.
No.
Uh-oh. It's
Get
getting
that
too hot.
Fortnite brain out of here. I want emotes and vehicles. Quail
Owned.
finds Exertion trying to get through Mini. So, man, advantage here. Guns up. Listen, at the biggest, sadly, I suppose it's sadly, but I'm going to be walking away just impressed with the fact that Spirit Academy pulled out that 4-man boost and got 2 kills for it.
That was hype.
You could lose 16-5. I don't care. I'm still giving you a little bit of respect for pulling that one out and for it working. And now, obviously, 5v2, they've got a chance to improve the score as well. So it's not easy to lose. Feels like garbage. Shuhei,
Is
don't
he
do
smiling?
it. Oh, don't do it, Shuhei.
Can he find him, like follow him to his teammate?
Ooh, without the...
Oh! Wow, he was actually smart enough not to go into big garage view. Oh, that's too funny.
Don't play with your food.
It was content still. Yeah.
Shane's going to come up. Nice first kill on Zontix, but that is number 6 for Spirit Academy. They got something going here. 4 alive. Ops kept. Come on, boys.
Shane's rich, though. He can drop. Oh,
Make him put a little respect on the name. Quail looking to come out over top. MHL scoped in on this, though.
he do be watching.
Nade finds him, and Util lands in front. So he'll have to give that up for now. Zontix, he could be the point of contest.
He used his smoke a little early. Yeah, if they do decide to cross outside and split ramp, it's going to be pretty scary. Zontix with the off angle. Shuhei walking out, and uh-oh. He gets wide, but Zontix still wins.
12 health left. Goes for a second. Jimpak gets the headshot, but at least with the kill on Shuhei, they've dropped bomb. One of the B players actually comes up from ramp.
Did Arfrost see him?
No, but Artfrost himself was spotted. They're going to push into lobby. Shane's ready for this one. He hits the headshot onto Donk, gets dinked in the process, so he's real low. Artfrost actually falls off of heaven. MHL comes in through Mini, and that player that was spotted in heaven is now back A-site. Exertion, he just slides through outside. And Art Frost is stranded. If he was still in heaven, he'd have more options. But now he's locked into this bomb site, and he's going to cross MHL's angle. Op the op for 15. Landed. Mao's NXT, 9 match points.
Nice shot. Art Frost has to be more careful when it comes to his position outside. That's the second time he's just allowed a lurk to come out that has really made the difference in the round. Like, he's been able to help ramp once again, but he has no idea that there could be a potential lurk outside. Even though there was pressure there earlier. And yeah, he just gets followed, basically. Wow. Mouse NXT get themselves at a very tricky spot. A mousetrap.
Fascinator. Burns
Tucking close
Shuhei.
red. Quail has a
Yeah.
chance.
Quail's got a spot. Damn right he does, or did.
Shot.
NHL is so fast on that trigger in the trades, right? That's what we talk about. Mouse NXT, the best team. Emphasis, team. There's always layers. There's always a quick answer. And there's always a sharp shooter. Anytime you take one down.
Another one appears like mice.
Like rats.
Mice.
Yeah, how can we say mice kindly, but we say rats like they're nasty?
That's what you did. I didn't.
Oh. No, I thought I spoke for all of us.
You said
Zontix, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Zontix, that Shane is standing on top of you. And ladies and gentlemen, more of what we've come to expect. Mao's NXT with dominant wins versus the rest of the league.
Gotta say, I feel like Shane has been looking pretty damn good too as well this season. It kind of felt like he was the, kind of pure support player in a sea of stars for Mao's NXT, but he looks like he's playing with a lot more bravado this season and winning a huge amount of his duels, controlling the float. But yeah, him and Shuhei, insane. MHL also another great map. I mean, just go down the list, man. They're all owning.
Yeah, that's the reality of Mao's NXT. You're going to have to hope that multiple players have an off day and you play the best CS you can if you're going to even give them a good challenge. We saw that challenge happen yesterday with Fnatic Rising, but we also painted Fnatic Rising as the team, singular, that could maybe throw it at it. Unfortunately for Spirit Academy, the woes continue 0-4 this season. Mao's NXT, flawless as ever. And Shuhei, just continuing to impress. Again, always happy to see an in-game leader that doesn't look like an in-game leader, but rather one that just knows when to make moves, which calls to take, and, get past these easy hurdles. There are few teams in the league that should challenge Mao's. Spirit were never meant to be one of them, and Shuhei makes sure that he puts himself at the very top of the scoreboard and continues that trend. So 104.8 ADR. Man was doing entries, trade frags, and wild trade frags too, right? The amount of times he just flies out from heaven, throws himself up the vent. Like, he is very content to be inside of the chaos. He's not some fringe player. He's not on the opposite side from the action. He is right there in the thick of it. And for that reason, we say congrats. A victory here for Mao's yet again. But, of course, more action to come, folks. We're only 2 games deep today. It is Eternal Fire Academy versus Young Gods in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. We got another team jumping into the server now that is hoping to get their first win of the season, trying to do what Spirit Academy couldn't versus Mouse NXT, but I think it's a much fairer affair when it comes to this one. Eternal Fire Academy, Young Gods. We've seen promise out of Young Gods. They've picked up now 2 victories. Ancient was very impressive to start off of the season. There was some questions because it wasn't necessarily looking like a second win, and then we get this crazy comeback from Venom Zera, one of the best individual comebacks I have ever cast in my life. And now Eternal Fire looks to send Godsent back down to another loss. But we've seen 3 games out of them. Eternal Fire Academy, that is, 3 separate maps, 3 separate losses.
Not been good enough, man. They're a team with like a lot of promise, but I can't help but feel like they've got kind of like the lowest individual level in the league, and that's catching up with them. Like I really do like the way that they play CS, and I see some redeeming qualities there. But then you take a team like Godsent, who also expectations should be low, but they show some X factor. They got Snows in on the op that looks really cool. Had Monacy style 1v3. For lack of a better comparison, on Mirage, and the next plays on Mirage as well. And they showed a lot of grit and a lot of resilience, ways to get back into the game. They've really kind of carved out an identity, I feel like, at least in the Academy League. Whereas Eternal Fire Academy, they look like they're on the right path, but they don't have an identity that make you believe they're just like a good stylistic matchup for certain teams, that they can just out aim certain teams, like OG Academy might in a game where they're not playing quite as well. We don't have any of those necessarily for Eternal Fire Academy. So they're going to have to be one of the rosters, like big, like Young Gods, to show us they're getting better day by day and prove to us that they have actually not shown their highest ceiling. So they're kind of led by Kenshin, who's like the kind of oldest player on the team, who does a lot of the lurking, and I feel like is doing some of the calling as well. And his plays in those lurk situations are really cool. But okay, the veto's coming on in.
We could get new territory.
Ancient is gone. Yeah.
Overpass Inferno. We've
Overpass.
seen Inferno from Eternal Fire Academy. We have not seen either of these maps from Young Gods.
That is a good point. I wonder if they'll leave Inferno in. Yeah, they will. Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, so they'll take it to Inferno once again. Looking at their... Wait, Eternal Fire did not play Inferno.
No, they didn't play
Young
it this
Gods
season,
did?
but they have one. They have one recorded. I
Okay.
think. Hold on, let me take a gander. Take a little peek. Yeah, versus another Turkish lineup. It was. Oh, sorry. This is when they were a completely different team. So I see it in the HLTV stats, but it's very irrelevant. Never mind. Came in at the 2 months ago. 2 months ago when they weren't even labeled Eternal Fire Academy yet. It's the same core of the team in the BTC Turk ESA event.
Yeah. Okay.
Y'all have definitely heard of it and watched every second of it. So let's just chalk it up to this. Let's say unknown territory, both teams, EFA, Young Gods, Inferno. Time to learn and time to see if Eternal Fire Academy can use this map as a way to get themselves out of the bottom of their group. Because if they lose, they will be right alongside Spirit Academy, still fighting for a first win.
I like that. There's nothing wrong with picking Inferno. None of these teams really have much experience on it. Yeah, with the lineups, I'm looking... Okay, so like 4 out of the 5 have played Inferno once in a Cash Cup on ESEA for Young Gods, where they got 16th by a team called Patine da Ferrari.
Well,
we're
really painting we're painting a really bright picture for you guys as to what to come here.
I mean, nobody knows what's going to happen, even the teams playing. So that's why this game will be fun to watch.
Snowzen, of course, back at the server. Another one of the youngest players in the league. 25 is Lineko. 15 is Snowzen. If you look at his picture in the bottom right corner,
older than Snowzen.
He had to stick his whole head up just to get into the photograph. Young Gods. T-side, nice and slow, working both sides. Get into Banana, they get into Apartments, so they're feeling like they've got space on both sides of the map. But now BRN gets into a fight. And they don't want to commit to that one. No need.
You think it's like BRN Moolah?
I thought about that where I was like, well, we call
BRN Cash?
Yeah, we call him B Ara Anazan. That's the other Brazilian player. So maybe we call this guy B Ara Ana Money. Colors down in the pit. Good for 1. Nose and kills Weird Aim. Falls downwards, and it's 3 kills the way of Young Gods. A site has been taken. I'm going to give my prediction to Young Gods. I don't know about you, but I think that I really want this story to unfold where we get like, Mouse and Fnatic at the top of Group A, and then this 3-way fight between Young Gods, Prospects, OG Academy. And if Young Gods can show us that they play Inferno as well, then maybe we get that. Maybe it's a real contest for who's third. But right now, Laneko going to lock in pistol, 4 HP left. See you later.
Yeah. I do feel like on the very few maps we've seen from Eternal Fire Academy, kind of a rushed opinion here that... Wait, Toro?
Toro, yeah. Ronnie's not here. We got Toro.
Oh.
Unless it's a HUD bug.
Okay. Let me go do some investigations.
He's got different skins, so it looks like a different player.
How do you remember that?
Because nobody had those mustard yellow gloves.
Okay. How do you remember that?
Because I hate them, and I would have noticed. I always notice who uses them, because then I'm always extra critical when they make mistakes.
Well, Ronnie was struggling a bit. He's kind of averaging like a 0.7 rating in the last 5 maps. Maybe it was time for change. Let's see, is Toro Turkish? Like Toro is Turkish, so now they don't all have to speak Swedish. With no Ronnie, they can now speak Donair.
MP9 and Scout both on B. His first match on record ever. Oh my god.
No. His first match with Eternal Fire Academy.
It's the first game of Counter-Strike he's ever played.
It's gonna.
Is that what you're saying?
That's why he doesn't have gloves yet.
Oh, he does have gloves, just bad ones.
Does. Okay. Well, you can't show up to your first match ever without gloves.
Well, the rest of his team didn't get that memo. Scout here for Kenshin. Like you said, kind of the leader of the pack, trying to get Eternal Fire into the wins. Missed his one shot. Venom Zera very quick. Venom Zera, hold on. We'll come back to him because right now the Desert Eagles are popping off. CT's trying to lock in this A site. Weird Aim waiting in the apartments. Gives his back to BRN. Smoke fades and the AK bests him. So Toro with the MP9. Yeah, Venom Zera. Oh, hold, nope. Still can't talk about him because Toro's got a live wire. Missed smoke. Puts him through, and Godsent puts him down.
You've been saying live wire a lot. What is a live wire?
A live wire is an electric wire that still has like a
current,
a current through it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like
power's off.
Electricians would say, like, oh,
yeah,
careful, there's a live wire.
Exactly.
Would
don't step on that.
Okay.
It's a live wire.
So I imagine it's also used like colloquially in like the army or something. Like it's a figurative, like you've got to be careful. We've got a situation.
Yeah, we got a situation. We got a live one. We got a live wire.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Pistols up. CT side. Gonna have to give up a 3rd round.
You can talk about Venom
Zera now?
Yeah.
Oh, I just want everybody to remember, if you guys weren't here yesterday, he was 0-10. 13 rounds into the game on Mirage. He was 0-10. And he finished 25 and 15. He went 25-5. 25-5 in 10 rounds of Counter-Strike. Insanity.
He top-fragged and had like the second least deaths on his team even.
After being 0-10, 13 rounds in. It made absolutely no sense. So I for the rest of this season, I don't care. He could go negative for the rest of the season. I'm going to know that this guy actually has resilience. You know,
Yeah.
some people they go 0-10, they finish 0-15.
Me.
Not Venom Zera.
Me and
Snowzen?
Config.
Gonna stomp on him.
Wow.
Gets away from the Zeus.
Oh.
He's gyrating.
Yeah.
Young Snowzen.
No milk?
15 years old.
And owning. I mean, he smiles more than Regali.
Yeah, he actually has a lot of fun, which I
Yeah.
feel like just across the Young Gods camp, like we they've got that Brazilian pizzazz.
Yes.
They love Counter-Strike. They love playing Counter-Strike. Even when they're losing, you can see them laugh off certain situations, and that's just what you want.
Yeah. I mean,
You know,
we all love Counter-Strike, but some of us Finns don't show it.
no, they're like, oh yes, of course I love the Counter-Strike. Brazilians, they go, Vamos! They're so into it.
Yes.
I relate to that. That's my kind of energy.
Yeah.
I got a little Brazil in my bones. See, you're telling me you wouldn't recognize these yellow gloves?
Can you believe we've been to Brazil
Twice.
and Pasha's gone 0 times? Wow.
It doesn't. It's an injustice.
Yeah.
We have gone to Brazil more than Pasha and knocked out more men than Pasha. What? Oh. Ooh. We're not ready to talk about it. Kenshin finds Laneko. Deep op peak. The moment they got guns, Eternal Fire got something to wiggle with. That's one. Now win a round.
Kenshin on the op. I feel like he wasn't opping. So I wonder if it was spawn-based play, but now I can't even remember who was opping. Let me go do some investigations again as they search out mid and see nobody except for the bomb that's about to cross. Oh, will they? They won't. By a hair.
Could have been the info. Instead, the B site will have to play blind. We get that rotate, so clearly they've got this feeling for it because Colors is coming down mid.
They're not throwing any utilities. I think it's like, look how aware they are of the flank. But a shot.
Very clean. Right into the head. Brain pop. Colors. Only one
gotta
on the
be careful.
flank.
Oh,
And
they
that's
gotta
an
be
open door to
careful.
leave. They're going to sprint. They're going to run.
Okay,
They're gonna
so
run
here's
as
what you
fast
do.
as they can.
You gotta have one person go arch, Snows and go mid, and then they can walk it. And they gotta hope the cross comes. Smoke is late, of course. They'll be spotted. This would have been a great spot to try to pick up rotators, but they'll play together just fine. Uh-oh.
Ooh. Second flash almost caught Venom Zera in the open. He gets 2 kills.
No.
Weird Aim's in the corner. Frag Grenade finds Snowzen, and Venom Zera looking for the 4. He's anticipating that peek from Kenshin. Gets it. Shoulders there. Headshot from Venom Zera. 3 frags in the 2v4. And it's only Weird Aim left. Bomb halfway. He dodges back. He reloads. He picks up a piece of utility as well. The frag could make this even easier. He toys with the peek. He toys with the final kill. 1 left. And Venom Zera plays this one to perfection.
My God, all 3 kills in that 4. Oh, man. That could not have been played better. The insane shooting from Venom Zera. Continuing
And he
forward,
knows
I
it.
mean, yeah,
Oh,
he
he
did
knows
everything.
it.
He did absolutely everything. That was absolutely insane. I mean, the flank was shut down. I don't know if that was from Snowzen at first, but that's all they needed to know. You have to be so careful as the guy who was on the big flank in that situation. They were all in on the B site. And the thing is, when that flank guy dies, if there's not a second one pushing at the same time, there's no other reason to go forward. You know that the overstack is coming into the site you're trying to entry. You're going to run back. So they made a huge mistake there, and it was exploited. I mean, they still should have won. And that's the thing. The shots were incredible there from Venom Zera. Completely pieced up the Eternal Fire Academy one at a time, including the op from Kenshin.
Shredded, man.
Dude, in the late rounds, bro, these guys are Their 2BXs,
Yeah.
insane.
That's the it was a key piece on their Mirage game. And you know what's cool is it's those guys too, right? Venom's there and Snowzen. It's like they just got this.
It was Next and Snowzen.
Oh, it was Next and Snowzen. Okay, well it's always Snowzen.
Yeah.
It's always Snowzen. He's electric. BRN opens up. Headshots there. Oh, man. I love the pop-off, too, because just think about the mood now. Like, that just, a little 2v4 to get 4 rounds straight. The mood.
Nothing feels better.
It's all there now. Like the early pieces of the puzzle have been put in place, and now Young Gods just got to hammer them all together. They have fun when they play CS. And I know I'm a romantic, but at the same time, like, it is actually psychologically the best place to be playing from. Unfortunately for Eternal Fire, they had the rotates. They thought they had that one in the bag. Wacadia comes through with 1 Deagle kill on Boiler. Leneko shuts him down. 2 frags left to clear this and get that 5-0 start to the scoreboard. Young Gods 100% looking to be that, 3-team pack fighting, jostling for 3rd place in their group. Hell, give me Young Gods versus Fnatic Rising ASAP.
Yeah, let's see them play versus an upper echelon team. They'll have to clean up their early rounds still. Still get into low number situations a little too easily. It's great to have that second half. That makes them so easy to be fans of, right? Because like a lot of teams, they talk about the first 20 seconds of the round. They're so good at opening tactics, and then they fall apart. That's less interesting. The teams that go down into 2vx's and can mid-round and really create a sandbox out of the map and put together situations that you've never seen before. That's really fun. So, Young Gods, they already have a big win versus Prospects. That is a decent team that they beat right away. I think they don't know, and we don't know exactly how good they can be. They just don't have enough of their own maps to show us.
Toro's going to draw Venom Zero out of the apartments, but his teammate's not peeking whatsoever. Kenshin saving his USP.
Yeah. Maybe should have.
It's like, nah, man, you're on your own, bud.
In the USP, yeah.
Sorry about that. See you next round.
I told you not to peek.
Another layer to this as well. We look at all the teams in the league right now. There's only 2 of them that are outside of Europe. Away from home, and that is Young Gods and the Furia Academy camp. So Brazilian teenagers flying to the other side of the world to just try and gain experience in European CS. I feel like that's when all of these moods and synergy really matters even more. You're trying to complete your dreams and trying to compete in your first season of WePlay. Young Gods 5-0 start, but then they go to the top of Banana and they lose Leneko. He almost takes Wacadia with him. 2 points of health the difference. But it's a 4v5 conversion that the Brazilian squad will need.
Comes through. There's a good kill from Kenshin. He'll get out. And yeah, just regularly opping now. Just don't really remember that for some reason. Oh, yeah, I was going to do an investigation. Let's see.
Smoke front sight. The orange player. Yeah, easy for Wacadia. 2 versus 5. It would not be the first 2vx that Snowzen is a part of. Nor the second, nor the third, nor the fourth. But his barrel gets spotted through the smoke, and that's an easy pickup. So Wacadia is going to try to tip the scales here. 3 kills from him. BRN is surrounded. Poor guy standing on top of the tower is brought down as Eternal Fire will find their first round win.
Okay, he does get majority of his kills with the op, so he's the opper. I think in the maps that we watched, he really wasn't opping that much. I'm not sure if it was the positions or the money or if I just didn't notice, but great op impact here so far this map. Doing a good job of roaming around. I think maybe a bit too timid in a couple of spots, but definitely favoring staying alive is really good. And he sets himself up for nice, easy frags. Uh-oh. Oh, wow.
Nice
Snowden.
duel.
Mad quick.
But Colors catches the Lineko peak coming in from alt mid. So right back to the 4v4. Next wants to fight in Banana. There's nothing here to stop him. Nobody whatsoever. It's inside of the site that Wicadia holds alone. And we'll get that shift from Toro back through spawn, of course. While BRN sniffs out an entry here towards A site. Weird Aim also making moves. So both teams pretty proactive at the moment. I like it.
Got Arch. Oh, he's actually just... Okay, he's going to smoke it. I thought he was walking this whole way. So scare the CTs off. All of mid is theirs. Eternal Fire don't know how close they are right now to hitting the A site. And they're slightly locked into B. That smoke actually scares them, right? Into thinking it could be a B split through CT spawn. Weird Aim up to bat. He gets flashed off into the
Tucks
pit and
in.
dies instantly.
Yeah, BRN insta-kill. Colors, what can you offer? He's already so low from that first fight. Did a good job of getting back to 4v4, but he's gone unchecked for the time. He will be hard cleared from next in BRN. They make sure that they leave no stone unturned. And with it, that is Young Gods back to the winning ways. 6th terrorist round win. Do you feel like you can say that Young Gods, I mean, it's early on, don't get me wrong, but Inferno in the map pool, any strong feelings so far?
Yeah, they look good. They do look really good. I think Eternal Fire don't look that good, so that is one thing. But they're right there. That setup. Weird Aim didn't really have much counterplay in the pit, just playing open like that. One single flash takes him off. They also don't. They leave Arch open. They're prepared to push down Banana, which would probably have been the best response. They just played blind, stiffed up, and let Young Gods take a lot of space back. And I think that's why we see them with only one round so far. The round they won was good with the op rotating around, but they definitely seem less prepared. Young Gods, I only hesitance is they still sometimes aren't aware of where they can get peaked from and just lose players sometimes. From, that was kind of free. So still some cleaning up to do.
So much smoke. Venom Zera lost in it all. But again, they concede Banana. Eternal Fire have been successful in just holding it from the front of the site, so no need to die early on. It's been a couple of rounds. They go down 4v5, so hang on. Colors, different angle.
That's where Kenshin, I think, is going to make the biggest difference. Leave Arch open again, which can show a lot of experience, but you have to be ready for it. Molly's here will not be effective versus Colors, so he's going to be happy. Oh! I'll have to jump back, actually. I'm surprised that hit him. Kenshin takes out one player in Boiler. The attack comes in.
Oh.
Trades are decent. And wow, nice moves again from BRN out of the halls.
Just so quick as well, right? Like, attacks on all fronts in an instant. Trade frags go their way. Even the 2 shots that come through from the Opera, Kenshin trying his absolute damnedest to hang on, but BRN, he's the one that makes the difference. Snozen and him, 2v2. CTs come in from mid. They've got one flash between the two of them. So the Opera is able to just lock into the pit, re-peek, and nails it. And Snozen loves a 2v2.
Yeah. Yeah, very good in the late round situations.
He
Another
thrives
good
in these
performance
situations.
The entries out of halls, man, that has been solid from BRN. This round, they fight hard for the top of Banana, don't lose any players, and Eternal Fire sees up again when they lose that space. They don't know what to do to take it back. They leave Arch open. They have this lane stack, and they trade out pretty efficiently, but a 2v2 post plant with like 10 seconds before you see the next CT is very T-favored, and even a late smoke on Moto, so they don't have to worry about lane. A lot of things are just Young Gods showing that they're way better than Eternal Fire here on the map. Yeah, they look really good. They wanted to fight.
But then they lost the fight. Everybody wants to fight until they get punched in the head.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the least fun part.
Then you want to go home
Yeah.
to your mommy.
Eternal Fire really just continuously leaning into the back of the B site. They'll throw these smokes, but if they actually come and push behind it, more often than not, they don't, but now they will. Boost over on logs. Could have caught it, so good thing there was a flashbang with it all. And having seen that presence, Young Gods realize their job's not done. They're going to come back and take Banana again. You want it? Well, we've got it. Wicadia, rinse and repeat. Second attempt. There's no boost on the logs this time, but next is still nearby.
Oh, they're waiting for this. I think... Oh, they're playing smart CS, man. They go back and peek just to show. It's like a bluff. That's like all Eternal Fire are willing to do. Just do the flash retake. That's it. Oh, then they try to take mid. Oh,
Venom
man.
Zera ready to fight. From inside of the fire, Leneko dies to Weird Aim. Pick going to be held for the time being.
I think here they smoke Moto, put some pressure on the site, and they could actually go back to B if they'd like to. CCC's make an emergency rotate in. T start to make their way over. I think Wicadia gets spotted. Ooh, and he dies.
Damn. It's
Oh,
crisp,
and Weird Aim
it's
dies
clean.
in the pit.
Every time it's headshots from Young Gods.
Dude,
They
BRN.
show up, CTs die.
That is one of the hardest things to do. Entry out of halls on Inferno. You're usually supposed to come out last. You're just supposed to make presence. But he has been the finisher, basically, for these setups. Coming out of halls. And it's obviously the hardest because you're open to every single angle on the site, including like literally this, library when you peek out of the halls. And the pit is happy to take that duel with you, but he cannot be killed right now. BRN quite young as well, 16.
True, Snozen kind of gets that spotlight, but he's just as young.
He looks young too. He looks so much younger than even BRN, even though he's only 1 year younger.
Yeah.
The world needs more T-side entry fraggers, that's for sure.
Man, when I was 15 years old, I could barely tie my shoes. This guy's on the other side of the world playing Counter-Strike and owning.
I always put it on my pants 2 legs at a time.
2 legs at a time. I can see you rolling around on the floor trying your hardest.
Just to say I did it.
Ooh, shot's not far off. Finally, a bit more than just top of Banana. Eternal Fire Academy trying to lock into the logs. Playing car. Kenshin locks in 1 kill towards this A site, and now BRN will be tested once more. Oh, the wallbang's almost there to finish, but both players actually escape with their lives. 16 health to BRN. Next waits for flank. Venom Zera finds an opening.
Interesting. This is the best looking round, but if you're going to go back to B, and Wicadia, he finds his frag. Oh, Venom Zera's going to let him rotate out. Jesus. Now they just have to chase down one on the site. And this one in the site thinks that... Oh, what does he think, actually? Because they just filled up Arch. So he must know with lane control, it's going to come back this way. They need to let Venom Zera take first contact. And he has more than... I mean, he can literally knife him. There's no way that he turns around. And that's it.
Kills
now
him.
you just deep smoke. And yeah, they're just wondering how this happened.
Toro's rotate that left that open. Ooh, but Venom Zera gets tagged. No, no, sir.
Yeah. Looking for an early kill is nice.
Let's go, Snozen.
Could definitely die.
Yep. Could also just rock their world. If he times it right. Comes in. 1 kill. Weird Aim, quick trade. Venom Zera. You'll be able to cut off that CT rotate. And with the Molotov, that's going to keep them back on Banana. They've got nothing they can do but wait out the fire. And at that point, Bomb will be beyond the halfway point. They're still going to try their damnedest. Weird Aim jumps over into the pit. Frag over the roof. BRN waiting for that defuse. Weird Aim hands on it. They're going to stick this. It's down to the wire. They get it. They get the defuse. Venom Zera, 4 kills, clears the board, but the defuse still gets stuck.
Ooh, he had to push through that smoke. I mean, the whole reason that they peeked from Khan is so that he can make that push through it. All they had to do was stop the bomb from being planted once, and it's most likely over there. So, little misstep in a moment where they put together a really creative mid-round once again and nearly brought it back from a 2-on-3, 3-on-4 situation. But it does cost them the round, and that'll be Eternal Fire happy to grab that, even though they all die. But now Young Gods know that it's been very expensive, even off the back of the round win. They'll instantly win Banana. You have the deep grenades here. From Eternal Fire. It's almost always a bluff is the problem. And I think Young Gods definitely know this. All they do is they just peek right after. They don't even throw any more nades.
They've never been intimidated enough
No,
to
they
just give
haven't.
up Banana. Not
They're
once.
100% right, and yeah.
And even though they win that round, I mean, it could actually turn out to be like worst case scenario. Every single CT dies. Young Gods still get the bomb plant, still move forward with a player. You can see it already, right? 4 smoke grenades, no incendiaries behind it, an MP9 within the equation, but that MP9 will find a kill regardless. Smoke on Kenshin, smoke deeper towards Coffins. Counter-terrorists need this round. Eternal Fire Academy, you've got to hang on. And Toro's MP9 is doing a good job. 3 versus 5. They get a feeler out from Boiler. BRN looking for some impact on this A site. And Colors, he's going to rotate back around the site. That'll be heard.
Oh man, Colors leaving Arch. And BRN takes this. Uh-oh. Not again. He could get all the way. Oh, they're going to smoke Moto so he walks through it. This is the rain play. And yeah. They oh man, no
timing works. The timing works wonderfully.
Wow,
jumps up, sees the guy. Grave gets both.
Goodness gracious.
BRN on this A site doesn't matter which end he's attacking from, but you still got to make sure you cover that plant. Kenshin, smoke fades. He gives it up, doubles back. He's got utility to try and set up this retake. It's a recoverable situation, but it is a 3 versus 5 that Young Gods have thrown BRN into, and Snowzen. All he has to do is lock out Wicadia, turn his attention back towards Moto, where his 2 other teammates will fight. That smoke goes ahead of the first one. A little bit of a pocket for the counter-terrorist, but Snowzen shoots the shoulder straight off Wicadia. Venom Zera with a tight angle over top of the smoke, but a player does still get across. Toro's on top of the bomb. Kenshin's going to peek into the default. Venom Zera gets the diffuser, and with it, the round comes through. 3v5 for Young Gods.
Why is it always 3v5, 2v4, 3v4? How do they do it, man? How do they do it? These guys are so creative. That was a great play. There was a mistake there from Colors to leave that Arch timing open. He wanted to go help his teammate, but this is about as good as it gets in terms of Young Gods making the most of that situation after losing 2 players trying to search into the B site. Arch timing taken, Moto smoke down, and as the rotators are coming, see the issue is the gap between him leaving Arch and his teammates rotating back to A. It was too big of a window. There can be a small gap, but there needs to be a moment where the rotator comes in from CT, picks up Arch as soon as he's leaving, and then then it's free, right? Then it's instantly 5v2. There's no way actually they can win from that point on. And then BRN, I mean, he's just not the guy you want to leave alive because he is going to get those entry frags. Both players in the site die. They don't even see the rest of the attack. It's just BRN. Wow. These Young Gods are playing extremely well.
What an awful situation they're left in as well. 1 M4, Deagles sprinkled across it. Yikes. 10-2 T side looking very likely. Brazil!
Brazil.
Oh, come on.
Now he knows what they want to do next.
Come on. Poor Weird Aim. Just mauled. Toro, 1 and done. M4 cannot be picked back up by the Deagles. Not without killing next. And that would mean Wicadia has to leave the safety of his bomb site. Porch and balcony open for the taking. It's this double boost here from Kenshin in colors.
This is a classic.
Yeah, for better or for worse?
No, it's a great angle, actually. You can still lose, of course, a boiler. The walkout comes, but if they do peek into mid, half your body's hidden, and it's solid. People don't do it anymore. It definitely was used a lot. A lot, even in pro play, like back in. We're going back like 6 years or something, but it's still good.
Things continue to fall apart.
They work it out again.
On over, and it's a 10-2. Sure enough, as expected.
The young gods. And maybe the best Academy League team name.
Young Gods? Yes, 100%. Right? And what was cool is that the earlier seasons, everybody had a different name. Now there's multiple academies. We've got OG Academy, Eternal Fire Academy, but everybody had a different word for academy, essentially.
Rising with prospects, but even
NXT.
Back then, like talent.
Yep. But Young Gods. That's just something fresh.
It's like not even the same team name, but you know exactly what team it is. So it's great.
And as they are dominating Eternal Fire Academy here on Inferno, very aptly named, shall we say.
Eternally on fire?
No, godlike from this T side.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I suppose you found you found an angle for both. Yeah, I was trying to go positive. You went negative. But yeah, eternally on fire, burning in the depths of Group A, right alongside Spirit. So at least if you're not going to have a win, it's better to be.
Can't wait to hear this.
Okay. If you have 0 wins, at least you're not the only team with 0 wins. Right? There's 5 other people out there that are going through the same struggle you are. And that's community building. Next, he's going to catch Toro. Guns up from Eternal Fire Academy. They're just trying to stop this hell that is a CT side punished by Young Gods round after round. Wicadia smoke ahead of them. He will catch next, but Venom Zera's already through his smoke, so he'll call that bomb into the action. And it's a quick sprint from Colors through CT spawn to try and stop things. BRN locked in with the alt mid fight. He'll catch Weird Aim, so the last guy is in fact Colors. Snows and Plants. 11 for Young Gods T side.
These scorelines are unreal, man. 14-4, 14-5, 12-4. And from memory, I can tell you, which rounds they got these kills on, where they had so much impact. Yeah, what a team to watch, man. They've been awesome.
Venom Zera dead, but at this point, it really doesn't matter.
So what are you going to be Scrawny Zera, Scrawny Zin, or Scrawny Zhao?
What are you again?
I'm Lao Zhao.
You're Lao Zhao. Okay, so Lao Zhao's taken.
That means Big Lao.
Yeah, Big Lao. Okay.
Someone told me that using Zin is like too cute and would be weird for me to use. It's like too, like, because Zin means Lil. It's like makes sense.
Lao.
No Zin. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, but I mean,
I think Lil Scrawny's got a ring to it, but
yeah,
I don't know, man. I'm getting big, so maybe I'll go with Zera.
Yeah. So Zera is like cool, and some word. It means something that they can't define in English, but it has to do with being cool, like a rock star. Zera.
Oh well then it's perfect.
Okay.
Fast one here. Young Gods, they just they're feeling it. They've been feeling it ever since that 2v4.
Jesus.
You saw the laughs, you saw the smiles, and you saw the pain gloss over in the eyes of Eternal Fire. Kenshin going to try his absolute damnedest to hang on. A little bit more life maybe at the end of the CT side. Shooting for a third. Snozen gets dinked down to 11. Next inside sight. And the next Snozen 2vx's, that's what we saw yesterday on Mirage. Oh. He comes off of the plant for the time being.
Real good molly here. Snozen knows he needs to come to the Call of Duty in this position. These two have been known to put together a low numbers play, but Snozen's going back through mid.
He's going to leave next on his own. He can't connect with the AK, and the 11 HP here from Snozen, not enough. So Eternal Fire Academy will give us a third round. It's not much, but it's more than 2.
It is 33.3 repeating percent. I think Snozen definitely should have stayed up in halls there. Through his utility. Didn't want to be in a spot where they'd expect him, of course, but it was still the best spot to be in. And with an off, it's scary for the CTs trying to retake more than it is for him in a known position. So one small thing. Eternal Fire came in right after that molly was up. Crushed the site. Retook it. Kenshin found an op kill or two in the middle of all that as well. That definitely helped out a ton. 2 out of 3 rounds won by retake. And a second op in play as Cadia joins the fray. Snozen has been definitely killing Kenshin quite a bit.
Yeah, the op battle is 100% leaning the way of Young Gods. See if Cadia can swing it himself, but all of a sudden his intended targets are gone. They leave off of that one pick. They decide A-Site is the target. Colors on Arch, pushes ahead of the smoke. Nice double kill from him. But Leneco's able to get him out from the corner, so it falls onto the shoulders of Weird Aim. 2 players on lane, 1 inside apartments, a typical spot from BRN. Snozen shoots him through the floor.
Perfect passing.
And will plant that bomb backside. Nothing to lose here. Gotta try and shoot for that 4th round win. Gotta try and shoot for the 2v3 retake. Snozen already looking for this boost. Nails him between the eyes and connects for the assist. As it's a full house inside the A site, Snozen lets him know who the boss is in the server this evening. Young Gods. A hell of a T-side.
That was awesome. That was super exciting. I mean, they owned him. They had so many low numbers, clutches, so many big individual moments. Yeah, this team has earned a reputation at this point. First win was something. We had no idea what to expect from there on out. And then, you know, they look fallible, but they seem to also be getting better. I think they are a serious threat. I feel like they could even, you know, I want to see them versus a team like Big Academy now. Fnatic Rising play Inferno, that would be cool to watch and see if they could match up. But their Inferno is very, very competent. I mean, not only at first did they get themselves out of very tricky spots to win rounds, low numbers, but then they also started winning decisively, getting the openings, crushing Eternal Fire Academy, better setups, better reads. The best part was the way they called out all the utility. I mean, everything that Eternal Fire threw, when they watch the demo back, they're going to feel really silly. They threw so much stuff that they expected that Young Gods would turn away from, that they would be scared of, that they would rotate off of. No, every single time they threw a piece of utility, it was used against them. It was so clear to Young Gods what they were trying to do in each of these situations that they might have well have saved the money and not thrown the utility in the first place. Because almost all the time, there wasn't anything behind it. It was a lot of empty grenades and the Opper taking, you know, an aggressive peek. That's it. Young Gods are just so much better than Eternal Fire here.
Taking a look at the group as well, going back to the standings. This will be the 3rd win from Young Gods, assuming they close. They'll be 3-1, which means they'll be tied with the likes of Fnatic Rising, only short of Mao's NXT. So they're now, at this point, 100% pulling ahead of OG Academy, pulling ahead of 0-0 Prospects, at least in terms of wins and losses. We'll have to see some more of those head-to-heads between them, but you know, they already have a victory over Prospects to start the season, and if that's going to be another one in the middle of the pack, then it's good to see for the young guns on this Brazilian lineup. B-side under question. Venom Zera going to be already coming up from the back of Banana, but Wicadia, oh, they lock horns, and Wicadia comes out on top. It's low health for a lot of these players. BRN could just use these Berettas to shred what's left of them. and they catch the play inside of the smoke as well. Next, good awareness. They know where Wikadia's got off to, but with the P2K, he taps to the head of the first, gets the second, and the third. Wicadia taps down to 4 frags in the pistol and gives Eternal Fire a chance.
He needed that, dude. He got back from 8-12. He was getting bullied on the balcony in the first half by BRN inside of pit. He was having so many struggles. Oh, sorry, that was actually Weird Aim, wasn't it? Playing pit. I'm gonna get that right. Either way, he gets near positive here. A huge clutch to his name. Insane shots. Well done. And even that last one, I mean, if he doesn't hit him with the first bullet, I think the bomb just gets diffused, right?
I don't know.
Like
it was
almost
10
under
seconds.
a second there.
It was close.
Okay.
It was close. I don't think he could have come off and stuck it again. So hands were tied. Game's not, but the hands were. Still a long road ahead of Eternal Fire Academy, but a pistol always helps. Just please don't lose to the force spot. Do me that. Please, Eternal Fire, do me that favor.
In a game like this, I mean...
Oh, it's possible. But Colors, clean with the 2 kills into the B site. That's the round to come with it.
Nice.
Nice and easy. CT's this time around a little more adventurous as they played on the front of the site, and they get rocked because of it. Galil connects. Deagles will be saved into the next one, or singular at least. Rinse and repeat, try again.
Match becomes slightly more real, but I feel like Young Gods have downloaded them. I think they know Eternal Fire better than they know themselves. And I say that unironically.
Computed and synthesized.
I mean, they just... It's like they waited for them to do things just so they could counter them. Like, they knew every single move they were going to make and out-aimed them in the process. But on the upside, Eternal Fire might not realize that yet until they watch the game back. They might just think Young Gods are insane.
Which is also kind of true.
That's also true.
But it's not over yet.
Yeah?
It's never over. It's never over till somebody gets 16 rounds. That's the beauty of Counter-Strike.
You always call games early.
Every round is winnable. It's a new day, my boy. Oh, Colors. Barely hanging on. He's on life support. 2 health after the frags find him.
I would just start breathing funny if my legs got blown off.
I'd definitely just sit down.
Might not have a choice.
That's not funny.
Oh, Weird Aim dies. Wait, what?
Yeah, he got pistoled. Down
he
alt
pistoled.
mid. He just,
In the
he
back
just got...
alt.
Bro.
Oh, Jesus.
From down to... Leneko.
He was
Hello?
spotting.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, no. The P250 again. Vec, next. Venom Zera with just pistols. Kenshin's going to go for that bomb plant. Venom Zera could just chase him down. It's a P2K. It's a P2K, and they line up. That's a bunch of damage. Stozen finishes him through the smoke. No. There's a Galil in the hands of BRN.
Oh, BRN's alive.
Kenshin leans back into the new box. Time is going to be critical here because there is no kit on the play, so they have to get it going, and they've played this sneaky. They've walked in. A little bit of damage. Snozen barely alive at this point, but they need the frags. They've got to force this, and they get it. They jump on top of the bomb. They have the time for the defuse at a 13th round from Young Gods, a highway robbery, a backbreaker. If you are Eternal Fire, how do you recover from that?
Mentally, yeah, that might cause a lot of anguish. That's
P2K kills.
That's huge. I mean, the setup was beautiful. They had enough players there on the site. They hit some ridiculous shots, and they got the eagle 5v4, right? Was it a Deagle kill at least into the back of ult? Hopefully.
I think it was a P250.
Was it?
if not a P2000.
No. That would at
It
least have
wasn't.
to be 3 dinks from that range, right?
I don't know, but it
Oh,
looked
man.
tiny on the kill feed. It looked like a tiny little
No.
pea shooter.
Oh my god.
Tiny little pea shooter.
Damn. Well, the setup was very nice from there on out. Wow, the utility damage insanely. Wow, that's a lot of utility damage for T side.
Yeah.
I mean, we just played an entire CT side for Eternal Fire, and they don't have nearly as much utility damage by any metric or on any player.
Young Gods are all over him. Like scabs.
Oh! Nice
all right,
one.
there. Finally, one goes back the other way. Kenshin, it's a little less lopsided. A little less.
Some revenge. I feel like Snow's in 18 and 7. At least 8 of those kills are Kenshin. BRN dies in the halls. Risky peek.
Pop up from next, gets wrecked. Weird Aim's got an entry. We've got a little more here from Eternal Fire. I said, how do you recover? Well, with guns and an op pick to start. I mean, that'll certainly help, right? Kenshin, get the 5v4 on the mid play.
I
It's
wonder
about
if
as
he
fast
flicked
as
up
you can
or
get
if he
net
held for the
advantage.
jump.
We'll never know.
No, we won't.
Save here from Venom Zera and Leneko. That's 6. Still a long road ahead of them. Ooh. Only one save, I guess.
That's a win. Don't go for the AK. It's not even as good.
Damn, sad truth.
I honestly think they should buy, even though it's not a good idea. What do you think?
Yeah, I like the risk. I mean,
Let's
if you can
go.
win with P250s and P2000s,
That's the thing. I mean,
just go for it.
go for
Go
it.
for it. Take all that confidence that was boiling over in the first half. Just stick it to him. It's Inferno. I feel like it's one of the maps where the lesser weapons actually work more often.
Definitely. Definitely.
But they don't listen to our advice
Because
it wasn't the best advice.
No, it wasn't.
We'll have to wait before Young Gods come back in with the competent buy.
Eternal Fire. I think they did something here, but Young Gods are just happy it's not B. Thing is, I think at a certain point, you know, I mean, they could wait, but Leneko could be the make or break between winning or losing here on the A hold. And now the smoke goes down on B. They might rotate over. Oh, man. There's a nice shot from BRN. Yikes. They're staying alive.
Oh, this is sketchy.
Oh, they're getting off their post. And the
they're
rifle's
coming
starting to
in.
make its way over.
Over top of the hay bales. That's a USP. The Deegs. They don't even need the buy. They've got Wicadia stranded. They've got the bomb down at their feet. They don't even need to buy. Colors tries to come through, and it's just USPs. They don't have armor. They're not supposed to win. I mean,
How many kills are just the USPs?
I feel you, Kenshin.
Oh, dude. Okay,
I
listen.
feel that, bro. Oh, that's a.
If they're gonna full exec like that, they need to throw more mollies. They need to
now
molly.
it's not funny.
They need to, they need to throw
No,
more
it's
molly. They need to wait out the smoke in big pit. They can molly graveyard first and foremost. These are the two things that are stopping you from getting forward, right? This is why you're all tied up in this position. The site smoke is fine, but then they're just stuck battling, and look, BRN just so happy sitting here. Oh, and they just took so much time. They didn't even need the rifle to come over. They did that 4v5 with just pistols. And Eternal Fire, like, their problem, just like in the first half, is they're doing what the textbook says. Go make presents, then leave. We see the map, and Young Gods don't respond to that. It doesn't do anything.
Oh, man.
If they were comfortable scouting in that situation, they would have had one gun to go up against inside B. Could at least cause a rotation if they committed one person. And then ultimately, they should still win versus 4 pistols on A. Like, they should still win.
Yes.
So that would
Yes,
come
they
down
should.
to just a bad exec, yeah.
BRN inside of the pit. He's got next to help him. AK's looking to prevail. Kenshin comes through. There are limited pieces here for Eternal Fire, but damn it, they'll fight every step of the way. Weird Aim comes wide with a kill as well. Venom Zera already on the heels of the lane play. Peeks into it. There's Weird Aim with another headshot, so he's going to try his absolute damnedest to keep this thing alive. And you saw the disappointment in the face of Kenshin after that last round. You understand how bad that must have felt, but there's still a chance to keep the game going. For better or for worse, they will keep the game going.
They got ecoed, and then they got full ecoed, basically. But those are the only 2 runs that Young Gods have won. I'm not even sure what to make of this.
What an emotional roller coaster this has to
Very
be for
much
Eternal
is.
Fire.
Yes.
I mean, I feel like I'm riding it with them. Holy hell. All right. Buyback, of course, from the counter-terrorists. So this is now 6 rounds back and forth. No consecutive wins.
They do that a couple more times and the game's over.
Next wants to go back for it. Oh my god, it's being watched. He jumps up. He sees 2 backs. Easy spray down on the first one, but he's not quite able to finish off that next frag. And then Colors comes in with the headshot to Snowzen. A-site under question. BRN preemptively puts down the smoke, and he's got 4 players wrapping his right side. Nobody coming at him from lane. Frag grenade shaves him down to 62. Venom Zera starts to attack out Arch. Crossfires here between him and BRN, and Venom Zera's nearly dead. They line up for Toro. They know he's still in that pit. Oh, nice nade. But what's it really mean? Weird Aim going to continue to keep this loss at bay.
Well, it's pretty messy. Snow's in trying to take that duel from Arch, inside of the wall. Doesn't peek wide enough to hit him, and then dies right there. And we can see Eternal Fire. They took over Arch as soon as it was open. It was interesting because Young Gods, they smoked lane off, which might make you think, okay, there could be some Arch presence. Eternal Fire, once they see Next do that boost, they take him out. Then they just go Arch, and there's actually no one there. It's not even a bluff, or it is a bluff, I should say. So it made perfect sense. You don't often see mid-control lead into an arch trap like that without any arch pressure at all. And kind of an invitation from the CT side to let them go that way. But they're trying to play their own style. I think that's probably why they're so good in these low number mid rounds. But they really do need to tighten up in the beginning of the rounds in these CT sides. But oh no. Retweet to scare Eternal Fire Academy. We've got 4 pistols and 1 rifle on Young Gods, and the exact same setup.
It can't happen again. It cannot happen.
I mean, it's literally the same setup. One for
if it
one.
happens again, I will get a God sent tattoo.
Okay, I love that. I mean, it's literally happened. So this is a horrible bet, and I can't wait to see this God sent tattoo. Where are you gonna put it?
Behind my ear.
Okay. It has to be at least 2 square inches.
It's kind of okay.
How scared are you right now?
I'm not nervous.
Okay.
I'm not nervous at all because they're going to go Arch.
They're gonna go Arch, okay.
And it's all gonna go okay. It's all gonna be all right. BRN, dead it instantly. Venom Zera's already been spotted.
Oh, no.
My god. Oh my god. 1 versus 2. Kenshin in the open. Please, God, die. Kenshin plants the bomb inside of the site.
They're running at him. I mean, he's got the gun.
Leneko.
He misses. Oh,
He
he's
gets
still
hit.
alive.
Kenshin's in the back of the site. It's just
goes
22
off.
HP. The fire keeps him back. The fire keeps him back. And the AK's been swapped into. Kenshin, please. Please!
Oh.
And he's got it. Oh my god, he's got it. Whew.
What's that godsend tattoo? Dude.
Whew.
Scrawny does not have any tattoos.
That was thrilling.
Oh my god. That would have been amazing. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, Kenshin, you
You
have
saved
no
your ass.
idea how much you have no
You
idea
saved
how
me.
much I appreciate
When he
you.
missed that first op shot. Oh my god.
Okay. But still, I mean, Eternal Fire. Holy. Come on, boys. How many times are you going to let that happen?
The exact same setup, dude. That's so funny. Wow. I can't believe it comes that close. Arch was a good idea. There's a version of reality very close to ours where
Oh,
yeah,
very close.
Very close to ours. Yeah, I wish I was in that one. That's happening. I mean, it's real. We're just not in it right now.
Armored Deagle slides out. BRN with the 1 kill. Snow's still inside of the apartments. Eternal Fire Academy are somehow, like, I don't even understand how this score has gotten so close. If this had
Yeah.
just ended 16-4, I wouldn't have been shocked. You know, like it's starting to put some of the earlier performance from Young Gods in question.
Well, nah. It's just their
No?
CT side not as good. Their CT setups on eco rounds are way better than their
Yeah.
CT setups on rifle rounds. I mean, genuinely, they pulled off almost 3 ecos, 2.9. But they do weird stuff in the rifle in the gun rounds for some reason.
5-7 close. Deagle on the pillar. That's a headshot. But no follow-up. So sure enough, double digits. I'm very surprised Eternal Fire have the double digits. But
Yeah.
now, of course, Young Gods will come back with a full-fledged gun round. All the trimmings, all the nades, everything they need to just shut this down 16-10.
It's kind of weird advice, but I feel like they should just try playing vanilla once. Or just push down mid. Yeah, this is good. And they cover the arch timing. Leave lane a little open here. It's fine. Nice, that's an important molly. Whoa, they're using so much utility. What the hell?
They haven't had enough
They
of
thought
it
that
lately.
they thought it was gonna be fast mid. They started nading arch and lane right there. They have no mollies left. That's a bit of an overreaction here from the Young Gods. Look at that. They use all those nades, and that's all they get. 16 damage. 5 on Toro.
Eternal Fire looking to sink their teeth into the A site yet again. But we just watched Young Gods pull a player off. Snozen, he's leaving through CT. It's going to be a two-man hold. They start to hear more movement outside of the site.
Yikes.
And Snozen's going to regret leaving. Oh, man. Mob shot comes through the wall. BRN puts out the fire. But this site could still be engulfed by Eternal. Next, waits, buys time, comes up with 1 kill. BRN still alive. He also gets one inside of the pit. 50 HP on him. And Young God's trying to rotate through. The library smoke fades. The angle is now open. Kenshin behind the hay bale. 2 players inside of the site. Young God's going to try to stick it with the retake. Push around. Kenshin and Wicadia kill a piece. Falls into the 1v2. Snozen with the headshot. Last player's inside sight. Snozen! Oh my god, if he just left clicks. Wicadia gets smothered. Instead, he gets 312 damage on the round. 4 frags to his name. And keeps Eternal Fire in a game that I cannot comprehend. They have not lost yet.
Yeah. Wow, Young Gods look completely lost now. First, they have the overreaction at the beginning of the round. Oh, first of all, okay, they almost win the clutch. And I like that Snozen doesn't just instantly flick. He looks to aim. He needs a headshot through the box to get that kill too. But they're the ones playing blind now, like Young Gods. They start 3B, which is totally fine. Some of their early nades look good. As soon as the hit comes back to A site, they start nading it. Even though you're Eternal Fire, they're just defaulting. They're like, what's going on? These guys are going crazy. And then they just start moving. Like, they just cheated over to B. I mean, they would look like geniuses if Eternal Fire randomly picked a B site there. But Young Gods really had no idea that they were going to try to do that. So, not exactly sure why they're suddenly so insecure on the CT side when they could just be steadily playing for information and waiting. But they're basically just slamming on the gas pedal as soon as the round starts and hoping that Eternal Fire gamble into them really fast.
Man, I almost had a Godsend tattoo.
The We Play Twitter tweeted out that you would get it, and the way they worded it actually means that any eco from now on.
Hold on now.
You'll have to get the Godsend tattoos square behind your ear.
I
And
don't
you
know
said
about that.
would write Godsend in Comic Sans, I think you mentioned.
No, now you're spreading misinformation.
I sleep soundly.
No shame. Smoke at the top of Banana here. It's a solo hold from Leneko. Frags. Ooh, bounce beyond him.
They did the same. Look at the smokes they threw.
God.
And they don't see anything. No one actually commits, so they just rotate over. There's only one here, though. Oh, he stayed alive for a second.
Brings one down with him. They could stop the bomb plant. No, they can't.
Oh,
my god.
What a
Oh
shot.
my lord.
They haven't crossed to the quad, and now they're not comfortable to try.
More
Okay, they
deagle
get there.
damage.
Jesus.
Holy hell, Kenshin.
Well, Venom
Some of
Zero
these
knows
rounds
now there
just-
is one quad and one emo, and he's starting to move in. Oh,
He
pick up a
grabs
gun.
an AK. Oh, all positions known. Weird Aim comes out from new box. Wicadia off of Banana, and they lock this in. Weird Aim's 3K from the new box gives Eternal Fire 12. Every time they've got pistols, it somehow seems winnable. And
So
then they get
close.
guns, and it's just less.
Yeah. Because they're not playing Inferno like anyone that I've seen when they go into rifles. So they'll try it again. Let's see. They just need to relax, honestly. They're playing like extremely aggressive without actually peeking anything. That's the weird part. So they just end up wasting all their utility, not holding control of anything, and then rotating blindly.
Ollie ahead of it. Kenshin has to give up the angle. They're getting a little bit more utility damage this time around. Remember, Young Gods used all those fires, all those frags, and did nothing in the last time they had the gun round. So
This is a pretty nice pace
Step
from
by
Eternal
step.
Fire. I mean, just getting right into it. I like the boost in this position. Now, the thing is, they might have been able to count mollies and know that they can stand in some of the best spots here on the site. Eternal Fire may have used 3, but we've got 1 left over on Weird Aim. Still holding on to Arch Presence, expecting that the site hit could come back.
Smokes in the front. They try to press
leaving that
the
open.
CT. Snowzen misses his chance. And they lose Leneko off of the site. Colors
Ooh.
able to get 2 entries. Man
Oh my
advantage. And
God.
that's enough to force them back. Young Gods go for the
Let's
save.
go.
And Eternal Fire. A miraculous comeback that has survived the most ridiculous rounds is now just 3 away from a victory. And Young Gods, they've shown us no reason to believe that they were even going to get 15.
No, I mean they're getting owned now. I mean, these execs are getting better and better. I thought after that eco the first time around on the A site, they just didn't even have the right nades or protocols or any confidence that they could, put it together. But they clearly are well prepared. Dude, this is the Eternal Fire that, was showing itself a little bit versus some of the better teams. Maybe still a little bit too late, but who knows? 1 round away from tying up. At least 3 guns saved here for Young Gods. But they do a good job of getting that banana control. Young Gods do try to hang around on the top of banana, but they get mollied on Hobbit and Sandbags. And then the front sight smoke is so good. Wrap in a CT. Sometimes you see teams push too soon before the deep CT smoke lands because it takes too much time. But they don't make that mistake. Now it's really unclear who will win.
I can't look at this. Oh my God.
7 rounds in a row.
First time we've really visualized the scoreboard. Those 4 rounds back and forth made it feel like it was over.
They're
Like Young
literally
Gods could have
doing
do
better so far than Young Gods did in the first half.
barring the whole, losing to USP situation. That didn't happen to Young Gods.
Dude, the thing is, those are the only rounds they lost. They didn't lose to a single rifle round.
Everybody back in the server. Issues sorted. The only issue left is Young God's inability to close. Eternal Fire. The comeback of the season. And I do. You remember how
just once tried to do bought a banana control in 4A like they had on their pistol rounds?
Yep.
It'd be just a matter of time. They haven't just tried to do it once.
Problem is they're running out of time.
Yeah.
3 rounds left in regulation. Anybody's map to take at this point.
I wonder if this is a good call from Young Gods because we've seen Eternal Fire take B control and then okay, now they're trying to cheat over, but they don't leave anyone inside. No one's spotting here on banana, so they're gonna. Not a huge fan of this right now. The smoke will be used to scale. And the other problem is when you have three on lane side, the rotations are so far. They miss their smoke, but it actually doesn't matter. It's actually only helping them because there's no one here spotting. The only mistake Eternal Fire can make right now is committing into lane. They win that top banana control. Maybe they expect an overstack here. Oh. Yeah, I guess they expect him to overstack, so maybe this is finally the time.
This is the one, right? They're in the appropriate positions. They've got the better guns. This should be the one that Young Gods finally figure out. But Wicadia kicks it off with the kill. Toro gets a trade back. Snowzen with a no-scope. Can't manage the kill into Kenshin, but Next is still deep on pit. He gave them just enough space to trade out all those kills towards mid.
No.
Kenshin 1v2, 10 seconds. He loses.
He's giving it up.
15 seconds.
No.
Or rather 15 rounds.
Oh, he could have run it back if he just ran the whole way, but now there's no time, and that's it. Young Gods will win it. They get to 15.
Oh,
they finally pull it off. Okay, they do. I mean, they do 4A. They put some pressure on bottom banana, but Eternal Fire get it back. They go and look. They don't see anyone spotting. They just don't. They just believe that Young Gods were going to play 3B. They just believe it. They just think, oh, they've been so vulnerable here. No way they don't over-rotate. I feel like Young Gods win this off of a gamble to play inside a mid with this many players, but...
This no-scope.
Yeah, this is sick.
Ooh! And then next, I do like that he just kind of gives a little bit more space, right? They think once Snozen's dead, they take the 3 players off of the site. The other 2 must be B. But next is just patient with it. Player walks into the site, back turned, and he gets his impact. 2 rounds to close a game that should have never been this close. Young Gods, at the end of the day, a win is a win. They've lost a lot of the impact that would have come with a sooner close, but at this point, just get out of the server with that victory.
This game might not even be over. They still have only won 1 rifle round in this entire half. So.
First one's the hardest.
That's 2B in this time. Eternal Fire aren't overthinking it. They're taking the B control with the bomb and looking to exec. But okay, Young Gods are playing for a little info. They don't see anything, but they've locked up 2 players on Arch. The rotations are closer, but the exec is coming.
Flashes start to come over. Venom Zera and Leneko. They got a player to start wrapping around construction. That could be a problem for Venom Zera. He's racking up a ton of damage, but Wikadia's already behind him. Sees both, but Leneko gives cover! Leneko, he stops it! It's Kenshin! No scope close! 3 left to go. 35 seconds, and he's swarmed on the site, but he gets another kill, and we've already seen what this guy does. Cold-faced killer in the clutch. Last round, the time decided his decision, and Kenshin is halfway there. Go back. He looks deep into construction with that bomb. 15 seconds. You cannot let time dictate the decision again. He goes into construction. He sees it, but Snozen will lock in the frag and the victory here for Young Gods.
Wow.
All of those rounds for Eternal Fire. That struggle for the Brazilians to just end it. And it comes down to the 16-13 win, the B site hold. They manage victory tonight.
Well, it wasn't perfect, but it was exciting. It was a whole movie from beginning to end. Young Gods put together one amazing T side to start things off, but Eternal Fire show us why they left it to Inferno with some of those site execs. Everything went so well. The problem is they had no room for error. They lost to 2 full ecos, 1 rifle, 4 pistols, twice. Can you believe it? And then, even after that, bring it all the way to the final seconds. And I think it ends. It starts with a gamble here from Young Gods at the very end, but they get that 4A play finally, read the site, attack correctly, and on this final round, it's Leneko with the cover because they didn't even realize that someone had gotten through CT on the same exec. He got there so fast. That one was supposed to be free.
Yeah, Leneko, he may not have had the most amount of kills, but the fact that he's able to shut down that coffin player and not fall victim to it, that is a difference maker in the final round win of Young Gods. A 16-13 that genuinely could have been a 16-5.
Yeah.
But listen, we got that action-packed adventure that was a roller coaster back and forth. 30 kills for Snozen by the end in regulation. And then we look at Venom Zera and Weird Aim in the head-to-head. Weird Aim tried his absolute damnedest. Put up 109 ADR. Putting in the damage when he had to, but ultimately it is just godsend. Like you said, right? There was just such a little margin of error. You can't have such a lopsided first half and then do any real wrong. Ultimately, win is a win. Godsend lock this in. And with that, we will say farewell to these 2 teams for the day. Fnatic Rising versus 0-0 Prospects up next. Everybody catch your breath and come back in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Map 4 of the day here. Scrawny and Launders still with you guys. We'd never leave you. Of course, this time we've got 2 fresh teams jumping into the server. And Launders, there are more Romanians in this server, in this head-to-head, than any other country. They're all represented. They're all here. Romania's finest. 3 of them.
4 of them.
3 of them.
Volt is Romanian.
Oh, but it says a
He
UK
just
flag.
lives in the UK.
Oh, well, in that case, awesome. 4 Romanians, a
Dude,
duo
they're
on
freaking
each
everywhere. We just spent a month and a half with them, and now they're all pro.
Team. They're all over the place. That's cool.
That's amazing. No, there's actually so many Romanians popping up and like across a bunch of teams. It's really I didn't even what the hell?
What the hell, man? I didn't expect it.
Let's go.
So let's contextualize this one. Fnatic Rising coming off of a loss versus Mouse NXT, where they had at least 3 chances to win. 3 match. Oh, sorry, I'm walking around. 3 match points. Meanwhile, despite that loss, they are still very much at the top of the pack with with Mouse NXT. They are meant to be the challengers, and they proved it. And 0-0 Prospects, they started this season, this first season for the organization, with a loss versus Young Gods on Ancient. Then they lost to Mouse NXT, as so many other teams will do. They're starting to turn the tail, however. They're starting to kind of make this little bit of a comeback. It looks like their season is starting to begin with their most recent win. This is a team, obviously, that has a lot of reps outside of the Academy League, but then within the Academy League, weren't able to really piece all too much together. Close victory over Spirit Academy, 16-14. It was the 16-9 versus OG Academy yesterday that really kind of impressed, because it was a flawless CT side on Mirage that got them there. But here's the problem I see. They leave
Ancient?
Mirage, Vertigo, Overpass in the map pool, and we end on Ancient, where we already watched this team get run over twice.
Yeah, they got a total of 13 rounds in the last 2 Ancient attempts. So, 1 versus Young Gods, which we don't know. Maybe they have an amazing Ancient. It's unclear. Limited context. Mouse Sports, of course, destroyed them. So, I mean, it makes sense this is just an advantage that Fnatic Rising have to be able to veto against them like this. I think we've just been consistently impressed by what we've seen out of Fnatic Rising on every map. Their T sides look very solid. Of course, Mirage was kind of an exception, but that one seemed to have a lot more to do with the mental game than anything else. I think they still organized up until points where they look very, very solid. Their Ancient is somewhat of a mystery in terms of recent performances, but again, as these maps have popped up, I think we've seen them be really well prepared. So I could foresee them expecting the veto to end this way. And for that reason, I think Fnatic Rising will be a pretty big threat. And because we've only seen bad results from 0-0 Prospects on Ancients, I can't expect more in this matchup versus a team who is probably second best in the league.
Yeah. The only standout half, really, that we've even gotten to see was that CT side versus OG on Mirage. The Spirit game was really split straight down the middle, so it's not like anything kind of separated them from the pack. And we're talking about a team that has 0 wins in Spirit Academy. So if 0-0 Prospects were that close to maybe losing to them, then there's reason to doubt that their first WePlay season is going to really get off the runway. They're taxiing forward, but they're burning out gas. They're losing a chance at some early victories. And being on Ancient, you can't help but feel like we could just get more of the same. Again, a 16-8 from Young Gods versus 0-0 Prospects here. 16-5 versus Mouse NXT. Let's see it. Fnatic Rising, time to show us what you guys got. It's actually the 5th map that Fnatic Rising have played so far this season. They have not played the same map twice so far in Season 4. Fun fact.
Love of fun. Here it is. Volt. Okay, well, everyone in the UK says they claim him. Okay. So, I mean, he does live there, but Regali also lives in Denmark, and he's in a Danish flag on HLTV. So, don't know really what to make of that exactly. But we do know that Regali and Volt are 2 peas in a pod.
Looks like a fast one. We've seen it before. See it again. Fnatic Rising, hold W in the pistols. Charge straight up into the B site. There's 3 CTs here, and Spooky goes unchecked, so easy taps to the back of the head. Volt able to answer, but Urson, he comes wide. 3 from Urson in an instant.
Damn.
Those last 2 guys go down.
Urson, we know about the entries, man. We know about the entries. We know about the openers. He is a very sharp shooter. Another impressive Romanian on a litany, on a laundry list of impressive Romanians, just in the Academy League. Really great aim. Always expect a lot from him on the pistol round. So it's a good start. So very unfun to go on the T side and lose the pistol. That one's supposed to be the easy one. So we'll see how they set up here. Waiting at the bottom of Banana for some action. Late door smoke. Oh, that'll take the wind out of your sails. Fnatic rising, though. They say, hell no, we're going to pop through this.
Yeah, and, well, like you said, wind out of the sails. They just dead on the water. Now they're a bunch of floating corpses. 0-0 prospects happy to convert with that one. Easy does it.
Who is controlling the clock? You know, is it God?
I think it controls itself.
And like, it freezes itself when it hits 0.
Yeah,
It's kind of crazy.
it just does its own thing, man. Time. You can't capture time. It just keeps going.
Who on that? Uh-oh. He wants that.
Ooh,
People
spam
get in
down.
Wow, man, I can't believe he won
lives?
that duel.
That's
And they
insanity.
all just get all the kills.
8x will end up killing Volt towards mid in the end, but I mean, how did he survive the wallbang and the frag and take a player down too? It's not just like he survived it, but he got impact from there. Smoke goes top mid, bomb's still back towards spawn, but Fnatic rising man advantage spread across the map.
I like prospects leaving B in this situation. Doesn't make sense to get over to the A site, but yeah, the lurks are starting to come out. 8x puts himself into a good spot. Interesting move here, smoking out A. Now nades come forward in his direction. But yeah, with that smoke, I think there's now incentive for Maze to search out into B. And Jimbo is flanking the donut. Regali doesn't even realize this, but now... Oh, it could have been both players spotted, but they still don't know about one. So this will slow things down a little bit. And Maze, how far will he go, I wonder? Okay. There, this makes a lot of sense. So he'll clear out V for his teammates.
Helps out
And
where he
Maze
can.
is actually the caller of Fnatic Rising. That's one thing I also learned yesterday.
Nice.
And
Nice.
I gotta say, man, commendable job. This is the best Fnatic Rising I've ever seen. From a IGL perspective.
Smoke fades and his fight's about to come wide. Ah, he's able to get it despite that wide swing. Pepsor catches the player by Cave, and we've got Fnatic rising on the board early. Good call, good rotate back to the B site. It costs them Regali inside of Donut, but if it costs you Regali and you still get to win, that's a price
Sacrifice
worth
him
paying.
every day. Throw him in the volcano. Figuratively in a video game. What if your grandpa threw you off a volcano? Would you guys
Honestly,
still
of all
be
the ways
friends?
to go, I think that's
No,
kind of
no,
badass.
no. Not in the volcano. From the
Just
top
like-
of the volcano down the side.
Oh, just like push you down the side.
That's like Tekken. That's the story in Tekken.
Oh, wow,
Something
man.
like that.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
What if
Well,
I
it's the
planned
beginning
on...
of the story, but
Oh. Still.
true.
But apparently, yeah, if you the moment you touch lava, it's so hot that you just boil from the inside out. So you actually just kind of explode. If you land
Okay.
in volcano, you don't. It's you
That's
think
tight.
like Lord of the Rings when Smeagol lands in Mount Doom, how he kind of like he just get like he drowns in the fire. Nah, man, the moment you touch that, you just kind of
Pop.
Yeah, it's pretty badass.
Did you see the Sharkcano?
You mean Sharknado?
No. There are sharks in real life that have been swimming around in the sulfuric acid mixed water in an underwater volcano in the west coast.
No way.
Yeah, they found them.
What?
They've adapted to extreme conditions and have been able
Oh
to
my God,
survive in volcanic
Life finds a way,
water.
man. Life
Unbelievable,
finds a way.
dude. What's scarier than lava sharks?
Well, you see, here's this. I think actually normal sharks, because I'm not about to be swimming around in underwater volcanoes, so I don't really have to worry about those sharks.
What if they
But there
just
is a
die in
chance
cold
that I'm
water?
out there in the ocean one day. You know, that could be
The
problematic.
thing is, what the hell? Why do they like? What's good to eat in there? You know what I mean? Everything's cooked, but I mean everything else is just like extremophiles and things that can survive unbelievable temperatures. But none of those things probably taste good. They're probably like ugly as hell and tiny. And
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah, true. Probably not worth eating.
Yeah. So, I mean, we could have been born as those things, you know.
It's true.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's still worse things to be.
We got pretty lucky. Especially
Yeah, we
me.
did. Yeah, we're incredibly privileged.
Yep.
We're talking about video games, Launders. Does that ever dawn on you? Does it ever dawn on you that we just talk
Every
about
day.
video games every day? Every day we wake up, we go to the gym, we come home, we talk about video games, and then our day is done. That's just it. That's what we do.
No,
That is our purpose.
No, that's my grind.
Oh, sorry.
Stop. I'm sorry.
This guy keeps going. You're right. You're
Don't
right.
let me in. I don't sleep. Except for the
That's
day I
not
slept
true. You slept
14
14 hours 2 days ago.
That was because I spent a month and a half in hotel rooms and didn't realize how tired I was.
Ah, well, welcome home, brother.
Thanks.
Well earned. Speaking about, oh, never mind. We're going back in. Oh, okay.
It's a pause.
Oh, are we? Oh, still a player gone.
Go for it.
So I was reading about. Have you heard of this? Have you heard of? No, I may murder the pronunciation here, right? But Enceladus, the ocean
Enchilada.
moon. No, not enchiladas. Enceladus, the ocean moon of Saturn. Have you heard about this?
Oh no,
Have you seen this? Okay,
Ocean moon
so
of Saturn. Okay.
right, you know how there's like other planets are just so hard to even like visualize, right? Like it can just rain diamonds on other planets,
Right.
or like the gas is so thick that you couldn't even get through it. Like that's
Yeah.
just such a foreign concept because that doesn't happen here. So I was reading about I'm gonna pronounce
You ever
it
see me drink a
Enceladus.
glass of milk?
I have not.
You'll never see gas clouds that thick.
Okay, two things. There's this planet, man. All right, it's got a layer of ice, basically 10 times as deep as the ocean on planet Earth. Okay, and this layer of ice is the outside of the planet, right? But underneath that thick, think about how thick that is. 10 times the thickness of our ocean is this ice wall. But underneath that layer of ice is obviously liquid water. Because on the surface of the ice are these geysers that shoot water particles so far out into space that we put a satellite through that cloud of water vapor. And this satellite, the Cassini satellite, it collected data and it collected the information. There is, all the fundamental pieces of life, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, all these molecules. It exists underneath. So imagine a wall of ice 10 times as deep as our ocean. And underneath of that is this planet's ocean, which has the building blocks of life within it. For all we know,
They got sharks.
there's something in there. You want to talk about volcano sharks? Well, let's talk about Enceladus sharks, Launders.
Wow. Okay. Well, okay, how about this? There's a planet that they found that is really cool. There's a planet that they found covered in water as well, but just water. So none of it's frozen, but it's so thick, the amount of water, it goes so many meters deep, that the density of the water at the bottom of the ocean is denser than metal.
What?
So the water is compressed to the point that it can't move, and in fact, nothing can go through it, but it is still liquid.
So it's, oh my.
Amount of gravity because of how deep the ocean went.
These are the kinds of things that I just can't picture it.
It's so crazy.
I just can't picture that.
I actually made that up. No, I'm just kidding. It's real.
Well, now I can't believe you.
No, it's real. It's real. It's real. I saw some
Is it?
documentary with like 200 planets that we found, and that was one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was one of them. All right. Well, the planet I'm talking, I think this is the craziest part about Enceladus. It's
a moon.
in our solar system.
Oh, true. Yeah.
It's not.
And
that
and
far.
in the water, that's where all the aliens are anyway.
Exactly.
Octopi,
Dude.
squids,
Jellyfish.
jellyfish. What else? Those are aliens.
As far as I'm
Look no
concerned.
farther. Yeah.
anglerfish.
Oh.
All right. We'll see you guys for our TED Talk at the next Tech Pause. Let's call them Tech Talks.
Nice.
For now, it's an
Trademark
MP9
that.
on Adex. And Fnatic Rising looking to convert off of what was, of course, that B-site play. They win with last round. 3 versus 2. Slow play to get onto the scoreboard. Already through top mid. That's going to cut off any potential rotate. Now, there's a guy inside of A main, and that guy is Adex with the MP9. So if anything's supposed to happen here for prospects, it's supposed to be him.
He's trying to get out of there. Well, they move in at just the right pace. Wow. Don't see a damn soul.
Pacifist mode with this bomb plant here in round 4. Game's going to be tied up 2 each. How about more losses, though? Because we've already got Regali down. Eagles are deadly, but not as lethal as the Galils and AKs, it seems. So they survived the threats all around the map. Fnatic Rising's T-side didn't kick off with the pistol, didn't work the first force, but gun rounds have been their success.
Fnatic Rising not afraid to go to the A site. This is one of the most impressive parts about this team so far, and that's yeah, that's going to be an important thing to be able to hold over your opponent on Ancients. If you're not afraid of A, anything is possible. Buy in here. 8X will pick up the op. No op in response because you don't need it on T side. 8X had a great map in their last series to be able to pull the win for their team over the OG Academy on Mirage. Missed that just yesterday. And Volt trying to get into his lurk position, as he does on these T sides on every map. It's crazy because he feels like an entry fragger, but
Ooh.
oh,
Lax gives him the angle. Oh, he
Wait a
gets
sec.
by.
Oh, that's
Oh, he
huge.
gets by.
oh my god.
So much time to make this happen.
Completely unspotted and also not heard. He can't even believe it. He's not going to go farther. Okay, so here in this position, you want to try to get the rotation, you know, so Volt can hear something. Or, wow. Oh, that's perfect flash timing. Oh my god, they decimate them. Oh, this round's over, man.
Yep. And even worse, 8X caught off by this Volt play because they never thought it possible. Lax, well, he does them dirty, but he doesn't even know that that one hinges on the top mid play. Pepsor over towards Cave, trying to keep it clean, but Urson will actually have a chance to escape. He's got an open road to just try and hold on to the M4. But he sticks around because obviously I'd be scared if I was him too. You don't know where the next fight comes in from. Fnatic Rising have him now stuck inside of caves. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. 6 bullets in the gun as well, so it better be clean. And it is. Quick swap out to the AK. Keep going, Urson. Fight, brother. Fight for your right to live.
I'll try. I mean, that was perfect. Whoa. Regali's excited. Oh, Regali smiled. What the hell? Never before seen.
He's having a good day.
I was really worried. Like he plays so well, but he like always just seems so somber, and can never understand why. Even when things are going right, and he was hitting all the clutches and everything. I mean, remember that round where he got the 1v2, and he literally just put his head in his hands. It was just like it wasn't even elation. It was just relief. It was just so much relief. Like, I mean, that's what it was. It was this tense moment. And he was just glad he got it, but like, feels like he's just always very stressed out. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. He has consistently high impact. It doesn't affect him at all. So, I mean, that was just perfect. The cave control, player on both sides, a long flash so they can swing with it, a smoke on the other side. It's the perfect counter. That was too good.
Maze waits. Oh no.
No.
Poor Spooky. His teammate just decides to change directions. He's the guy that gets gunned down. But sadly, they're all going to die in the end. That's how it's meant to be here in round 6. Volt tries to fight versus Lax and Spawn. Fnatic Rising continue to rise through the ranks of this T side. 4 rounds to 2. Rounds like that aren't the ones that should stop them. It's these ones. The guns come back from 0-0 prospects. You got to make sure that you don't let a guy like Volt slip through the cracks in middle, because he will be problematic and they will call around whatever info he gathers.
Yeah, I'm really actually, when we saw him play that Mirage T side, it felt like he would go Palace and wait for the round to get started and then try to join in after. And I was really hoping that he would do more because he's been so good and doesn't seem like one of the players that gets nervous. But in his role, he gets kind of locked into lurking a lot. But here on Ancient, where his job is to kind of cross to the opposite box, hold on to mid as long as the 0-0 are not playing in there, that's pretty good. But I like that he's taking initiative, getting up into the snipers by himself, because he probably should take a fair few opening duels. Like, his aim is actually, it's top shelf, right? I mean, he's been consistently nuts. He's always hitting headshots. He's out rifling most people I see. So sometimes you don't want a player like that just kind of waiting for the round to get started before him. But yeah, one thing that's key here for Volt is he's not seeing any pressure in mid, not enough. It's kind of like what Nip were trying the other day. So, oh my God, what a pickoff.
Yep. That's
Donut
Lax
still
smashed.
Jesus.
At least it's answered back for the sake of 0-0 prospects.
Yeah.
But that's the aim you're talking about with Volt. You mentioned it,
Yeah.
so he showcased it.
It definitely doesn't matter which player he kills there. One is as good as the other, because Donut has the cross timing into mid anyways. But either is also good. Right swing here from the CT side. Op shot miss from Regali. Banjo with a rifle, waiting with a rifle behind it as well. The taps are good. Banjo, can he get the next kill? No, he loses to Jimbo. That would have been in the 2v2. 3 seconds up for Maze. Not a lot of health.
Nah, tough
I mean,
spot
he
for
can
him.
just pick up the bomb.
Ooh, they see that he grabs it. He's got 40 seconds to try and piece this together, but Jimbo should be able to get him.
Yeah, this will be free.
They both pop up. It's over. Sure enough, back of the head, splattered on the side of the wall. Fnatic Rising going to get hit here by 0-0 prospects. The ramp play, the mid-round decision to take a risk and lock in that fight up close gives them a third. Keeps that lead not too far away.
Sometimes it can be hard to figure out what to do when you lose a player that early. But they get the trade really fast, and it's always valid to try to push down Banana in a mid-round timing. So I'm glad they look for that pressure. I think 5v5, maybe it's CT bias. 4v4, it's instantly not so much.
Person has an angle,
Oh, yeah.
and Volt gets caught by it. So does Regali. Individuals starting to kind of come in together, and also looking for these early fights, right? Fnatic Rising want the early fights. 0-0 prospects say, all right, let's go. Let's tango. Head to head. Toe to toe. Double op setup as well in the mix here, right? With Urson finding that one. So how do you try to recover?
That's a good question. Late mid on every map makes a lot of sense because people are less prone to play mid late. But yeah, I think smoking out snipers is the big one because you're very likely to spot from back there, but less likely to be out in the middle of it. But it's just something here for Fnatic Rising. They could try to create a timing, but there are a lot of ways to die is crossing into mid. Oh, and they'll smoke deep CT to cross B, and Jimbo's actually playing outside the smoke. So they're separating their fights a little bit. Jimbo could come through this. Oh, and he will die in a 1-for-1 situation, but it's 4v1 now.
Banjo continues on, trekking towards the A site, caught by the op and Urson. So both the snipers survive. 4 up for 0-0 prospects, and 4 to the board for both teams. We're tied up. Counter-terrorist half starting to get pieced together by prospects. And, well, the money's still there for Fnatic Rising, so the test's not over yet.
2 ops. Love that. So I think now that we've seen Volt try this play a lot of times, it's worked every round, except for that one. So now I think he might want to change gears. If he tries it again, I'll kind of be like, oh.
A little one-dimensional, maybe?
Yeah. Getting on mid is fine. But yeah, it looks like immediately he'll not go for mid. We'll throw some of the same utility. They have to respect that Volt has been consistently going out there. But, oh, they're gearing up for a fast B hit. There is enough control to justify it. Maybe a good flash here from Jimbo.
Perfect.
Wow, they got two.
Nicely done. That's a solo play from Jimbo, flashing himself into the fight. Not just one, but 2 kills with it. 8X waits and waits and waits with the op, but Jimbo's just continuing to cut them all down, and this one fizzles out fast for Fnatic. No answer, no life on it. Just a flat attempt into the bomb site. Jimbo, take a bow. 4 kills for himself, and I love the fact that he just flashes for himself to take a peek. You know, he's not trying to set it up, not trying to complicate it. He knows he can just do this on his own, makes a play for his squad, and comes out with 2 kills. You see everybody's blind as well, so great timing. Felt the squeeze was coming, and now 0-0 Prospects 1-round lead.
Yeah, saw one smoke coming over to the site, said, let's try something here. And that was enough space for Fnatic Horizon. They'd be lucky to get a situation like that, right? To exec B with no one pushing, no one in cave, ready to punish them. So made sense to take that moment. But I think they treated it as a low buy exec, and it looks like they might try something similar.
Right into the fast rush. Oh, cut down. Jimbo with the double. An assist thanks to the native Spooky. USP's out. Get out. B site is closed. Jimbo's B shop. Opening hours. Not right now.
Be back soon. Feels like that's the most important thing, to keep smoked on the cross into the site when you're swinging looking for cave, and it's open pretty often. It's also easy to dodge a lot of the nades you see from back there. Okay, now a lot more pressure into elbow. Rising will concede. They'll start to come out late, and Volt gets another opening, man. There's another one in mid. See if they forget about it. I don't know if they mollied this and lax smoked it, but they're holding it.
Confirmed.
Oh my god.
Jimbo off of the B site and into mid.
Epsor
is able to answer with one. Rigali also good, but Jimbo fighting.
Jesus.
Banjo, team kill. To give 8X a chance. He's still outnumbered, but it's better than a 1v3.
God damn, they just killed 4 CTs in mid. That does not happen that often.
Yeah, look at all the kits here from Banjo's perspective. Each of them represents a soul that was lost from Prospects in this mid hold. And 8X, he's going to be preoccupied with just sitting on that A site. So sure enough, bomb plant for Rising.
Yeah.
Not as fast as a fight this time. We get a little bit slower from Volt to come around that first corner. But once he does come out mid, he still, as he has in the past, picks up a frag pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. And the refrag is nice. I would always take the first kill, though. Unless the refrag is instant, that's just a few more milliseconds of space that gets taken over. And is there a chance for 8X to win this? I mean, he has a lot. He's worth a lot of money right now. Oh my god, they did give him a second to peek, yeah.
He's not going to find anybody else because the cave player's locking it in. Fire back sight, smoke towards cave. Now he wants to leave. And he'll be given that chance. So he tucks out. That's 8X to survive with the AWP. Just burns a bit of his grenades. And a 5th one here for Fnatic Rising. But I'm even surprised with how quickly all of the Prospects players were there towards mid. Like Jimbo's been that B anchor, and he was just gunning them back the moment that they showed any kind of presence.
Yeah, I think they wanted to directly respond to the amount of pressure that Fnatic Rising were putting on mid. They wanted to establish they weren't coming out. And typically, if you send 4 CTs, like that should be it. Like they're coming out. They have a one-way smoke on the stairs that you can use. You have the donut pressure. They put one in the pocket as well. It's a lot of good angles to work with to get those kills. But Volt gets the key opening. Then they spread, and then it's just overwhelming. And Fnatic Rising hits shot after shot. So, wow.
Try again. Put Volt at the front of it.
Yeah.
See what connects in mid, but
PTs are a little scared because they left window open. Spooky will get spotted pushing down.
So they give it up a little bit. They peel Banjo off of the B doors. Urson tucked inside a donut. They are 2 players on the other side of this cube.
It's sometimes easy to multi-frag in this spot. It's very hard to put together. Let's see if they can pull it off. Oh, Urson takes them both down. Solid
clean
stuff.
2K. And with that, critical position to hold on to. Urson sees the jump up into the temple, so he calls to Jimbo that the presence is there, but now we get the double kills right back. Fnatic rising, man advantage. Lax has been seen towards middle, so they still have a good grasp as to what's going on. Molotov ahead of Spooky. He actually kills Regali over top and finishes Maze, but not before that bomb goes down. Banjo to the 1v2, half health, 2 players to drop out of this. And Spooky just finds that superb angle over top of the flames. Banjo with a little bit of a jump peek here. Bomb is planted for him. Spooky's sticking the defuse. Banjo goes in, gets the first, needs the second, and executes Spooky in the final seconds of the defuse. Denied.
Well played. Banjo, no problem. I mean, it's played perfectly. Bomb is planted for him. He doesn't overreact. He doesn't overswing. And it is just way too hard for them to have no utility left over in the 2v1. They come through. Spooky makes a hell of a move to take out both players, Bomb Planner and his cover. But that's all they'll get. Fnatic Rising stay tied. Another pretty good go of it inside of mid control. Urson makes that sketchy. He tries his hardest. Fnatic Rising instantly off towards B again. Wow, very fast on T side. It's been fun to watch.
Hi, Jimbo. Caught with no gun ready. Spooky mows down 2. AK's going head hunting. Fire bounces past. It's going to be a little bit awkward there. I think Spooky has a pocket to play from.
We still smoke it. Bomb's not getting planted. It's uncomfortable here for the T side.
A little bit of a gap. Urson comes wide. He's going to try to charge right through. Regali shuts him down. Banjo's still playing the front of it, and Lax comes in from cave. Regali, 22 health. Trying to piece together the clutch, but Spooky this entire time hangs on for dear life. His teammates distract and save him, and that allows for him to come through with that final frag. A back-and-forth affair here on Ancient.
It is, yeah.
Prospects, I mean, the best that we've seen on this map from them yet.
It's a tough decision to make, but right there, Banjo, if he just throws his molly on the floor, it's going to spread. But instead, he tries to throw it perfectly into the wall and get that, get the player out of there, Spooky. But instead, where he throws it, the smoke goes down and just creates a one-way. And that small decision, of course, is just what gives prospects enough leverage to be able to peek from both cave and put pressure through the wall, Spooky with the one-way, and all the rotators coming in. It's already very hard to get that bomb down and win a post plant for the T side, but that made it even harder.
Attack pause from the prospects. Going to try to finish off this CT side with more momentum. They got a lead.
They do. I think we've seen some good T-side Ancients in the Academy League.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
CT side aren't just givens.
Volt back to his shenanigans in mid. The 1 AK.
Whoa.
He gets past.
Oh, the way they're boosting, they have no idea he's gotten in the window.
He's done it again. Now Spooky pushes out of cave, so Pepsword dies before Volt's able to really get much done.
Actually might help, because I don't think Volt would have even taken a risk if he didn't feel like it. Oh, man. They're going to walk by him?
Yep.
Golly dies inside.
Lax trying to hang on inside a donut. He's got a Galil to worry about. Banjo's trying to come through. It's actually Volt to kill the donut player, and then he goes back to CT, prepared for another frag. Volt's still in CT spawn. He dies to Jimbo. Banjo's fighting inside of the site. Op shot misses him, so he's given a chance, but 8X survives 28 health, comes back with it, won't miss his second shot, and so it falls onto Maze with the Deeg to the teeth of Jimbo.
I mean, this would be ridiculous, but it's actually possible. The amount of health that 8X has.
Spooky will be their best chance to deny this one from Fnatic.
Oh, you just saw him.
They exchange glances. Smoke down. Spooky's going to use that to cross back. Fire keeps Maze at bay. 25 seconds. Now time's becoming a problem. Gonna have to push out with the MP9. Remember, 8X will be mowed down in an instant. Smoke fades. Spooky's just playing tucked on ticket. Oh, there's the first. That's what he's looking for. 8 seconds left. He needs to get Spooky. Spooky's just playing the corner perfectly, waits him out, and as he tries to go for the plant, Maze will fall. One survives, but only one is needed as this round, this half, starts to come to a close. 8-6 for Prospects, shooting for number 9.
Yeah, tell me how Maze almost made that real. That was a really good attempt, but Spooky's been equivalently reliable. So round 15, the buyback will come in. No telling where this game goes now. It's a pretty good half from the Prospects, but also been a very good half from Fnatic Rising. Insane openers from Volt. He's catching timings left, right, and center. This time they're finally playing inside of mid. Op shot gets missed. Activates the MP9. Even though Volt gets one, it's answered back.
And Urson called to action to just make sure that there's no further presence in mid. But there is. 2 players walking forward. They line up for the A1S spray. A little in the hands of Banjo. They'll be able to finish off Urson. Desert Eagle and Pepsor's situation not ideal. 1v3 to close. And the Prospects putting up a decent enough CT side showing.
Yeah, not bad.
You know, it was tough with Volt going as hard as he did inside of mid at the start of it.
Hold on.
And Banjo, I like that he doesn't rush A right off the back, instead trying to catch another player mid-rotate. Of course, they won't move unless the plant comes through, aware that he's trying to pull the wool over their eyes. Instead, he's the one that gets body bagged. Banjo down last. And take a look at this. 4 in the middle for the Prospects, 2 back from Fnatic Rising, and then 3 in the end. So, 7 of the last 9 rounds, all the way of 0-0 Prospects. That's a good little recovery considering a 5-2 lead for Fnatic early. Take what you
really
can get.
is, yeah. I mean, there's just I think it was just a really good half from both sides. We saw a lot of Fnatic Rising attempting their B hits where it just didn't work. A lot of their mid control did. A lot of their defaults worked out. Their A hits were actually more successful. They really just struggled on that right side. So there is some emphasis on the pistol here. Prospects are not out of the water. Again, this is already more rounds than they've gotten versus any of their opponents so far on Ancient. I can't remember. I think they might have started CT side in their games as well, but I'm actually not sure about that. Let me see.
I feel like I definitely remember them playing versus 0-0 Gods T side, so at least the opener. Jimbo 16-9. His ADR 118. Spooky 110. So 2 stars shining bright on Prospects tonight. Jimbo and Spooky.
They got 0 T rounds versus Mouse, and they got 7 T rounds versus Young Gods.
Okay. Was that out of 15 for Young Gods?
7 out of 15 versus Young Gods, yes.
Okay.
And then
So
they
it was
just
the first
lost. And then as their CT side got cleaned, they lost to 8 T rounds of Young Gods in a row.
Wow.
The game.
So hopefully marked improvement on the defense. Now time to show us what they got on the offense. Fnatic Rising hoping to hang on to that second place spot in Group A. A loss here puts it in question. Finish up what you've started. It should be smoother sailing going forward. Maze, dual Berettas in position, sees a little bit of T side and decides he doesn't want any of that just yet. He'll make them come closer to him. Fight on his turf.
Denmark.
Yeah. Aarhus, Copenhagen.
Lisbon?
I don't think that's Denmark.
No, that's what Martin says.
Oh, Martin. Schmel.
We are going to Lisbon.
Maze warns him. You want a piece of these Berettas? You want a piece of me, kid? Come get some.
This kind of reminded me of Guile.
Okay, the Street Fighter character with the big blonde hair. Yeah, I thought that guy was so
Shadow.
cool. Pepsor, only able to get one. One kill, 2 guns. 8x, patience towards mid, works out. Volt runs right into it, but the Berettas line up for Maze. A ton of damage done to the T side here as they try to press into the B side. It's going to cost them bodies. Regali back towards bottom middle. Clean duel versus 8x. Taps into the forehead and leaves Urson 15 health 1v3. As much HP as time on the clock. He gets stopped by Maze. Fnatic Rising will win CT Pistol.
Man, Maze is so impressive too. There's so many things about Fnatic Rising that are impressive. There's like, I want to talk about Volt as well, but like honestly, if Maze is calling, his individual decision making is also has also been top shelf. I don't know if it'll be over a longer period of time, but the way he takes duels looks great. Yeah, he was a top fragger in that Mel's NXT match as well. Super solid.
Now they farm, because it's only Glocks, and Glocks get farmed. Like salmon.
Or you will get a... Oh!
But what if the chickens revolt?
What if the chickens revolt? And what if they evolve? We got at least one P250. 2.
Banjo catches the easy cross kill. And just to be safe, he's going to give himself a little wiggle room. That'll give Temple over to Prospects. There's this late lurk towards mid from Jimbo that could maybe put the Glock to the back of the head of the Donut guys, but...
Oh! It's now an MP9. There's one in spawn here.
Yeah, Jimbo gets caught. He grabs the MP9, and that costs him his life. He's a dead man walking. And Spooky is an alive man hiding. That was heard. Pepsor knows he's on high alert.
Yeah.
Now it's just a matter of finding Spooky, and as he shows his face top mid, it gets blasted by Volt. 2 kills to him, a little bit of money made, and a little bit of a lead still left. 1 round the difference.
Yes. So, I mean, when they played against Mel's NXT, they lost the first 6 rounds in a row. So, you know, it's a pistol, there's a couple anti-ecos, and there's only a couple of rifle rounds, and the game was done because Mel's NXT had such a good T side. So hopefully get to see more attempts from 0-0 Prospects. Despite losing the pistol themselves here in this match, could prove themselves. See what they can do.
Site's open.
Oh, yep.
They're going right for it.
Oh, it's a great play. It's actually hard to get back into this.
Excellent. I mean, just with decisiveness, they decide, yeah, we're taking A site, and you're not going to stop us. Jimbo finds Volt. Headshot through to the Donut, and Urson playing on the close smoke. This is desperate. Fnatic Rising jumping through smoke grenades. Banjo still able to get 2 with the SMG, all things considered. But now 8x should have this one wrapped up. Banjo's in no man's land on top of the bomb. Caught in the crossfire. 0-0 Prospects. Respect. They came out of spawn in their first gun round. Let's hit A site. Let's do it before they know what hits them. And sure enough, they find it not only, you know, like under defended, but entirely empty.
Yeah. They had Banjo wasn't playing like inside of Donut, so he couldn't even hear the rush. And they might have also thrown that molly to guise the footsteps. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't see anyone there. So the buy isn't good enough. I'm surprised they actually committed that hard to going back in for it. I actually think that they didn't think they were going to win, but they were just going to see how many guns they could take out, considering it was their quote-unquote bonus. But they end up only getting 2, which is not very good. That flash is also not very good. And I don't know. Banjo is literally looking, you know, he should have just been full blind by whatever that was. So that flash actually could be very costly. Poor 8x kind of got screwed over there. This is a Donut smoke coming in the face of Banjo, so we'll see how he responds. Oh, he's dead.
Nothing. That's a T-side incendiary that lands back site. Probably meant for Temple, but it's okay. They won't be punished. There was nobody actually there. And Lax now takes up the position. So with the smoke grenades down, there's still wiggle room. We will get that flank from Spooky. if he decides it's needed. Could come in late if it gets down to the wire. But for now, Fnatic Rising, they can't even get the retake rolling. Urson, Jimbo, headshots off the AKs. Lax tucked in Temple. Pepsor finally gets something going, but that's when Spooky strikes from behind. Ooh. Crossfires with Jimbo and gives Prospects not only an 11th, but room to keep going because the money is gone for Rising.
Another round where they get the ace site hit off perfectly, and last time Banjo wasn't there. This time Banjo dies as they were just crossing Donut. So a really key entry from Lax on a good timing from Prospects. It'll be a frustrating situation for Fnatic Rising, but they always had the ability to save if they wanted to, and they wanted to try to go for that retake. 2 times now they lose all 5 players, and it leaves them in the dumps.
Uh-oh. Too many players. Pepsor comes through with the double 5-7 frag. That's upgrades for free, but of course, just as free as this B site is for the bomb plant.
Any damage is good if they're going to continuously keep them low, but they also should be happy to pick up these guns. They have armor? Or no? No, they don't even.
Nope.
They should be nowhere near retaking this then. Pistol's coming in front.
Can't expect much more than that.
They're just throwing these away, man.
Could have been free weapons.
Yeah, free weapons. They had no armor there. That's 3 rounds. They lose all their players, and they could have saved instead of retaking twice, and now just saved guns that they had no chance of winning with. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Are you disappointed, Coach Lau?
A little bit. These are the easy decisions that everyone can see. You shouldn't.
So, they lose pistol. They lose the conversion, and then Prospects have now taken 3 in a row, but Fnatic Rising will buy back. Of course, we look at the lackluster nades, right? You just mentioned this. If they have AKs, then we've got full grenades. Instead, you've got a FAMAS. And 3 empty belts of utility, essentially.
There's a friggin' op coming into mid. Oh, wow, he finds the timing. Oh, lucky Volt. Uh-oh.
Zor survives the first one. He's not alone here on the B site. We got Maze in caves.
Do you like
Regali
the
rotates in. Black's looking for the kill towards cave. Will get it, as also Urson connects one inside of the middle of the map. But he is the last man standing. Gets tagged down to 24 as well. Awkward spot. Fighting versus Banjo. Won't come out on top of that duel as Fnatic Rising take a 9th. A 3-round game here. Prospects T-side's got life behind it. It's also got money behind it here in round 22.
Yeah, they like to keep it really simple, these contact walkouts. So they've been relatively effective. So why not keep going? But this round they go for a little mid control. Maybe it was a risk to send the op out there, but he was half watching Donut. There was a moment, of course, where Volt could have died, but the same could be said for the op. So he's got to watch both mid and Donut. I don't know if they smoked it.
Flash from Pepsor catches Spooky a little higher up, and the other T doesn't trade right away. Adex just tucks in instead.
Yeah, it's scary because it's usually a 2-rifle setup, so you don't want to just swing the corner. You want to try to kill him while he's down there, but he's around the other side of the box.
Urson's
T-side entries on Ancient.
Yep. This is where he made a first impression on us.
Yes.
This exact routing, but Banjo...
he gets it.
Doesn't get the better of him. 2 health left on Urson. A patient setup outside of the B site. What? 8x doubles down. They push Cave to their own dismay.
What? They could still lose here if they're not careful. Regali moving in. He's got one on the cross. 3 up, 2 are low. Oh, that plant is not safe.
Nope. But he gets away with it.
Yeah.
Volt trying to attack it from the other side, but Lax comes off with a bomb plant. Insta headshot to Regali. Volt tries to escape back. Remember, 22 for 8x, 2 health on Urson. If he can kill Lax, then the other ones come with it. But the flashbang.
Oh my god.
Frag goes deep on ramp, lands on Urson, shrapneled him to the sidewall, and Volt is now looking for the follow-ups, but they've got this crossfire set, and they end him. 0-0 Prospects, 13 rounds on the board. Woo, we could have an upset.
Yeah,
It's
we
getting
definitely
there.
could. They're broke. I mean, they have to come back. Listen, the fashion in which they lose these rounds, I think Fnatic Rising think, okay, we shouldn't lose like that. They just lost to 8x, you know, not being traded. Banjo had the perfect angle on the walkout and lost his duel on A. He's been kind of struggling, getting comfortable with the donut fights on the A walkouts. The walkouts are coming. I feel like, you know, Fnatic Rising are pretty happy with the way that 0-0 Prospects are playing, but they're not keeping up aim-wise. And they just don't. And they created a bad economic situation for themselves by throwing away 3 rounds, all their players. They could have been buying more.
Numbers are here for Fnatic Rising, but nothing else behind it. So let's just assume Prospects take a 14th. A marked improvement from what we got to see in their first 2 Ancient games.
Oh, yeah.
Oof. They keep it clean as can be. 5 standing tall. Round 24, theirs for the taking. Now it's the buy-in. Fnatic Rising, you got to stop it. You got to stop it now. You're running out of chances, and this could, you know, there's ramifications here. This is Fnatic Rising going to potentially lose that second spot in the group.
I mean, we haven't seen 0-0 Prospects even try anything crazy yet. So things start not working out. They can go on to other things like their full execs or heavier mid control and stuff. Like right now, they've been just playing bare bones, walking out, taking duels, and just that's been working.
Oh, Urson flash through, denied by Volt. He is still the king of mid.
Yeah, he is really.
Can't take away his crown. But they're trying. He's got Regalia here to help him. Cave player also nearby. It's nothing towards this B site from Prospects, but they could just try to lean on Jimbo and 8x and walk into the A site. They won't have their specialist in Urson, but they could still get this job done, especially with the boost. Catch Banjo off guard while his teammates aren't still nearby. If he dies, well, it falls to Regali inside of Donut. Insta from the Mac 10. Lax, how dare you? He dies to Regali as he goes up into Donut, but hell, the fact that he gets impact with just the SMG is something. Jimbo bomb plant falls back, and we've got a 2v4 post plant that surely Fnatic Rising should be able to get going. Jimbo insta-kill to Regali, looks for the peek on Temple and nails it. Volt's now down and we're even keel. Jimbo can tuck behind box and now just let Spooky take next contact. Sure enough, Pepsor popped down beneath him, but he does lose Jimbo in the process. Maze locked in, fights him, but it's the 2v4 from Prospects.
God damn, how do they look so comfortable, man? Jimbo with those 2 fights can't be traded. They're just better right now. I can't believe we just saw Banjo die to Mac 10 from like 300 meters away. The triple gush through the box.
I don't get that one.
That was crazy. He has been abused on A. They are definitely right around a minute 20. They're just taking the round over towards the A site after pretending to fight everywhere else, and then they walk out. They just kill him. So they've had a lot of success with that. And now Fnatic Rising broke as hell. Wouldn't have bought in this situation if it wasn't match point. Prospects can do no wrong here on T side. They are farming right now. Finally, Volt dies without a kill too. That's not a final sign.
Molly for Maze. He's got to give up his original spot. Wow. From losses to Maus and Young Gods to a victory over Fnatic Rising. That's the trajectory here for 0-0 Prospects. And we said it yesterday with
coming
their
off
win.
a win versus OG
right?
Academy.
That's huge. You're taking down 2 of the top contenders of this group. And then all of a sudden, the Young Gods loss is just kind of like, you know, rough start to the season. Prospects, they have arrived. That much is for sure. But Regali, Yeah, he punches their ticket into Donut. That's 4 insta-kills back from Fnatic Rising, and Lax on 4 health should not be able to finish off this clutch, so a little bit more still.
I don't know.
MP9, baby.
Well,
Does what it does.
Lax is built different, I think. We've seen some. He was the guy with the
Yeah.
Mac 10 last round. So
4 health 1v2.
Oh,
That's what
the
you're telling me,
ultimate
Launders?
first?
You're telling me they're going to line up? He gets
No,
the
I
first,
can't.
but Maze right there. Easy trade. That would have been ridiculous.
yeah, that would have been too much.
So 6 match points, and it's going to take more than 1.
Okay. Nice play from Regali. These little bait set up there at the MP9. He gets 3 frags. Can't plan for that. You know, honestly, I really don't feel like this game is over, but just the amount, I mean, the individual level for prospects is just so high. I'm actually shocked to see that. There was a bit of discomfort here on Ancient CT side. That's for sure. I mean, they're just not having as much fun on the angles. I don't think Banjo should have been spotting a little bit for that boost as well. That was a blind spot for him. And I don't know if they could see him. I think they could, though. That helped him get targeted. Slower one here from the prospects.
Saw Fnatic Rising struggle to close versus Mouse yesterday. Prospects can't let that happen to them.
B seems like a good idea. They've tied up Regali to help out Banjo because he needs some support since he's been losing a lot of his duels.
They're going to try to rush this up the ramp.
The place to go. Oh, the flash is great. Wow.
Oh, Pep Source sees nothing. Maze, just one. Spooky's on the front of this run. Bomb is now planted, and with a man advantage, they've got this one down. Smoke into the face of the CT. Spooky slides out. 3 kills for him already this round. Looking to put prospects on his back and bring them into victory lane. Flash comes forward. He gets blinded, but he's also got Jimbo right next to him, and Regali knows with a sigh that reality begins to sink in. Prospects, 2 losses on Ancient to start the season, and now a win over Fnatic Rising.
Huge.
The challengers of MOUZ NXT challenge themselves here tonight.
You know, I thought it wasn't going to end that soon. I thought for sure we'd get at least a little comeback here from Fnatic Rising. But just as soon as they win that round, where they have the MP9s, then 0-0 prospects, they do kick it into a new gear here. They put together the full exec. The flashes are very good. This was something that we saw Fnatic Rising fail to do when they were attacking the B site, was keep the guy in B blind for as long as possible. And that's all they needed. They one exec to change it up, and there were still so many rounds to play with. So, yeah, they really handled Fnatic Rising here on T side. And did so much better on T side than they have in their previous 2 matches. Actually got a chance to play this time around, unlike when they got to play against MOUZ NXT. So, yeah, some real quality competition here in the league. And 0-0 prospects now kind of living up to the hype and a bit of the reputation they built for themselves before this started. Slow start doesn't define them.
Yes, exactly that, right? Improvement as time goes on. And again, that's the beauty of this format. The fact that a loss here at the start of the season, it doesn't mean much. You can shake that off, get the rust off, and then just get things going. And they have here tonight, 25 kills to Spooky, 24 on Jimbo. Urson also in the 20s. And 8X, who gave us some op shots to talk about previously, is also trying to throw his name into the ring. 100 ADR only on 1 player in the server, and that's Spooky. So he really does kind of take over tonight. A couple
Every
of
night
moments.
really was Spooky, huh?
Yeah, it's starting to get consistent. And if they can continue consistently, then we do have another challenger here in Group A. And Group A is already so stacked, right? This is the group with MOUZ, with Fnatic, with OG Academy, who have shocked us out of the gate, and now with 0-0 Prospects, who are the known entity coming in this season disappointing start. We start to worry a little for their future fate, and now they start to change that narrative. So 103.9 ADR for Spooky, his game on Ancient. And that's number 4 wrapped up for the day. We've got one more map this broadcast, and that is, of course, going to be the undefeated. That's the word. Undefeated Astralis Talent, 2-0 so far, and Furia Academy, who have shown us an improvement because they picked up a win already at the start of the season. They only had 1 win in the entirety of Season 3, and yet here they are already starting to show new looks. And will they be able to best Astralis Talent for the first time? We'll find out. Quick break, and we'll be back with the 5th and final game of the day. Hey, one more map, folks. Just one more map today. And it's going to be, of course, Astralis Talent versus Furia Academy. Who was it from Astralis yesterday that told you he was going to be your new favorite player?
Yeah, I said I mentioned a Volt. I mentioned Volt in a tweet and said he's one of my favorite players coming out of the Academy League. Still proves true today. What an attempt from Volt on that map. But Bruiser, BRZER on Astralis Talent, replied to the tweet and said, "Watch tomorrow and see who your new favorite will be." So he also then said, "I said, okay, let's see it, big man. Let's see what you got." And then he said, "What map do you want?" And I was like, okay, now we're crossing into conflict of interest territory. So I didn't
That we
respond to
are.
that, but
That's
I
fair.
wanted to say just not Mirage because yesterday was a lot of Mirage, but now actually Mirage would be kind of cool.
Today, I said, I tweeted out, I said, when I'm casting the Academy League, sometimes I feel like the soccer mom who just wants all the kids to have fun. That's my role. That's how I feel. And
Okay, yeah.
Sound responded to me. You know what he said?
What?
He said, "Thanks, mommy." And I regret everything. I regret
Well, I
everything.
mean, you did make your bed. I think.
All right, so we got some smart Alex, some whippersnappers out here in the Academy League. These next gen players, man, they get the social media game. Pre-match stats, as we will be playing Overpass between Astralis Talent and Furia Academy. Lots of footage here for Astralis Talent. This is a map that they have 13 recorded games on. Of course, with it, 40% T round win. That ain't half bad, and about the same for the CT
No, that's
side.
bad.
Is it bad? Oh,
Yeah, I mean, you want at least 50. You want at
Well,
least half.
you see, that's what I mean. I'm just here to I'm like,
Okay, all right. Let me
40%,
break this down for you.
Good job,
41%
kid.
is pretty bad, but you know what's worse? 32% for Furia Academy. Okay, so that's worse.
Could be
Uh,
dire.
yes. So strong CT sides for both teams. And that will make a big difference. We're talking way more reasonable sample size here for Astralis Talent for Fury Academy. That can mean almost nothing over the two maps that they have recorded in the last 3 months. So, yeah, very sensible pick here from Astralis Talent. They actually haven't won the majority of their recent games, but I do think that this is still a punish to Fury Academy. Don't play it much, kind of exposing the deeper end of their map pool. And I think, it's a Danish team on Overpass. They're supposed to be good.
I think Astralis Talent are going to be the breakout team of Group B. And unfortunately, because they're in that group without Mouse, without Fnatic Rising, without 0-0 Prospects, without OG Academy, I'm almost just kind of waiting for Astralis Talent to get into the play-in/playoffs so that we can see what they do versus the other teams. It's like they're kind of in their little own incubation room. They're here just consuming all the noobs before they get to give it a good chance, a real run versus the top dogs. Overpass.
That's a jam. Okay, we need more Overpass picks after that.
Yeah, right? It's like when the nuke bomb explodes.
Mm-hmm.
Little heavy metal. It really sets the tone for some, Counter-Strike action. Let's go. Dane's on the T side, Astralis Talent. Let's see what you got here on Overpass.
Got some pictures here for Furia Academy. Good to see Kawez. He's been pretty awesome, I'd say. Him and Koala, I feel like, have been nuts. We had a really good opening match from Descenti. And I think they've been the most standout players overall. So Fury Academy, they're looking to make history with this map. If they win this map. Oh, Bruiser, you died, buddy. What's going on? Thought you were. Anyways, they're looking to make history with this map. They win this map. It'll be their best season to date.
To date. Koala is actually starting this map as the 4th highest rated player so far this season.
Okay.
So we'll keep eyes on him. But of course, they have only played 2 games. So an asterisk next to it. Retakes underway. Bruninho to the top of the boxes. Only Mr. Leftover, and he's dead. So with it, Furia Academy defuse the bomb and take the CT side pistol win.
Yeah, not too shabby. So both these teams are looking for like a resurgent. Of course, Astralis Talent had a much better season last season in season 3. Came in last place out of season 2, and Fury Academy were also last place in season 2. But since then, I think it's fair to say Astralis Talent have kind of peeled away. And looking at season 1, Fury Academy came in last place in season 1 as well. And they got 3 wins. Okay, so they got 3 wins. So they somehow went down from 3 wins to 1 win season 2, 1 win in season 3, and in this season already have 1 win. So
unstoppable.
Basically,
think about how good they must feel.
Was Trusen in the last?
Trusen.
Oh no, they're playing without Fesser.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
Fesser's been a king.
Oh, I think he's their best player by stats, at least.
Yeah. No. Good eye.
Okay. Trusen.
Is that an R or an A? Housing. It's very tiny on our screens, Laundry.
Oh, is it an A? Okay.
Yeah, I know you're not wearing your glasses.
Dude, I can't see.
Yeah, I know. It's,
Yeah.
Is what it is. All right. So no Fessor. Ooh, this makes things interesting because, like you said, kind of pegged as the best. And Fury Academy are on an upwards trajectory. So we'll see what Towson can do. He's got big shoes to fill for the Astralis camp, but this round is looking winnable. Ooh. Oh, Bruninho.
Wow.
2 players line up. Little famous and Bruninho.
Oh, no. He celebrates and doesn't get the M4. Oh, man.
Oh, well.
Oh, what a Brazilian moment right there. These guys, they love a good
Just too
celebration.
excited.
But you got to get the guns and nades first. Oh, what the hell. It was such a big moment.
You let it go. You just let it go.
So just want to double check. Okay, so Altex is actually the #1 rated player for Astralis Talent, and he's also the second highest rated player in the league, but he also only has 2 maps played, so the Astralis Talent stats are a bit touch inflated. Yeah. And Fesser was number 7 overall. But yeah, big shoes. CMB has just a USP, even though there are some good guns on the other side of the map. Towson, here he is. Good phase of smoke, and he gets the kill. Ooh. That's a win. I'm going to do a little shallow dive on Towson.
Yeah, get digging.
It is his middle name. Let's establish that first. Sebastian Towson
Start.
Lindelof.
Lindelof.
Don't have too much fun with that.
I realize that. Like, oh no.
He has photos at LAN. He has a photo on HLTV. He was playing on Atlantic before this. Okay, hold on. Real rounds coming at you.
Yeah, 3v3. Bruninho tucked into the short side. But they cross with the bomb in their hands, and that will be their error. Bruiser, what you got, kid? Talk a big game. Missed the scout shot. CMB. Just 6 health left to knock him over the edge. So made easy as Furia Academy survive another test, another real round, lose 3 players in the process, but keep a FAMAS, keep an M4, and keep themselves away from Astralis Talent with the 3-round lead.
So it looks like he's been a pretty strong performer. They played against Sprout. He had 22 kills in in each of the 2 maps they won. I mean, he's literally averaging over 20 kills across his last like 15 or so maps. Really good ratings, honestly. One of these series was actually versus Astralis Talent. He had 28, 26 kills in the 2 maps they won, or they actually lost both. Wow. So can't beat him, join him, I guess. Goes for Towson.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. So okay, big shoes, but maybe big feet.
That is the solution to the problem.
Yeah.
Damn, no Fessor. I really want to know why, but we have more questions than answers. Mister taking a little glance into the B site. What's in there? 2 players from Furia. A third floating not far back. Good amount of space being given to the T's if they want to walk up bathrooms, but Kawaz is also keeping eyes on it. With the smoke grenades, they're not too dangerously close, but now that they see players down long, yeah, I like this. Kawaz just taking a bit more of a chance, a deeper angle, not letting the entirety of the T side set up and come wide with an exec. Not that they have smokes or anything, but the possibility could be there. He'll get 1 frag. Descenti's able to get the next. That's long now shut down in its entirety. Bruiser comes through with the Desert Eagle kill. Kawa is a little worried as Altex will get the better of him. But ZMB, yeah, he's gone unnoticed. So he'll drop the bomb just as they get hands onto the M4, and his 2 kills close this down. 3 alive as Furia find a 4th.
It's looking very solid so far. I mean, they're putting up a really staunch defense. So, okay, let's see what happens on the buy. For Astralis Talents, they defend against 5, instantly buying up. Bruiser on the op. So we like to see him. And yeah, I mean, he's on the fringe a little bit. I'd say we see MHL and Regali of the 2 oppers that are clearly the best in the league right now. And then Bruiser, and there was another one who I had mentioned also caught my attention as pretty consistent performers somewhat. But the other one escapes my memory. I'm going to go back and look. There's a lot of new names. Oh no. Bruiser and MHL. Oh no, I just mentioned Bruiser and MHL. Okay.
He's stuck. He's stuck. He's stuck. He's got players both sides.
He wants to escape, but they're flashing above stairs for him, maybe? Oh, he doesn't even need it. Oh, he does, actually. He gets it for the flash assist from ZMB.
All right. Sticks around.
And now everything's a bonus, really.
Back was exposed to Altex. Comes back down. Wins both fights. Kawaz.
Okay.
Descenti, Bernino, Koala, they're all still inside of the B site. This one's going swimmingly.
Wow.
Furia Academy are off to the races with a 5-0 start if they can kill Vigo and Bruiser. I mean, again, I hate... It's like... It's not your fault, Towson. But I really wish you were Fessor. Just because I wanted to see this head-to-head. I thought that I was going to be hype. Astralis Talent were on the come-up.
He's good, man. I'm sure he'll fit in well.
He's not Fessor.
Yeah, he isn't Fessor. No. Ooh, okay, man. The trading, the spacing is very nice here from Furia Academy, and leaving a player like Kawaz in the stairs is a beautiful idea. I mean, where it has been, his efficacy is extremely high, so I think why not lean into that even more? At Furia Academy, they do well on their CT. They win 60 in the 2 maps they play. They've won 60% CT rounds. They struggle a lot on T side when we flip it over, so the story could change just as quickly as it's been presented. We'll see in just 10 rounds if that's the case. But yeah, Astralis Town will have to dig back at least a little bit. This would be a pretty big upset, you know. Astralis Town, they've so many games on Overpass. I'm going to say Fessor or not. Yeah, they've got a very strong substitute. Maybe he does. I've seen Fessor take so many individual engagements and stuff. I don't know. You know, he's not the IGL that's leaving. I feel like he's just a very high impact player that might not be too hard to replace. But I haven't followed this team as closely, just in the few maps we've watched. In the 2 maps, in fact.
It's true. It's not a leader. It's not an opper. Maybe, just maybe, if the feet are big enough. But for now, they're just going to play the pack mentality, go down connector, maybe look to join Mister outside of this B site. They've got the util to give us some kind of an exec. We haven't really even seen a round in these last couple where Furia Academy look uncomfortable. They've been given a chance to settle into this defensive half. Descenti starts to move away just as the T's get closer. Still close enough to come back. Oh my God! It is a meat grinder. Brunino 3, Koala 2, short. Look at them. They're splattered, smothered, and destroyed as they tried to get into that B bomb site. 6-0 start for the CT side. Get those deagles out of the way. I want guns. And we've got them.
What a story this would be for Furia Academy. Everything working as intended. Maybe they could make Overpass one of their home maps.
Well, this would be them not only exceeding the results of the last 2 seasons and getting more than 1 win, but additionally, it would be over, I would say, like the best team in this group. Like it's supposed to kind of be Astralis, Big, and Furia. I guess Furia now, of course, assuming they can close this. So feels like, you know, after if they can get this one, then some of the lesser opponents they'll face, they could get more than 2 wins, maybe 3 wins, maybe 4.
Yeah, the only one outside of that is supposed to be like Young Ninjas, but they're 1 and 2.
Yep.
No, they're supposed to be having a good season. Yeah, rough start.
Wow. So
another,
door is open.
Opening kill hunted down, and they've got one left in the corner. Oh, the shot's missed. Could be a key one, but Cowes trades it back. No problem.
Nino, he's been good.
Another
Comes
CT
out with
ready
one
to
kill.
regress. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Layers on
Overwhelming
layers.
pressure.
Fights on fights. Furia Academy do as they damn well please inside of the short water, just reaggressing layer after layer to give themselves 7 straight.
This is impressive. This is very, very impressive. I mean, there is just no space for Astralis talent to work with. They're trying to play nice and calm. Fury Academy just really taking over the middle of the map and relentless on the pushes, as they normally are. But they're not like running around. You know, they're walking into place. They're meeting Astralis just as they get to that intersection, getting out of the short tunnel, turning the corner on stairs, walking out of the party area, and it looks real easy. You know, they're not going on full flanks to pull these rounds off. They're just putting together nice, tactful, double-up pushes that are well-timed.
Good team play, good tethering, good timing. Just got to keep it up now. 7 rounds is great, but still another 8 left in this half. Desert Eagles here from Astralis Talent. ZMB takes to the top of party. Altex does have an AK, of course, so it's more than just Deeds, excuse me. That one sole Kalashnikov. Cowes tucks just as he comes around the corner. Altex then looking the wrong direction. What was he looking at? He had players inside a con already. I guess just outside a connector corner. Must have been the only option. He was just glancing to his right. Timing wonderfully for Furia Academy. The AK changes hands. Now it's Vigo swinging it.
Yeah, and they heard head armor on that, so they'll be on full alert. CMB's in a great spot. I mean, we have some utility for this exec, and they're in position to throw it. Let's see if they send the rifler up closer. Up takes a peek. Jesus. Okay. Okay.
Little flash, little wiggle room. They're not following through just yet, Astralis Talent.
I think he made that one up, but that's enough to scare them back. They keep their nades. Oh, in a very aggro setup. That's super cool here over on the B side. I still like this. And look, as soon as they don't see anybody coming through, they're just going to walk out and peek this. Extra CT has come over. 20 seconds, and now time is an issue as well.
Hop missed. Cowes primed. Desert Eagle gets the better of him. ZMB in with 1, but that's it. They just swarm over top of it. Towson's now got op in hand. 6 seconds. Bombs planted. Koala attacks.
Oh.
He can't stop the bomb plant, but he will kill Mister. And then Towson, he's just got nowhere to run nor hide. And so he dies with all his teammates around him for an 8th to Furia.
Honestly, ZMB missed like 300 off shots that round, and there was still no chance for Astralis Talent to win. So, yes, it's a backhanded compliment, but that is to say that the team in those positions looked very comfortable still. So, I feel like they did a good job of keeping all the pistols back, put enough pressure on them. They wanted to swing, but they also wanted to use their utility. And then when we went back to B to try to throw a fake, they got one rotation out, but there was this really close setup inside of short that was also watching Monster. I don't know. These are really cool positions that I'm seeing Furia Academy, and it's all catching me by surprise.
Now a little more aggressive up on A. They've been giving them a lot of room. I feel like this
A lot
could
of
just be
variety
the
here.
net. Yep. Definitely looks like a comfort pit for Furia.
And I like the amount of presence inside the stairs. I think it's awesome. Now, there might be an overemphasis towards the top of the stairs when the Opera is here. Players are approaching short. Callis gets his opener. ZMB will retreat. The bomb is still in vision. Bruninho might see somebody soon. ZMB falls off his angle to throw a flash. Shadow advantage here for Bruninho.
Try to face into the
that's
bathrooms.
a losing battle.
Altec's going to lose the same fight. Third time's the charm, but Vigo gets denied after just the first.
Those aren't great
Late
fights,
walkout
man.
from Mr. No Bomb Plant. Nah, they're being drawn into unideal positions, and Furia are just smothering them now.
Yeah, this is insanely good. I mean, we've seen 9 rounds, 9 different plays. This is not the kind of depth that we're used to seeing in the Academy League. They're majority alive on every single round except for 2.
And Bomb planted only twice as well.
Yeah. They just walked into that shadow, no flash, and no 2 players spaced, peeking at the exact same time. They got to be a bit tilted at this point.
I didn't have Furia Academy pinned as, you know, a much improved team just because we hadn't seen it season to season. But maybe season 4 is their chance.
They were the worst team in every single season so far.
That's not even being rude. That's just that is an objective statistical fact.
That's
cold
like
hard numbers.
It's a good thing. It sucks to bring it up while they're being the worst, but in this situation,
yeah, now
not.
We can talk about it.
Yeah, so
yeah,
I would be a little fake, you know, if they were just consistently the worst and we were watching it live. But this is amazing. Everyone likes to see a comeback. Molly does absolutely nothing here. No wood wall pushed off. They're maintaining this setup, and Astralis Talent are trying to go B. There are 3 players here.
Little boost could catch a player falling back. Yeah,
I
thought I saw it.
But
but now they're ready. Ooh. Flashbang. Bruninho turns his attention back. 2 kills. Still thinking about the boost. Koala comes through, drops the bomb, and now he knows they're coming in from short. We've got an entry here from Vigo. Descenti descends to the water of the bomb site. They know he's here, but he's just going to continue to stop him. Altec surrounded from short, and it's 10 straight from the Brazilians. They heard that Young Gods were coming for the title of Best Brazilian Academy Team, and they want to make sure they put a gap between both. 10-0. Hot damn.
I mean, no, you know, no kidding. Astralis do look a little bit flat, but like this is great. At least, you know, when we look at every round, I mean, first of all, they're out dueling them straight up and down. And then they're taking a lot of good fights. I don't see them taking any overt risks. All their utilities hitting, unlike Astralis's. This map must feel miles across to the side.
Well, they're going to try to keep this one simple. Crank the dial, run in. ZMB doesn't want to kill his teammate, so he waits a second. And maybe it's just the pace, the tempo, the aggression. They'll get one on the board here for Astralis Talent. Have they finally broke through? They've still got a good amount of utility to throw towards Dumpster. Frag goes the other direction. 2 players inside of the bank and a flashbang that's meant to set them up. We'll see the pop out. Starting to round the corners. Spamming through smoke, but all of the threats are actually back a bit. Here comes Koala. Up close. Bruiser. Nice second op kill. Bruninho, all that's left over, and there's simply not enough time. So sure enough, Astralis Talent, Tech 9s, armor, and a rush towards A.
Yeah, and I mean that they do solve the problem of going too slowly or anything like that. I mean, it can be depressing to walk around a default knowing you're going to lose most of your duels. And nice pickup from Bruninho. Any little bit of damage is good, but this was a round 1 on an eco, so they'll have more than enough to buy back on top of the guns saved. And we'll see if it's true. If the old adage holds weight that the first round is the hardest. It's pretty much just a small misstep there from Furia. It got a bit claustrophobic on A as they're falling back. And until we see a rifle round one from Astralis, this is still an enormous red flag.
Oh no. ZMB looks away. Thinking about flashing himself back into the action, but there was much more than just one player on long.
He does end up giving a lot of space. He needs to be a bit more consistent and patient, actually.
Fire goes past him.
Yeah. There's a bit of an audio
very
too.
close. Very close
one
to
in
the safe
Oh
site.
my god, is Cows going to find a timing?
They're watching him. Or at least they were.
ZB's got no other rifler here. I don't think this is a super good position for him. If they walk up divider, he's just dead. So look, he's watching long. They need to have a rifler come into
Why has
rotate,
nobody
man.
come
He should
up?
not be doing this. Yeah.
They have full connector control.
Oh.
ZMB has seen so many people on A. He's just going to go ahead, comes out with one kill. Towers decides to activate, and now that he dies to Towson, yes, Descenti gets into the site, but it could have been there 20 seconds ago, 30 seconds ago even. And it's only once the first kills start to come back and forth that Astralis Talent do decide to head elsewhere because they kill the connector
No, they
player.
don't. It looked like they were going to.
All right, they stutter step.
Yeah, that would have been a good move. But actually, that's CT starting to go back the other way. Okay.
Site entirely open. 10 seconds left and the bomb gets into position. They have given Astralis Talent a chance to plant. Frag will do a little bit of damage. Bruninho, who has been a masterclass this evening, is looking to come in with Koala in the 2v2. They get it down to Bruiser. Swinging the op. He's got bomb in front of him. Connects to Koala. He falls to 45. Bruninho gives chase. Gets him down even lower. But one op shot will just lay down Bruninho. And Bruiser's trying to push past.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, now he turns it, and he's
Nicely
got it.
done.
A 1v2 clutch to give Astralis Talent number 2.
That's beautiful. If he decided to jiggle one side or the other, then that would have just been his life because he had such low HP. So he had to gamble on which side they would come out. Trust he would hit the shot, and then once he made that risk, it was easy for him in the timing. So beautifully done there from Bruiser to grab a second. And it is actually just a decision to slow down, but then just go back to A. That is enough to freak out Fury Academy, who are rotating back and forth over and over again. So 2 in a row. The money is still there, even though it's kind of low. Oh, is it? Descenti's a walking piggy bank here. He's got 10K. Yeah, again, majority alive for most of the round, so Fury have made the most amount of money possible. That, yeah, okay, that was the first position where it looked wrong. I mean, we had ZMB inside of bathrooms with a rifler and stairs. No one watching long. No one rotating back, even though there was still 5v5. And no one watching the outside of bathrooms. And a blind spot in divider. If someone walked by that, he was just dead. So an enormous risk took clear by him. And after he got his first kill, he just swung wide into another rifle who ended up taking him out. So, I don't know if it's on him, but he needs to ask for help for someone to come to that position and stay there.
And surely he couldn't have felt safe, right? It didn't look like he felt safe.
I've never seen someone look so unsafe.
He just ignored his call to action. All right. We still got bomb floating outside of the B site in the 5v4. There is room here for Astralis Talent to still recover a T side. Get 5. Get 5 and we'll talk. But CT is looking to keep it a little bit moving. Altex. Fight here outside of Con. Bruninho tagged to 50, but Koala actually gets the angle in from short B. We've got a lurk just around the corner of long. ZMB doesn't seem to know it. Towson should have him, but what if Descenti instead takes the attention?
Oh, Jesus.
ZMB, his back is completely exposed. They're back to back. And Towson, he's going to just start walking down. And if he can get into this B site.
He doesn't even need this kill, but okay, yeah. I mean, that's one in the pocket, and he can help with the B attack. Now he can really slow it down to a grinding halt, right? They have to watch their back. And ZMB should know now it'll for sure end B in this position. They're waiting out the smoke. 20 seconds?
It's down to
There's
the wire.
some
And
outside
ZMB,
chance that they stop
could
this, but
flank too.
Towson pops up.
Sure enough, ZMB catches Vigo. Bomb's going to be able to get out from Monster, trying to push
Oh,
into the
no.
site. Koala stops it. Oh, he gets both. Koala from Graffiti. Towson, 4 seconds, 2 kills needed. And as he tucks, he concedes 11 to Furia.
And now he might die. Oh, it comes close. 8 HP, man. That would have been money trouble for sure. 2,300 on him, but he keeps the AK. Enough money to scrap together a buy. I think they should go for it. But Furia Academy, that's the only thing there is Towson, you know, you can't blame someone for taking a kill, especially in a spot like that. If he had walked it down to B and got one of the site guys as they were entering, that might have been more worthwhile. But there's also the risk that you don't know where that pistol is going to rotate to. You don't know if you let him go, if you don't get a chance to kill him later. So it still was on his teammates to make sure they safely got into the site. But they weren't ready for that Graffiti play.
Now Furia Academy can think about 13 rounds if they just lock in this 3 AK1.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow.
But another weird A. One guy long. Bathroom's entirely open. Oh, no, excuse me. Kawaz is still down in con. Okay. They have given this space to him multiple rounds now, and nobody's watching it. Like, the possibility is not even in their minds. Of course, he's going to assume that, of course, this is being watched, but it's not. They are entirely backs turned to the possibility of Kawaz coming out from connector. But he stays tucked. ZMB still spots nothing. Kawaz does finally decide to activate, and it's an insta-kill versus Vigo. He tucks back down, and then as he comes back up, Altex gets the trade. So at least it's the 4v4 off the back of this. There was a pistol player in the mix, so Astralis talent now. It's just pretty much even, but Koala kills one down towards B site. Towson's getting dangerously close to A. ZMB caught by that, and now Descenti from behind the truck, insta-killed by Towson. Headshot is clean, 20 seconds left, and a desperate rotate up to the A site as Bomb will not be stopped. Smoked off by Dumpster. Flashbang set for the bank. That should be enough to get Koala into the site, but it's going to be a tough one. Smoke grenades ahead. Man advantage for Astralis talent. All their attention turned forward, and Bruiser instantaneous on that AWP to give Astralis talent a 3rd round at least.
Patience wins that one. I, like you, am shocked that they let the stairs timing just exist that entire time and let Kowson finally reaggress, even though, I mean, he's been a main character of the stairs. He's been there every single round, so number one, if they put any attention in their default, they could have just cleared him out and caught that trade. They have tried to be fair, and just like lost their duels, so that is one thing. But if they're not going to do that, then they should basically have someone on duty, making sure he can never come up, sitting in balloons or whatever it is. And we know eventually Fury Academy are going to take over short control, push upstairs anyway for the retake, so would have been a good thing to have in mind. But they punish the re-aggression there. Then they get into the site, and dude, ZMB is he is just not very careful. Like he let someone walk all the way up long. He's jumping. He's making tons of noise.
Yep.
Looks pretty uncomfortable, and I think gives up some of these positions on CT side.
Luckily for Furia, Bruninho and Kawaz are doing enough for 4 people. One more round on this CT side. Lesser weapons, of course. Altex making sure to clear every corner and connector. They can't let that one happen again. But Kawaz is actually trying to get around the long side. Bomb's rocking back towards B site, so a little change face here from Astralis talent. But, you know, again, Kawaz, he's cleared out all of this, and the players aren't running back. They're still just sitting 3 4 on A. Like, you got to go faster.
They have inside of bathrooms and long. They knew this like 15 seconds ago. Okay, Cows will die, but now the walkout starts to take place. ZMB here in short. They smoke Monster, but it's a few seconds too late. Now the entries will come in.
Trying to wrap around them. Of course, they can watch their flanks, plus it's smoked. They're not watching flank, in fact. They just lean on the smoke, and ZMB, he's going to stuff that FAMAS. Oh, he doesn't shoot! It could have been, but it isn't. And so with that, Astralis Talent, a little bit of a lifeline at the end of the T side. He tries to get a second. Instead, the op turns on him.
It's
4
not even a
rounds
bad
out of
play.
the final 5.
I'd just like to say I laughed because it was funny, but it wasn't a bad play. Like, Monster was smoked, so he just pushed through that. And just a matter of timing there for Bruiser. Eventually wants to turn just in case that smoke's still up or gone. And it probably is still up for a few more seconds, but there he is. And he nearly lined up the second player to shoot, too. So it made sense why he was doing that.
Oh, no.
That was funny.
Well,
Did Bruiser end that half with 1 armor?
I don't know.
No, I just saw 1 armor in the main middle screen, but I don't think he survived that much.
Fury Academy had them against the ropes for two-thirds of that half.
Yes.
For 4 of the last 5 rounds to be racked up here, I think that's a lifeline for Astralis Talent. It's just enough. We've seen comebacks happen with less. The fact that Eternal Fire could almost win their game earlier today means that you'd be foolish to think this one's over.
Oh, totally.
But, you know, if it's not for those 4 of the final 5.
Maybe it feels unlikely, but it's weird because it feels like Furia played insanely well, and then they just stopped. They just stopped playing insanely well.
Yeah.
And Astralis woke up a little bit, made those rounds a little harder. A few of those are still layups, though. For
a couple of those Furia rounds, I'm just like, what more information are you waiting for before you rotate?
Yeah, that was.
You know, you have a guy.
Gap in communication.
It's like 3 players inside bathrooms and 1 wraps long parties. Like, you have everything you need, and they still just that little 10-second difference. You know,
that's somebody who, like, that's Kausen, who is making the final information move, not telling his teammates that everything's clear. Like, yeah. So, but anyone could have looked at the minimap and seen that.
Well, let's go. Second pistol here between Astralis and Furia Academy. Final map of the day. One that
anything is possible.
I thought Astralis Talent were going to win, but
well, they, you know, over their period. I mean, they get 40% T side rounds, right? So they've always struggled a little bit. Not quite this much, but a little bit. CT 58%. And we're talking over 13 maps.
Bruiser sees shadows. They disappear for a second. Brunino peels off at the B site. Bruiser's going to go in. Looking to find a frag here. Decides to double it back. Up close. Vigo's got 1 and a second on long. Koala and Descenti kill a piece. Bomb pick back up. He falls off for a second, then decides to push out past Dice. Lands the headshot into Towson. Altex, nice clean one into Bruninho, and that's Descenti gone. He dives back into long. 35 seconds to try and piece together the 1v2.
No sense in not waiting. They feel comfortable playing it together. Peek's coming out here from Mister. Yeah, jump spot is good. He's got to go for it. You get a frontside plant, probably not safe. I mean, they can dive him if they want to, but maybe better to just wait. Yeah.
Looking for the duels.
Insane.
Descenti gets the first, but Mister makes sure the second stands tall. His 8th kill of the map, and that'll be Astralis Talent with a 5th as they win second pistol. So that's now 5 of the last 6 rounds, and momentum with it because economy comes in tow.
Here's a chance, man. It's a 6-round game. Might be 5 in just a second. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, they buy up. DMB will pick up a scout. They've got a very healthy buy. The amount of kills they got, as well as the palm plants. But Astralis Talent know they're going to buy. Make sure to get all the rifles. Oh! They'll go through with the 4-man boost at the beginning of the rounds. And Vigo takes space over towards A.
Yeah. Capitalizing on the delayed exit from spawn. Oh, he wins his fight with 4 health. Descenti trades. Bruiser, Bombus in hand. Bests the Galil. Swaps out to the M4. Puts down the smoke, but it's in that moment that ZMB strikes him with the scout. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, they
B-site players already push water.
That's the problem with the 4-man boost, is they know there's a limited amount of places that the T's can be, and they just saw so much action this way. Going back around to the B site might be the right call here. Middle of the map taken over by Astralis Talent, but there will be a gap towards Monster. And I think from Mister's perspective, he'll be able to, he'll be able to patrol it. And maybe he won't be able to beat them to sight, but holding on to short could be enough. I like this info move from Towson. And yeah, he already realizes it's going to be B, I'm pretty sure. So he does his lap towards long, and now they move over.
Mister could even lock in a kill or two here. Deep angle. Bruninho's peeking for it. He's fighting with the Galil. Good trade from Decenti.
Oh, look at Altex.
Yeah, just tucks on barrels, looks at the floor. Ooh, they don't check it. Altex, beautiful play.
Wow.
Just tucks in, full confidence. And sure enough, it pays off. 2 survive here for Astralis Talent. 5 rounds still the lead. But nice to see that little bit of confidence. Stares down in the dirt.
Every move that round was beautiful from Astralis. Where the way they got information back, how safely they took that space, and how pragmatically as well, because of Fury Academy showing that boost off, then hitting back towards A, going up in trades, but knowing that, okay, now there's a chance for us to take stairs, and they even rotate Towson around to clear out long. They realize it's B just in time. I don't think there was anything bad about the way Fury Academy moved right there. Astralis Talent had to make 4 correct moves. They just made all of them to get that space back.
Now it should be easy, but should be, I don't know. Deagle, Tech 9, already in the feed. Altex, 3 kills. And the 4th could have been his, but Cowes tucks his head down. With 9 points of health, he hangs on. Altex, that's what they needed. Down in the 3v5, but is it enough? The rest of his teammates not able to put anything on the board just yet. Smoke goes down. Cowes.
Oh, the bomb. Jesus,
yep,
right in front of him.
problematic.
Oh, this is interesting, because that smoke would have been huge. Honestly, fighting near the bomb might be the best course of action, considering his MP9. He just doesn't know where the second player is. But they are leaning back towards the A site.
Cowes is going to plant safe from him. Of course, they're aware of this. Cowes peeks out, dies to the MP9. It's got to be Decenti in the clutch.
For Decenti, yeah. I mean, Mister should be able to... Oh, he didn't...
No,
he
he
didn't
thinks
see him.
Because it's not planted for him, he's thinking it's dumpster or it's bank. Jump spot. Mister's looking, but he didn't see him. Oh, he didn't see him. And so 2 kills for Decenti. The pistol round win. The Tech 9s, the Deagles, all of Altex's efforts. He lined up 4 players and almost killed them all. If it's not that 9 health from Cowes, then it's Altex to stop the entire thing with 1 spray from his M4. And unfortunately for Astralis, they don't have the economy to sustain a loss like that.
Yeah, Altex really has just been so impressive throughout the couple of matches they've played so far. But with 2 of his teammates dying before him, that's pretty much the maximum amount of impact you could ask for before it's unfair. Yeah, Deagle's here. And even though it looked like Astralis Talent are starting to play well, they are still down 6 rounds.
Running out of leeway. Util, still 2 smokes. Make it 3. Fury Academy just look for the aggression on Fountain. Nothing's there. Connector's just a contest of utility for the time being. Mister's got short water at least, so a little bit of map control for Astralis. But what can he deliver here? Just the Deagle in hand. Oh, the good damage comes through, but kills, not so much.
Okay.
Quick pop into the B site, and they've got this one. 13th wrapped up for Furia Academy.
Indeed. I mean, are they going to keep everybody alive too? Those entries are beastly from Koala.
Damage is almost there. Almost on Monster.
Yeah.
Players lining up for the Deags. The damage going through each of them. But even with 4 lesser bars, Furia Academy still standing up. Cowes, he will die. The only victim thus far. And the only one that looks likely. So, sure enough, 7-round lead for Furia Academy. T-side starting to get wrapped up.
This is excellent stuff. Oh, we don't have a full buy coming up because of the investment.
Yep. They took a risk with this.
Wow. Oh my god, so much came down to that 1v1.
Altex almost keeps them in it, but ramifications from it. Another tough one here for Astralis Talent, looking like 14-6. And at that point, we're getting into blowout territory.
Indeed. That was just off the half buy from Furia. Going fast. See if they chew through this one, no problem. What do they do?
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Book club.
Right. Okay.
You know.
Great view.
Yeah, nothing like taking in the smell of sewage.
Mm-hmm.
A-site defense non-existent. Only early spot is Mister just going for the jump peaks. So we'll see if the CTs, sure enough, they're going to scramble up, try to throw everything they can. Kitchen sink included. And holding off on the A-site. Vigo from Bruiser could have been, but isn't. It's Vigo with the one and done. Quick pop over top of the dumpster, and ZMV and Vicente just popping faces here, keeping CTs back and giving Furia Academy a surefire 14th round win. As you would have expected, the economy told the tale this time. Furia Academy looking for the win. 2 to go.
Avi Jr. only got 6 rounds versus Furia Academy. So they're right on par with Astralis Talent.
Was that, what map was that? That was Mirage, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Furia Academy on an overpass.
It was
Cool to
Koala
see.
and Kawaz to both have over 100 ADR on that map. And definitely Kawaz has been someone to talk about. Yeah, Koala as well. I guess him and Barino, like everyone is doing
Yeah.
super well at the moment. Oh man, that's great. Continuation flashes. They split the difference on the tunnel going on both sides. Towson's going to have a lot of pressure on him. The bomb almost jumps into his arms and goes right above. Towson will win his engagement. But they've already got this graffiti at this point.
So far up. Vigo comes in with an answer. Koala can't really deal with it. And Bruiser through the smoke on short. Throws a little bit of X factor back into the game. That's at least 7, but still the halfway point. They just got to get swarmed. Despite how deep Furia Academy got on that bomb site, they didn't control the things like short or heaven. And without it,
Yeah, they did
it all
smoke
gets unraveled.
They got short smoked, but they didn't clear out pit all at the same time. They got parts got way farther than others and didn't get the kills they needed to. Like Towson was the key one. They killed Towson, then they could turn all their attention into holding graffiti and waiting for the short push to come. And it would be very unsafe at that point for Bruiser to run through. Oh, they assemble the boost very fast, but it's a good spawn here that saves Astralis Talent from death.
Mister back into his roost. He's been here before. Usually with lesser weapons. Nice to see guns in the hands of Astralis Talent. There's so many economic problems. They decide to crawl back. Of course, the Fury Academy decide to go all in through Monster again without that short control. Could come back to haunt them. CTs have actually been given this position a couple of times. You know, whatever's free, you take. That's the rule of life.
They let Autex rotate back into the site. Scaring him a little bit with this early volley of utility. Oh, but they get the monster smoke in. Wall is kind of stuck in the middle of it. Doesn't want to lurk out either. And there is a hell of a one-way here going on in the short tunnel. Thing is, for Fury Academies, they have done nothing on the map except for sit outside Monster. So Towson is very comfortably wedging himself into the flank without overdoing it. This should be the CTs to win. They've got 2 here ready.
Everything they really need. This one fully expected. I don't know what Fury Academy hoped to get out of it, but a little team kill goes the way back the other end. 12 seconds left. Smoke's gonna fade. ZMB tries to check flank, but I mean, he just walks into the smoke grenade and dies. Senti 7 seconds. Furia Academy read like a book because they did nothing. They didn't even try to hide it. They just sat outside a Monster and waited and hoped that Astralis talent would be able to piece together the bigger picture. Clearly, they had everything in line.
You kind of hope in your mind, you're like, all right, they're scared of us. They wouldn't push. Not like we would push. And not like they pushed every other round. So, of course, Astralis talent have been playing well. They've been playing for info. They've been in these mid-round situations looking for the gaps, and this round is no different. So, yeah, eventually they get in a position to lock off the flank, and that's what the importance of defaults are, to punish players like Towson for looking for info like that. And they could go into the full B-side hit if they want to, but if they're going to do it like that, they got to do it sooner. Because their fog of war was massive. They were really crossing their fingers and toes and just assuming Astralis talent were going to play lazy.
Senti takes the lead, AK in hand, the only rifle for Furia. Gets boosted, so good utilization. They try to activate him, but instead he just takes a ton of damage, and Vigo's allowed to back up.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually only got hit once, too.
Just a quick little dink, a little warning. Don't even try it. And then nobody's going to overface. Little boost perhaps. Try it again. Now in the hands of ZMB, so no armor. It's being watched, of course. Oh. Or at least it was. Oh my god. Yeah. A second the difference. Peeks back into the short side. Brunino will get a kill. The fire's good to hold it back, and Altex deep on the ramp means no footing here for Furia Academy. Vicenti. Oh, yes, sir. Deep to the face of Vigo. That's not half bad, but Astralis talent slowly climbing this board. Only 2 away, of course, is Furia. But now they're on the cusp of double digits. Fly back in.
Pretty impressive. They look like calm, even though they're down this many rounds. But we literally saw Astralis talent get run over by some Tech 9s. Similar to how Astralis broke into the first half, hitting the A site as fast as possible. So there's always something they have to worry about. Good entry players over on Furia. Explosion here towards A. Vigo will spot him. He can get out if he wants to. Looking to fall back to the stairs. Stands his ground off there to support. One of the stairs coming up now. But Koala knows that if they don't get a kill, the attention's going to be turned back. And this is very smart for Mr. to help him clear out the exit. Wow, and they all escape. Super solid stuff. Now, there is a moment here where the rotations are so slow. It makes sense to go towards A. And Towson's going to jump spot C2.
Oh, but there's an opening back. Oh, there certainly is. Smoke at the dumpster. Vigo. Ah, nice. Just shoots based on the trajectory. Koala 1 versus 3, but Vigo wastes no time. He drives by. A smooth ride for the 10th to Astralis. And, I mean, hell, you're playing with no pressure after a first half like that. You get 4 of the last 5 rounds. You think, win a second pistol, we'll see what goes down. And now they're within 4. They're within striking distance because Furia Academy still can't buy back. They're struggling to close. You know, you can't put too much pressure on yourself, but at the same time, Astralis talent, you got to think there is a chance. There is certainly a chance they'd get this.
Yeah, I mean, they're not playing like they're losing. They're still making info pushes. They're being very, very well coordinated. This is Counter-Strike. They could still just lose a couple of gunfights and screw this up for sure, but right now, I think they feel pretty good about their chances. So there's some nice grenades on a top performer for Astralis and Altex. Get him softened up.
Easy does it, Vigo. Man, he is climbing. He's having a field day. Odd shot up close. Bruiser not going to go down without a fight. And that, of course, just allows Vigo to tuck in so Tussin can offer a helping hand. 11 for the Danes. Now within 3.
Oh, Towson's only 16 as well.
Another young gun.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, now the game, in their eyes, is just a 2-round game, right? Two rifles, 2 anti-ecos. And suddenly it's flipped. So there's a ton of pressure here on Fury Academy. And we look at the 3 rounds they won in the middle of this half, and it was the Tech 9 run towards A, which totally messed up the money for Mistral's talent, and then they just got 2 anti-ecos. So nothing really of substance here in these regular defaults. Scoreline starting to recover for Astral's talent. Wow, Fury Academy would love this win.
They're so close.
Yeah.
That's just been the story today. Get close. Let it slip. We saw Young Gods still finish things off at the very, very, very tail end of things.
Yeah.
Gonna get the airstrike set here. Oh no, no, Towson! No, he was just 5 feet back, and he walks into it as they set up the nades. Poor guy. Oh, what a great camera angle too. Just walks into the middle of the road, gets run over by the truck. And a 5v4 off the back of it. Furia, come on, fight tooth and nail. Altex looking around the side. He's been so problematic, but this time a problem in the utility usage. He picks up that util. Vigo's looking for a kill over smoke. He will get it. There's another T still back here. ZMB, they've lost track of him. And he hears all of this. Fires into the back of Mister. His teammates are still up on A, so the T side's very much split up. They can do whatever the hell they damn well please. Bruiser's going to try to throw himself back at the A site. Dink into ZMB, deep on B. Bruiser missed op shot. That's going to let Koala get closer with Cowez. And the two of them, or rather, excuse me, just Cowez gets in. Vigo jumps in and he dies. That's 15. Finally, they do it, and it kicks off with the artillery strike 5v4.
Damn. Wow, that's a tactic they've been trying to apply a few times. It finally pays off. Oh, and just as he jumps up, couldn't be any more sweet. They take out Towson. He's the man to look for a lot of info, and they crush it, man. They got the low numbers. I think that was the big thing. Got back to A, and some of their players who we saw were doing so well continue to impress. But after that streak, I mean, Astralis, they still got money. They still got nades. They still got an op. They'll be sick now if they use those vitality nades to nade you where you wait for the nades.
Already out short. Oh, lined up. Mister, 2 kills. Walk right in. ZMB is going to look for the response. It's a 3 versus 5. He's surrounded, but he just can't find anybody. Altex goes through smoke. Mister disappears, comes in for his 3rd. At Astralis Talent, like you alluded to, they've got the guns, they've got the strats, they've got the consistency in these round wins. So it's a one-off in the last round, and Furia back to losing ways.
And without money, if they don't save this gun, which maybe they will, maybe they won't, potentially another free one after this. The threats are coming. Ooh, and he goes down. 4 up here for Astralis. And, oh, okay, they actually have some left in the bank, don't they? 6,200 on Cowez as well. All right, a little bit left over. It just feels like a 1-round game because of the CT sides from both teams at this point. That proved to be so much better than their T sides. definitely Fury Academy's defaults are not good enough to keep up, and Bruiser will make it worse. Nice shot.
You thought you got around the corner. No, sir.
Oh, 3 more nades.
Perfect.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. I
There's
love
still
it.
stairs presence, okay? So
It's not wrapped up, but it's just nice to see the util, right? They're trying to come in with new ideas, and it's working.
there he is.
Towson done. Bruninho able to answer back, but they lose Koala over towards Monster, so man advantage here for Astralis Talent. The frag grenade goes a little too far. That could have actually ended Bruninho. Excuse me.
What are you hiccuping on the match point?
It's not my fault. It's okay. There'll be more rounds. Loser.
That's what you thought.
Oh. No. Bruninho. Surely Vigo locks this in. He's been so good for the multi-kills. Back on truck. Gets the turn. Bruninho in with another headshot.
He's not done.
Last
But the
player's
long
coming
play.
down long. Yep.
It's got to work. I mean,
It
this
has to.
timing is
It has
massive.
to. He's not even suspecting it. Not one bit. Mister locks this in.
Oh,
13 for Astralis Talent, and the game keeps going.
god damn. Good
Nice
thing,
freaking try, dude. These shots from
Yeah.
Bruninho,
Insane.
holy hell. That
And
kill
Bruiser got
down
sent
long.
to another dimension, yeah.
Woo! Goddamn, boy.
Oh, we got cams.
Now? At round 29?
Around 29 to kick in. Let's go. Really good thing for Mister there. You know, he doesn't even know at that point it's gonna get out of hand. But he makes like the, perfect rotation. It's the long rotation, but he does it early. Round 29. And they could taste it now. Cams.
Let's go.
Okay.
Tag
Towson, of
pause
course,
here.
subbing in for Astralis Talent. Fesser's out. And he's been good. Plays for a team called Atlantic. And another Danish squad. And does damn well in a lot of their matches that I looked at. Only 16. Stepping up to the challenge. Been really good on the info plays here on this map.
Another boost. Ah, they slide off. Little too slippery. 2 more rounds to close. Vigo, Koala. Oh my god, he just
Wow.
slides right
That
back
was
up.
slick.
Yeah. Gets suctioned all the way back up. Beam me up, Scotty. Oh, long play? We haven't seen an emphasis on long,
Yeah.
but Bruiser posts the op in front of it. ZMB's going to get boosted right into the angle.
Oh, that's a good.
Yes,
Wow,
it
that's
is.
really nice. Jeez.
Now, how much do they follow up with? Because we already get this scramble upwards from Astralis Talent. Last time it was a 5v4. I'm pretty sure Furia secured 15. That triple nade stack.
Kawes got
double. They die in an instant. Vigo comes out from bank. 1 kill to his name. Bruninho and Towson is ended by Koala. It is an attempt at the comeback. 4 of the last 5 rounds on their own T side.
Wow.
They nearly bring it all the way, but again, the comebacks don't conclude. It is Furia Academy with the win over Astralis Talent here on Overpass.
Hey, beautifully done. Listen, it's one thing that both these teams struggle on T side, okay? And that much was clear. But I gotta say, I mean, even though Furia Academy's T defaults and Nala compelling, their fast rats were shut down, they had that slow round entering B that got called out, and Astralis Town looking like, oh, way better. We saw Furia Academy implore so many tactics to get any kind of advantage that they could. The triple nades to the headshot barrels got them a kill. The triple nades to the regular boost got them an entire round off the back of this. It rocked their setup. And then they boosted at the back of long to get the op down. No problem. Easiest pick of life. And it's
That
the
right
one
there.
that matters the most. So, they supplanted the fact that they struggled with just generally working the map with all of these little tricks. And that was enough. They even added a brand new one at the very last moment in round 29. So congrats, they earned that one.
Agreed entirely, right? Little tricks, little gimmicks, round losses in between. Didn't let things get stale. Didn't let the communication break down. We saw them attempt the 4-man boost out of spawn as well, but that one, that's one of those tricks that a little more common and also less successful for them. Weren't able to use it the 2 times they tried to throw it out, but again, kept it fresh, kept it moving, right? You only lose when you start to slow down, and that's the thing with Furia Academy is they just tried to stay 1 step ahead, and in the end they are. 3 steps ahead, in fact. 16-13 victory here on Overpass. Nice stand-in attempt from Towson. He had big shoes to fill. Fessor is one of the best players on Astralis Talent. So ultimately, without their core 5, they'll take a loss tonight. We take a look at the standings for Group A after today. 5th day of the regular season. Maus, again, an easy win to stay at the very top. And Young Gods on the rise beyond Fnatic Rising, who have taken another loss today, tying with 0-0 prospects after they lose that head-to-head.
Yes, I think all is as it should be, except for Young Gods being ahead of Fnatic Rising. What is that about? It's pretty awesome. I think that's pretty cool to look at. Good to see 0-0 prospects fighting. Otherwise, this would just be like a very lopsided scoreboard with just a lot of L's at the bottom. But instead, it's Furia, Spirit Academy, and Eternal Fire Academy carrying all those L's. They're helping each other out. They've got them on a hammock. They're walking down the street. They're thinking about these losses, but they're going to come back stronger. I hope.
You'd hope. I mean, eventually they're going to play each other. So somebody's got to win.
Someone's got to win.
We take a look over at the B standings. Of course, Big Omen Academy 3-1. Astralis Talent, that flawless record now in question as Furia Academy will take their own record. Now, this is the group where you'd think that, like, for namesake, Young Ninjas, Navi Jr., those were 2 teams we had some expectations for. Navi Jr. do pick up their first win today by defeating Apex Rebels on Vertigo. We finally get to see some good coming out of the likes of Demon and Frozik. The younger players that Navi Jr. are clearly investing into have found a little bit of footing versus the bottom feeder of Group B in Apex Rebels. Unfortunately, there is no other team down there struggling quite like them, as there is with Spirit and Eternal Fire, so their woes will continue. And Big Omen Academy, probably going to be happy to see Astralis Talent take a loss versus Furia because that's the one team that was able to defeat Big. So, head-to-heads, map-to-maps, there is movement here in the 2 groups. And tomorrow's action, Astralis Talent versus Navi Jr., looking for a chance to rebound maybe. Furia Academy, hoping for another win. And now another test. So the Fnatic Rising double overtime win for Maus NXT. I think OG Academy, if there's anybody else, could give them some problems. What do you think about that third game?
Yeah, the third definitely on the fringe a little bit. And of course, them losing to 0-0 prospects makes you wonder if it is possible for them to get close. But they took Fnatic Rising and OT themselves, so maybe there's a chance. It's going to be a good game, that's for sure. Definitely in the next best challenge to go up against Maus NXT, Fnatic Rising, and Young Gods. That'll also be interesting. We'll get to see Young Gods play against one of the top shelf competition. That's something we want to know about. Very curious about that game. 3-1 teams, right? So Spirit Academy going up against Eternal Fire, and
someone's getting a win.
Someone's getting a win, and someone's going 0-5.
Oh, so, no.
Yes, high stakes right here.
It's looking bleak.
Who's going to be the Furia Academy of Season 4? Is the
we'll find out, man. Who might go worse than a Furia Academy and get 0 wins? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything's possible here at the Academy League, but we're going to call it quits for tonight. Lauders and Scrawny signing off. We'll see you guys again tomorrow for 5 more best of ones. We play Academy League every single day. Peace out.